Hello. Okay, I think I got it working. Is the mic working? Please. Hello. But I hope that worked. We can hear you, thank God. Oh. First I was a little late to starting, and then I go to turn on the mic, and it's like, yeah, there's no sound bars, and I was like, wait, what? There's no way. What's going on? Then I go into OBS settings, and it's like, yeah, your mic that you usually have as your selected mic is disconnected or not, like, on, and I'm like, but it is. I haven't changed any settings, what do you mean it's not connected? So I had to, like, go switch it to something else really quick, and then switch it back, and it looks like it's working now, so that's good. Thank God. The biggest security ever. How about no you? More like OBS is fucking with me today for no reason. Literally have not changed a single setting in OBS like in months, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, by the way, your mic is not connected. It's clearly disconnected. And I'm like, no, it's not. I haven't changed any settings or any cables. What the? Did OBS updates miss my sources of real bad too? Oh Jesus. Maybe? I don't think I've updated it like recently though. Like the last time I streamed it would have been past that update too, and there was no issue with the mic there, so I don't know. Maybe my cable for my mic popped out for like a second earlier and it was like, that's enough to disconnect it. Lamau. Everything should be good to go, I believe. Let me double check my other source. Yep. Okay, cool. Everything looks good to go. We can move on to the drawing page. And I can put on some music. Let's hope this isn't too loud. It's a little bit loud. Here, let me turn it down just a little. I want it to be like nice background music. A swoosh. Wah-wah-wah-wah-wah. Oakley dokley. Time to get on to finishing off this commission. I meant to do so yesterday, but I was so goddamn busy with catching up with Patreon work that's already a little, like, on the late side considering my usual schedule that I did not have the time to do that, so we're doing it today! Yay! We love work that gets, you know, behind because you have so much fucking work to do. But that's life. Shit happens. Luckily the commissioner is really nice and patient with me, so it's all good. They don't seem to mind that it's a little later than I initially said it would be. Their design is also very cute. I like their eyes a lot. It was very, very fun to get the details in the eyes. Oh, that song ended really quick, damn. Okay, it's ending for a better song. How is everybody today? I once again got an okay sleep, so I'm feeling pretty alright today. I hope everybody else is in a similar boat. Oh, hello. My ears. That's so loud. Ouchie. Welcome in, M-Duff. Why are we blowing my eardrums off right off the bat? What did I do? Bad enough that my mic decided to kerfuffle first thing. Pow 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 pow. Pow pow pow. I'm gonna make this a little bit more on like the kinky side, I think. Persona music needs to stop being so goddamn good, okay? It ain't my fault that this song and most other Persona songs are so damn catchy. Life goes on with or without you. I think that's okay for skin shading. I don't want to go too ham on the skin since I don't want it to look like over shaded. These are going to be relatively small emotes, so you don't want to whoopsie, whoopsie, whoopsie. I had that way too big. The scale on that bad boy. Since they're gonna be like small emotes, if you go too ham with the shading, they look very like, what's the word? Like overblown, I guess. It looks weird when there's that much shading on something so small. It's hard to tell what you're looking at, basically. It always blows my mind that there are people that don't like the Persona 4 Golden opening. They're like, man, it's so bad compared to the original, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, huh? You're telling me you thought that song was bad? Excuse me? Oh wait, that was not clipped. There we go. Lord, my ears. Bitch, I'm a cow. That is correct. The response of just hee is very good. Her ears, her poor— I don't have 4 ears! I only have the 2! The silly cow ears are the only ears I have. There are no other ears. Yeah, it looks okay. I just wanted to make sure that zoomed out, it wasn't like too much. I need like a pale grayish color for the shading on the hair. So I'm gonna pull it right from the reference. Adorable cow stream? Yeah! Except... I had to stop myself there. I gotta stop with the silly no use. I have to stop it. Stop it. I really am gonna have to buy that damn shock color at this point. It's okay, Kiwi. I know some people are judgmental towards the multi-eared girls. This is a safe space. What if I said I was judgmental against the multi-eared girls, huh? How about that? Not so much of a safe space now, is it? I'm just joking. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I promise. It's fine. You're gonna proc that collar, one... Wait, what? On purpose is what you meant. I got it. He means a shock color now? No, 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 no. I was making a joke because who was it who made that joke? I think it was Kitsu at one point. They were like, you're gonna have to get a shock color to stop yourself. And I was like, fuck. You might be right. It's a bad habit. I have to stop doing it. I need the reminder to not do it. In that case, get out of here, you lunatic! Okay. Alright. You're right. Just kidding. JK, 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 JK. Although honestly, the music not stopping, having the music overlap should have been your clue. If you were fooled by that, I'm sorry. But that should have been an obvious one there. Take care, yeah. You shush. You shush. It was joke. People leave. No, it was a joke. I'm sorry. I mean, have you seen how she handles playing games like Elden Ring? When she's shocked, she seems pretty into it. Probably why she needs to stop playing the scarier Nun game too shocked. Bro, what the hell? Excuse me? Huh? Listen, the Nun game had nothing to do with shocked. It had everything to do with my nerves being like completely fucked up. And like, my heart rate skyrocketing. I don't need you to put the Wikipedia definition for shock kink in the chat, sir. What the heck? Stop this. No, wait, he has a point. Let him cook. He does not. It's all lies and slander. Bro. This is misrepresentation of my character, okay? I'm gonna sue for defamation. The mods are bullying me. Oh. That's not what the mods say. That's what I just said. They're bullying me. They're the ones who need to be sued. They are the ones responsible for this mess. Oh, so you do— No! No! They're bullying me by defaming me, okay? Or whatever. What's the word? Defacing? No, that's for like property. I think it is defaming. They're lying about me! Kiwi has a hard time admitting how she really feels. It's better to believe the opposite of what she says. Excuse me? Why am I being bullied so hard today already? Oh. Oh my god. It's gonna take me years to get rid of this defamation rumor. Lord. I almost forgot to put the shadows in the eye whites, but if I'm being honest, I kind of fucked up the effect. So I'm gonna try and minimize that then. Yo.
Bitch, I'm a cow. Oh. Bitch, I'm a cow.
My ears. I don't know, it's a Monday. Jeepers. I mean, you're right, but what does that have to do with anything? What does it have to do with anything? Let me just lighten up the top half of this hair over here real quick. Okay, I think that's good. And then let me do the same with the hair clips just a little bit. On that down just a little. Wait till Kitsu finds it. No! I'm pretty sure he was the one that mentioned that I should get the shock collar in the first place. He would lose his mind if he heard this. And it isn't true! Oh yeah! Okay, and then tone that down just a little. There we go. I got you being shocked that— no! No! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. So you're saying we shouldn't have told Kitsu? You told him already? You told him already? My god. Y'all work way too fast. I love this song. She is always shocked about how we feel about her, and the work she does. Maybe she's grown to like it over time. I can't. I can't. You can't word things as a compliment per se. And when I'm trying to deny other things, because you know I'm not supposed to deny the compliment part, and like, oh, you're making this incredibly difficult. You're making this way too hard. So on another note, what's everyone's favorite playable character in FF6? Ooh. Ooh. That's a good question. Shit.
Huh?
No.
Huh? Huh?
Aw. Damn, I don't know who I'd consider my favorite. Mog is really funny. He's a goofy little lad. But I also like the fact that, like, Sabin, or I think it's pronounced Sabin, you get to do like the fucking like fighting game combinations to do his moves. You have to like up, down, left, left, right, left, BA start type of shit to pull off his moves. He doesn't have like a menu system. Very, very interesting concept. You're getting too hard? Wait. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, no, that's not what I said! Oh. Y'all need to stop taking what I say and twisting the words into something else. She does have horns. Why? Why today? First OBS bullies me. Now the mods won't let up. Today is just Bully Kiwi Day. Why is today Bully Kiwi Day? Hello, Dark. I'm being bullied by the mods. And OBS. First my mic wasn't working and now all the mods are jumping down my throat. They're spreading rumors again! And like they're making it so that I can't refute them. The bots back off. Thanks, Dark. At least you've got my back. It's Bully Kiwi Day. Alert Kitsu. Awake him from his slumber. He needs to know his time is nigh. He needs to jump into chat. And by bully, she really means complimenting on how she's cute and how she likes being shocked. But that's not true. I don't like being shocked. I'm just gonna ignore chat and sing my silly songs instead. Welcome to this wild maze of life. I wasn't really gonna ignore chat, I was just about to look back over and then I hear the laugh. It caught me off guard, gave me a good chuckle. On a non-bully Kiwi moment, you should move your advertisement from the middle of the screen to the left side. It's blocking... wait, what? It's blocking the art? I mean... But, okay, I mean, I guess I could. It shouldn't be blocking much, if anything, but... I can, like, scoot it over. Okay, there. It won't pop up for like another, probably like 10 to 15 minutes, but it's now moved to the left side. I wanted to say something about the jumping down my throat comment, but it's just gonna backfire, I just know it. I could see that backfiring very easily, so you made the right decision. That was the right call. Almost certainly the right call. I know for a fact I would have fucked up whatever that comment would have been. Hello, Kayede! Today, sorry, Kiwi taking compliments and not dissolving into noises only found in Tsundere featuring anime Challenge Impossible. I mean, it's not my fault you guys do nothing but bully me endlessly, okay? What am I supposed to do? You sound so scrumptious today. Excuse me? I shouldn't sound any different unless OBS really fucked with my mic today. I hope that it didn't fuck up my, like, settings. I'm gonna have to check my filters again, fuck. I ended my stream on Kick currently, just so I can support your cute butt. Whoa, 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 excuse me, you didn't have to do that. Chill. If you were busy streaming, that's totally fine. You don't gotta end your stream just because I started. Like, I appreciate the support, but you got stream to do too, my man. If you're busy, that's fine. Def a cutie butt, nah, get bullied, dum-dum. Wow. You're calling me cute and dumb? How could you be nice and mean at the same time? Chat is like flip-flopping as to whether or not they want to actually be mean or actually be nice. Today is a clusterfuck of everything. Needed a break to do laundry anyway? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, at least there's that then. At least you're getting something that's, like, personally, productive done then. I can accept that answer, at least. Kiwi sounding like a full medium well steak meal right now. Huh? I just realized she doesn't have... She doesn't... Kiwi and Chat are in an abusive relationship. Oh my god. Truer words have never been spoken. Truer words have never been spoken. Oh my lord. Live to make her blush. No. No, I can't take it. I'm too easily flustered. It's not fair. It's not fair. 100%. As with all streamers, to be honest, I mean... Where's the lie in that statement too, though? Where's the lie in that statement too, though? I don't think I've been in a single person's, like, stream where chat didn't just relentlessly and ruthlessly bully the streamer. There's very few chats that don't just, like, consistently bully the streamer in some capacity. Okay, tone that down a bit, because that's a bit much. Ah, my jam! Maybe don't be such a cutie next time. What the? Oh, I can't, like, turn that off. Like, what am I supposed to do? Here, you know what? I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I know how to fix it. Here. Oh god, no, wait! Fucking got him. You get the BRB chair instead. She makes my heart flutter. Oh! But that's what you guys do. That's not fair. You can't say shit like that when it's you guys who do that to me. What the fuck? Jump around, y'all. This is my favorite song from Animal Crossing. Me too. This is my favorite KK song. All I know is Kiwi has two things in common with Numi. Both secretly like getting shocked and gets flustered when complimented. I don't like getting shocked though. I don't like getting shocked though. Stop. Stop it! I know I'm making it sound like a meme now, but I legitimately don't like the shock thing. I have a very low pain tolerance. Like, redonkulously low. Hot water makes me go ow. Like... and not even in like the scalding hot water. I mean like if the sink water when I'm doing dishes is too hot, I'm like, ow, fuck. That hurt. You're the one that brought up the shock collar. Bringing up the fact that I might need a shock collar to prevent me from denying things like compliments does not mean that I'm into it. Like, how do you make that correlation? There was specific context there that y'all took out of context. Oh good, that one hurt to type. Kiwi likes to be- don't say things like that. Stop. Stop. I can't breathe. I have not heard this version of this song. I don't know how to feel about it. This version sounds very strange. It was updated for the EQ2, apparently, and I don't know how I feel about this. Oh god. Also, why would they play this song right after the original version? Like, yeah, let's play one song and then play the same song again, but a different version. Why? Kiwi.exe has broken. No. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please. I can only handle so much. Okay, I know this looks a little weird right now, but believe me, I've got a plan for it. It'll make sense. Just give me a minute. I promise it'll make sense. Oopsie. To make the eyes look like extra shiny and watery, you know what I mean? I hope it's giving that effect anyway. When it's real small, you can't really see much. Maybe I should Make that a little darker, perhaps. Whoops, that's the wrong thing I meant to copy and paste. Ah! I am fucking this all up. Jesus. There we go. Yeah, that looks okay from far away. Cool. Always love the runny egg whites, crying eyes. They're very goofy. I like the concept, but god are they like really goofy as like something to draw. Like you never think about how weird it is to draw something like that until you're actually drawing it and then you're like, what the fuck is this? That is not the same color I used for the tongue on the other one. Hold up. There we go. I almost fucked up the color consistency. That would've sucked. Bow, bow, bow. Go. Okay. And then I gotta add a little bit of highlights to the hair. Bow, 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 bow. Ah, whoopsie. Wrong button. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Okie dokie. I think that's good. I also want to make sure that the eyes don't like blend too much into the actual eye whites. Let me add more of that like tealy blue color. Whoops, that meant to be underneath. There we go. Just hold on, hold on. I know it looks weird. I know it looks strange, just wait. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, that should be fine. Because that makes the bottom part not so blend in. Yeah, okay. That's better. Do, 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 do. Thank you for the hydrate. I will take that in just a momento. Oh wait, I forgot to add the shading to the hair clip real quick. Whoopsie. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah. Down 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 down. Speaking of Persona 3, I'm very bummed about, oh my lord. I'm very bummed about the fact that they've confirmed that like the extra story from the answer and all that is not going to be present in the remake. Like, why would you not put that in? Just make it the definitive version of Persona 3, please. Put anything that's you know, required for the game's main story from any version of the game into the game. Because now there are still going to be people who play Persona 3 who don't get to play the epilogue of the story. Like, they have to go either, you know, legally acquire Persona 3 FES on the PlayStation 2 or already own it to experience that story, like, firsthand without looking up like a synopsis online or something. Like, come on now. My guys. There's like extra characters involved in that, like, wait a minute. I did not realize that that was in the same layer as the eyes. Okay, I fixed it, we're good. I was like, something about that looks weird. I fixed it, we're good. Watch it be DLC. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if they like panic and throw it in as DLC because, like, people are right pissed. Like, people are mad. There's a lot of people who are mad about them not including a female protagonist as well, in terms of, like, canon things that you can do, because she's technically canon, but they've said, like, no, we're not gonna add her again. And everyone's like, but why? But why? If she's canon, why is she not in the remake? I'm 99.9% sure it will be canon DLC. Like, ugh. I swear to God. I don't know why they keep making silly decisions like this. It can't be that hard. I also have to fix some of the line art down here. I realize it's not properly lined up with the underline art. There we go. There's some color peeking through. Okay, I think that one's good to call done, maybe. Open up the next one.
A few moments later.
A few moments later. What's a few moments later? Did I miss something? Hello, Joshi. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. We're working on some emote commissions today. Oh wow, that flipped. Like, I know it's supposed to have wonky eyes, but flipping it makes it look even way more wonkier than it did before. I guess I'm so used to seeing it from the one angle that, like, my brain went, yeah, that looks normal now. Holy smokes. There's probably some people here who didn't even know that I draw. Sweet, sweet victory, yeah. Because I haven't drawn on stream in like a hot minute. It has been a time and a half since I last like sat down and worked on something on stream. There's probably a good chunk of people who didn't even know I could draw. Or that I made like my model and all my assets. But they know you're a big ol' cutie. For real, the best world map song. Not gonna lie, kinda surprised to find out you got a real knack for it. Thank you. I've spent my whole life honing these skills. And yet I waste them by drawing usually very cursed shit in my free time. Like here, one second. Let me pull up some cursed shit I was working on not too long ago. I was gonna try and finish it in secret and post it somewhere as a joke, but I don't think I'm ever gonna get around to finishing it anytime soon with how much work I have. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh yeah. There it is. My life is just cursed images. I'm just learning about you drawing. This is wild. Honing these skills to give herself big breasts. I spelled commission wrong, by the way. Ah, fuck. Telling Kiwi she misspelled something is a fruitless effort, unfortunately. That's true. That is very true. That is very true. Commission is how it is spelled? Wait, so isn't that how I spelled it? I swear that's how I did spell it. Pull it back up. One sec. Let me pull that back up. I gotta one sec. I gotta open up what's it called? Streamlabs. There we go. Okay. There, should come back up now? Yeah, there we go. Isn't that correct?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't
Yeah, that's
get into
right.
it because they would never understand.
So then it's not wrong then. Right? Everything should be right. I'm confused. Like, usually I am wrong, but now I'm being told the way I spelt it is right. Kiwi, on the one that says finishing... Oh! I see it, I see it, I see it. You mean, okay. I'm an idiot. It's the text on screen that's wrong. There we go. I don't know how I did that. How'd I screw that one up? There we go. Okay. It's good. Now everything should be correct. Hopefully. I hope. Being smooth brain is a full-time job, okay? I'm sorry. If there's anything else that I've missed or messed up on, please let me know. It should be good now, though, I think. It's okay, my sweet little bean. I didn't even notice that one. One sec, did I fuck it up on the tweet? I hope I didn't fuck it up on the tweet, oh lord. No, the tweet's correct too. Okay, thank god. I was hoping that I didn't bungle the announcement tweet too. I was like, oh god, oh no. Oh Jesus. Oops, she automatically was saying that she's my sweet little bean. Don't make me blush. Oh, yeah, oh. Listen, okay? You guys really gotta stop with the compliments because I'm not allowed to deny them. I have been informed that I should stop it. And you guys make it so hard and not continue to deny things. Two out of three. Kind of proud she managed that. Honestly though, true. The fact that I was able to get 2 out of 3 out of the, like, the amount of times I had the opportunity to fuck up spelling, I only messed up one of them. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's a new record. That's a new record. Me learning how to read and spell and speak my native language? It's a lot harder than you think. Oh! It could be. Damn. Damn. I was just given permission to be someone's sweet little bean. Fuck. Ba-dun, 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 ba-dun. Ba-dun, down, down. Ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Man, I'm not a big fan of Persona 5 specifically, but goddamn is it music is good. It music is good. If it got anything going for it, it's definitely the music. I'm also just a big fan of like cafe jazz. So, they were like playing specifically into an interest I already had, which, you know, I can't just say I don't like it. You know what I mean? They did it good. Except for the English. Shapeshifter is a little bit of a funky word. I know they don't mean to say it like that because English is hard, but shapeshifter gets me sometimes. I'm like, haha. Shapeshifter. The poor vocalist tried, okay? She doesn't speak this language. Her accent's really thick. It's okay. She did her best. I don't even speak my fucking language correctly. I have no room to judge anybody. Nobody should judge anybody. Goa is annoying when he returns at wrong moment. Damn. Rip. Okay, yeah, that has both of the eye and the iris layers on it. I'm gonna have to be careful with where I put the shading. Pow pow pow. Listen, I don't know why I do that. It's become like a weird habit to like purposely sing shit in like a really strange high-pitched key instead of like at least attempting to try and sing it right. That moment when you choose dance and go come back mug like, I'm killing a kid today. It's time to murder this child. Hee. This little goblin child. Fuck him up. I like how his like blue mage abilities can be like hella useful, but like only in certain instances. and you have to do a lot of grinding to get him to get good abilities. Like, you have to go out of your way to learn specific skills for him. So you have to go to certain areas, grind until you see certain mobs, try to copy their skills. I don't even remember if you can keep the skills after the fight either. Is it so that you're able to keep the skills outside of the fight in 6? I can't remember anymore. It's been too long. I've been debating picking up the Pixel remaster. Because I'd like to replay that game at some point again. I have the DS version of 4 and 4 the After Years, and it's been a while since I had went and played those two. I have them on Steam. Maybe when I'm low on longer games to play, because right now I've got a lot that I need to finish. Like, we've got Persona 3, we've got Elden Ring, we've got what else? There's a couple of other things that, like, I have not fully beaten yet that I should probably sit there and beat, but whenever I'm low on longer games, I might pick up one of the older Final Fantasies again. Give it another go after some long years of not playing them. Forgot the name of the old man that's a blue mage. Shoot. Go-Go. Right? You're thinking Go-Go? I believe. I think that's his name. Yeah, it's Go-Go, isn't it? Because Go-Go's in Final Fantasy XIV as well. If you do the Blue Mage quests and you do the carnival bullshit, eventually you bump into Go-Go, and I'm pretty sure Go-Go is the Final Fantasy VI, like, official Blue Mage character, right? Why are we blowing up? What's happening? Who's trying to creeper explode? And why? Go-Go's the mimic guy? Yeah, but isn't that essentially the same thing? That's Blue Mage. Blue Mages, they copy abilities. I'm pretty sure he's considered a Blue Mage according to the game. Don't make me go to Google. Don't make me have to look this up myself. I can't wait for Google to tell me I'm an idiot and I'm wrong. Stupid. It's not Go-Go you're thinking of, it's Jim Bob. Oh, right, Jim Bob. You can copy the last move before him. Yeah, but that's what Blue Mages do. Blue Mages, they literally copy like abilities. That's what they do. 1 second. I'm googling this. Go FF6. Do 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 do. It does say here his class is classified as Mimic, but I'm pretty sure the idea behind Mimic is that it's literally the same thing as Blue Mage, isn't it? They're meant to copy skills from people and monsters and use them themselves. That's like the whole point. 1 sec. Blue Mage. Where's the fucking... the thingy. Bow, bow. Also known as a memorist. Excuse me? Like memory, but like, what? A memorist, okay. What the fuck kind of word is memorist? Mimes rely on copying the abilities of other party members using their trademark mimic ability. Depending on the game, they are one of the best or are the most complex to use. Isn't that like this exact same thing as Blue Mage though? I swear to God that is. Because like the entire point is they copy abilities, ain't it? Now I gotta look up the definition of Blue Mage, god damn it. Blue Mage. No, I don't want specifically the Final Fantasy XIV fucking lore, I want Final Fantasy in general. Blue mages generally tend to wear blue outfits. Yeah. I want a description of the class, not what they look like. Blue mages benefit greatly from the ability to control monsters, allowing the players to manipulate monsters to use their skills. As a blue mage, in some games, blue mage is a limit break command usable by particular characters. Uh-huh. This is essentially the same thing. Why? What? They're like, yeah, you copy abilities and use them. You manipulate enemies into fucking giving you their skills or moves, and then you use said moves. That's the same thing as a mimic. Just mimics just copy your party's abilities, I guess is the difference. Also, his name was Strago, apparently. Strago Magus is the guy you're thinking of, I believe. He's considered the blue mage of 6. So then what's Gao or Go or whatever his name is, what is he considered then? Hold on. Wasn't he considered like literally like a wild kid or some shit? What's his class? Job class feral youth. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. He's literally just like a kid. Some wild kid. Okay. Yes, blue mages get to keep skills while mimics do not. Okay, so that's the difference then. Got it. Understood. Main difference is that like they get to keep instead of not keep. And blue mages specifically learn monster moves, whereas mimics copy party members' moves. Okay, that's the main difference. Got it. I think it's so funny how like Gao's fucking class is just, I'm a kid who happens to be feral. Like, how is that a job class? That's not even a job class. He's just literally, what's the meme of like, dude raised by wolves? You find him out in the fucking middle of nowhere in some field and he's like, hey, your ankles look pretty tasty. Let me chomp on them real quick. And you're like, no? And he's like, okay, feed me and I'll join your party. If you won't hurt me and I get food, I'm in. The Blue Mage in 6 is that grandpa of the painting girl. Right, yes. I forgot that that's who that was, like, related to. The painting boss is a very cool concept. I remember when they added that boss to 14, I was like, oh my god! Honestly, all the the Final Fantasy VI reference bosses when they added the Sigmascape raids were like, my whole fucking everything was complete. I was like, yes! Yes, this is so good! The Kefka fight, the painting fight, the fucking ghost train fight. I was like, yes! Yes! Everything I could ever want. It's all here. I'm still very sad you can't suplex the train, though. It's the one thing that raid fight is missing. You can't just, like, summon Sibon to fucking come suplex the train. You can't have a monk on the team do a suplex. Sag. Job class, feral child. That's literally what it says. If you go to Gao's, like, fucking Final Fantasy wiki page, it just says job class, feral child. I was like, I love that for him. He doesn't even have, like, a real job class. He's just a child who happens to be wild. Untamed child. Wild and feral. Google says it's actually Momo Gogo's twin brother. Wait, what? I missed that message earlier. It's very quirky of you, Kiwi. Damn. Did you know you can kill the train with a phoenix down? What the fuck? No, I didn't actually. I just know that the train is specifically weak to the suplex move. So if you don't have, like, Sibon in your party, you're gonna have a bit of a problem for the most part. I do know there's a lot of fights that do that type of thing, though, where, like, undead creatures will very often be killed by, like, healing spells or, like, potions and stuff. Like, if you use elixirs on, like, zombies, or whatever they're called in... was it 8? I think there's literally a boss you can just skip by using an elixir on it in 8. And I was like, damn, you fucked. I do like the idea, though, where they're just like, yeah, by the way, because it's, like, not really living, but it's alive, if you use a healing thing on it, it, like, reverses its unalive aliveness, and you're like, what? Huh? Okay. I can dig it. I also just realized I did not shade the ponytail down here. Whoopsie. Wait, what? Oh, I have it locked.
Where have you been?
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. They're playing this song again? Didn't we just listen to this like 10 minutes ago? Do 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 do. Like, I swear we just listened to this. Any undead can be killed by life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like how there's a lot of mobs that can just be, like, deleted via healing. Any kind of healing spell or item just, like, deletes the undead. It's nifty. Remember when I first learned that, I was like, you what? It, like, blew my little baby mind. I was like, whoa. My little smooth baby brain, like, exploded that day. Could not believe it. You're telling me something that's supposed to help actually kills? Whoa! I didn't know you could do that.
Heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter.
Okay.
Down to my core. Please don't take off my mask.
Doing very, very simple hair shading can be relaxing sometimes. If I'm not sitting there having to render hair for like 12 billion hours, it can be nice. Just filling in the like simple shapes instead of having to take into account like so many different forms of shading and lighting in hair. Lovely. Fantastic. Highly recommend.
I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will it always be burning out the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at Paul's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, afraid for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Sometimes I wish I could hit deeper notes. My voice is too, like... I'm versatile in the high-pitched sound effect, like, range. Lower, though? No. Not at all, sorry. Like, you've heard me attempt to do deeper voices. It ain't that good. I can do, like, the gruff part, but the actual tone itself? Nope. It's unfortunate. Because, like, all things considered, I'd say my default tone isn't, like, deep, but, like, it's lower than, like, what people would consider, like, feminine. But then, like, I can hit those higher, like, feminine notes by trying. But then if I try to hit deeper notes, it's like, nope, your range only goes one way, dum-dum. Like, okay. Oh, okay. Alright. I guess. What is range anyway? I can just do your anime. Oh well. And that's it. There is no other way. Down, 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 down. Kiwi can sing. I didn't say that. I said that I can't hit low notes. But I can hit high notes. I often hear people say, like, when I go to, like, sing Vocaloid music, I have to sing it in, like, a pitch down because it's too high. When I'm sitting here like, wait, y'all pitch down the music? Like, you have to sing in a lower pitch? Oh. I can't hit every note Miku can hit, because that fancy software hits some pretty, like, out there high notes, but I can hit some pretty high notes. I ain't no Mariah Carey, but I've been told I can hit some pretty good pitches, if that's the correct terminology. I don't know. I don't know jack shit about music, I'm sorry.
I never felt like
Da 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 da.
I
Never felt like da 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 da.
but they're still with me. Da-da-da-dum-dum.
I like how they took a lot of the P3 music and, like, kind of jazzed it up for the PQ2. Because, like, a lot of Five's general themes are, like, jazzy. So to make it all kind of fit, they had to jazzify a lot of the music, including songs from other games that didn't have the theme of jazz.
You gotta down now, da-da-da-dum-dum.
Gonna add some, whoopsie, shading in the creases of the mouth. Oh, I need to stretch out my drawing arm. I haven't done that in like an hour. Whoopsie. I also need to get a little closer to my drawing monitor. I've been sitting further back than usual and I can feel the strain on my muscle. Move the mic a little so that I don't speak like directly into the pop filter. There we go. That's much better. It's been so long that I've like drawn on stream that I forgot that my usual mic setup makes it so that I have to sit further back from the monitor, and when I do that it makes like the very like used to certain positions drawing muscles ache a bit. I fixed it though, we're good. Kiwi slowly making herself into the optimal shrimp. No, I didn't mean literally lean forward. I meant like scoot my chair forward so that my arm isn't so like outstretched. I don't know how to describe it, but like the back part of like the bicep muscle, if that's the right one, the one in like the main part of your arm, not the forearm, the other part. The one closer to your shoulder, the back part of that muscle, that like was aching a bit because I was too far back and my arm was too outstretched to reach the monitor correctly. And then I was like, wait, why don't I just scoot forward a bit? I can just move the mic a little, it's not a big deal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Remember when Kiwi used to capture creatures and draw them? You know what? I've been thinking about starting another draw lock or something. I'm not sure though. I'm not fully certain on it yet because we still have to finish Crystal. We started Crystal and then I haven't gone back to it after like what, 2 streams of it. And then I was talking with Astral a little bit before they had to go on their break to find some work to get better Wi-Fi, and they want to do like a wedlock or soul link or whatever it's called, where like 2 people run a Nuzlocke together and you have to like link the lives of your party to the other person's party, so if they lose a mon, you lose the mon associated with it. But like since they're currently busy with like being unable to stream, that had to be put on hold, right? And I don't want to jump into a game they wanted to play for that and then have to play that game again if they do decide they want to do it, type of thing. So it's been like a wishy-wash in the back of my head. I do want to get back into playing Pocket Monsters, but like I need to decide on which game and whether or not like I need to contact people for collabs, such and whatevers, you know, that kind of stuffs. Like I guess I could do a Gen 3 game since we haven't done any Gen 3 stuff yet. I'm just not a big fan of Gen 3. Your tricep, or do you mean like upper bicep? I'm not sure. I know the bicep is like the front part of your arm. I mean like the back part of it. Kiwi catching Pokemon out of wedlock. Wow, chill. But yeah, the plan was to have it be like we would draw the Pokemon together with like the theming of it, them being married type of thing. So like our starters would be like married together, and if one dies, the other dies type of thing. So it would be like a Soul Link Nuzlocke, but they'd also be like drawn, so it's a draw lock. But they'd be drawn specifically in the theming of them being married. You know? That type of dealio. It was like a lot of concepts kind of muddled together into like one silly idea. which sounded like a lot of fun, and I was like, hell yeah, buddy. And then they were like, well, ripperino, now I have to make sure I've got Wi-Fi good enough to actually stream, so I'm gonna have to go on like a hiatus until I can afford better internet. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Good luck with getting the money to get better internet. I hope that goes well. Astral's been working his butt off, trying to get cash for better internet so they can get back to streaming. And the last I heard from them, they were attempting to apply to like some jobs and such. So I hope that went well. I hope they got some work. At the very least, something that's like consistent enough for them to afford internet. Even if it takes a little bit of saving first. Because I'm certain they've got other things they've got to worry about too that's not just internet. Like, I'm certain they've got bills to pay, they've got, you know, food to get. I was gonna say order as if everybody orders their groceries. A lot of people actually have things like cars. Kiwi, people don't just order their groceries online like you, silly. Some people actually have the ability to live their life normally. Unlike you. Triceps then, yeah. Respect, gotta put yourself out there for the good Wi-Fi. Exactly. It does suck that they're currently unable to stream because of it, but whenever they get the cash from whatever job they may or may not get, and they can get back to streaming, then they're all good. But yeah, back on like Pokemon talk real quick. I've done a Gen 5 game. We did Black and White. I guess we could do Black and White too, but I mean, they're not that different. It's the same region. Generally speaking, it's a lot of the same, like, story beats aside from the altered parts with the new characters and such. It's not different enough, especially if we're doing randomizer again, where it would really matter, because aside from the slightly different story, it'd just be like running through Gen 5 again. I wouldn't really have the ability to stream a Gen 6 game because I don't have like a 3DS with a capture card, nor do I have the cough other legitimate ways to capture 3DS like games. And I feel like, let me think for a sec. I don't really want to do anything on like the Switch, because then I wouldn't be able to randomize it. Especially because like Scarlet Violet, you can't even really, like, the Pokemon spawn in front of you, like you can see them. It wouldn't be a very good, like, ooh, what are we gonna get? Because you get to like see the stuff, right? Most Nuzlockes that I've seen for like Scarlet Violet are mostly just like, hey, so you can only catch one thing when they all spawn in. When you first enter a route, you gotta just bump into the first thing you see and that's all you get. Like, okay. You still kind of get the choice, but okay. And then, like I said, there's no like randomosity, so you couldn't just like jump in and go, oh my god, I bumped into Giratina on Route 1! You can't get anything like super fun per se. It's all gonna be stuff that, you know, would be very plain for that generation. You can tweak the rules for it. I mean, even still though, right? Like, if we're gonna be doing something like a Nuzlocke or a Drawlock or a whatever, I would rather it at the very least be a randomizer. That way we can actually get some interesting stuff. because otherwise you're kind of just stuck with like whatever is always going to be there. It's just going to be a very plain Jane team, which isn't necessarily a problem, but I like the like excitement and or like pressure you get from finding something really good in a spot you weren't expecting and then needing to catch it without either killing it or getting killed. Same thing with like gym battles and like the champion battle. Like literally nothing was as funny as making up the idea that like because the gym leaders got their like title randomized to preschoolers, I was beating up kids for their stickers and then having Cynthia be a fucking cop. Like instead of it being like, you know, Champion Cynthia, it was like Cop Romero or something. The police were after my ass for beating up all those preschoolers for their stickers. Like, I feel like that's so much more interesting, you know what I mean? Whereas if we're just kind of like pretending things are that goofy and random and weird, then it's not as funny. Like, that whole situation would not have been nearly as iconic without the game making it up on the spot. You know? Like if instead I was just like, hey, what if the champion was a police officer who's after me for my hate crimes against these children? It would not have been as funny. It would have been like, hey, that's a weird thought. Cool, I guess. But because the game decided within the randomizer, yeah, these people are preschoolers, and the champion is now a cop. That makes it way more interesting, in my opinion. Baby mode. I can go baby mode. Ba-ba-ba. Now that I'm baby, I have to draw like I can't draw no more. I have to lower my skills to baby. Do 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 do. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. I am a little sad that our what's it called? Well, who's playing the rip music? What's rip? What's rip? What happened? But yeah, I am a little bit sad that our Gen 5 run didn't have any like really strangely coincidental moments like we did in our Platinum run, because like I forget what the gym leaders were called, but it wasn't anything interesting. The champion wasn't really anything interesting. Wait a minute, I just realized I didn't put their, like, lippy color on this mouth. They don't got their, like, pink lip. Whoopsie. I guess I missed that when I was coloring this one in. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I also forgot... Wait, what? How did I not add in the, like, the pink parts of the eyelids either? Strange. This one somehow got, like, forgotten about. I'm surprised me and the commissioner did not notice this, because they already confirmed the black colors that everything was fine. I guess we both just overlooked this one specific emote. Whoopsie. It's okay, I'm adding it in now. They'll never know. Unless they watch the VOD. I'm sorry, Yin. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's here now. There we go. We're good, we're good. Perfect. Okay, so for this glow stick one, I do want to add like a glow effect. The only problem with that is that because I put these glow sticks so close to the edges of the walls, that like if I were to put like a glow border on this, it would like, there would be obvious cutoff where the edges are, right? and I feel like that wouldn't look as good, which is very unfortunate because I feel like the glow sticks always have to have like a nice glow effect to them. But like, it'd get all cut off in the final and it would look strange, and then I'd feel bad because it would look cut off. And that's no fun. Down, down, down. Bow, 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 bow. But yeah, anyway, I have been thinking about more Pokemon. I just need to figure out what, when, and maybe with who, if we're gonna do anything with, like, co-op wise. I've been planning on maybe asking some people soon if they're willing to jump in, like maybe once every week or so, or once every other week or so for a co-op stream until we've beaten or lost whatever game it is. Because I got a lot of friends who either A, enjoy Pokemon, or B, enjoy drawing, who probably don't play very much Pokemon, which would make it even more interesting in my opinion, because they would have to, 1, learn how to play Pokemon, and then 2, like, not kill everything we get. And I'm already bad enough for that. Like, I'm already bad enough at not killing everything I have. So, it'd be a trip to get somebody who's, like, not super into Pokemon or anything, just somebody who likes to draw, you know? Because that way the art would be really good. We might have to restart the run, like, a couple of times before we get a good one going. One that's past, like, the first couple of routes, you know? Down, 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 down. What the heck? There we go. I was gonna say, I hit the hotkey to open up my hue saturation window and it didn't pop open. Same thing with Minecraft, speaking of which. I've been wanting to play Minecraft again. I just haven't had the time to, like, figure out a good time to put it into the schedule. I've been really trying to plow through a lot of the other stuff that I started that's, like, long form and story based so that we can get those games done and out of the way. But I do want to, like, try and fit in a Minecraft stream somewhere if I can. And I was recently invited to Maya's realm, so I might be able to squeeze in one where I, like, work a little bit on my house in that realm, but who knows? We'll have to see how things go schedule-wise. I've been relatively busy with work, and, like, life-related BS and more work, and then games we've already started that I'd like to just try and finish whenever possible. Like, I'm obviously not trying to, like, legitimately rush through the stories, but, like, at the same time, I don't want to, like, start something again while I already have something started. So I'd rather play those until they're done instead of try to continuously start new games every couple of weeks, if I can avoid it. Now, if something new comes out and I want to play that, like when the Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life remake comes out, you know damn well that's gonna be played on the stream. But, like, that's another, like, story-based game that I could probably get through in a few streams or so, depending on the situation. Imagine, if you will, Moemone Nuzlocke. So every time you... Oh, Moemon. You lose a mon, you losing a cute girl. I say that, but I haven't been up to date with the Moemon in ages. I don't know how it works no more. Honestly, me either. I played Moemon like way back, and the only thing I really know about it anymore is that like it exists and that it's probably been updated since I last played it, and I think they had up to like most of the way through Gen 3 mons like complete at the time. Like they had 1 and 2, a good chunk of them done, and then like they had a good chunk of 3 done, and that's it. I don't even think Gen 4 was in the game yet. They had not like done anything past a certain point, so at this point, if they were still working on it and if they didn't get like a Nintendo cease and desist, they probably would have had like at least up to Gen 5 done by now, I would hope. Maybe even Gen 6 in pixel format, who knows? It's understandable, it's hard to pick up a game like P3 or ER after a time like MC. Exactly, right? Games that are like hella story-based, more specifically games that I've not played before, like Elden Ring, that also require skill. I would probably lose like any at all skill that I have or had. Whereas things like Persona, like I might get lost in the plot sauce, but like I wouldn't lose my ability to comprehend the game mechanically because I've played it so many times, right? Like this is not my first time playing through Persona 3 or Persona 3 Portable. So I might lose the plot a little bit and it might take me a while to re-remember where the hell we are, but it wouldn't be like the end of the world. I would figure it out eventually. But Elden Ring, one, I'd probably forget literally like everything about the game. And then I'd also lose any at all skill I may or may not have had. Last time they updated it, their Twitter was in March, so probably still up and running. Wow, really? Like March of 2023? Well, shit. Oh, wait, you know what? Now there is an idea. Hold on a second. That fusion game that's popular right now. By right now, I mean relatively speaking, because it's been out for a hot minute now, but what if we did like a fusion draw lock? I wouldn't really be able to randomize it, but there's not really a reason to, because the game already has like weird combo mixtures in there, right? And I know they still update that game pretty frequently too, so there'd be like new stuff to draw every once in a while. We could fuse really fucking weird shit together and draw that as a person or something, or just draw them like in general, I guess. Infinite fusions, good. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You get it, you get it. Also, thank you for the head paps. I'm gonna take a sippy real quick. But yeah, because that one I wouldn't necessarily like have to worry about playing a game that I've already like previously partially agreed to play with somebody else. I wouldn't have to worry too much about it being, you know, needing to be randomized because it's already got the element of random in there, right? It's partially by choice, but also you can find the like pre-fused Pokemon in the wild. I haven't played the game yet myself personally, so it would be a new experience for me. Not that that really matters, but it does change things a little bit. They got Black 2, White 2, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Plat modded. Damn, really? Shit, I should look into Moemon again maybe too, because we could draw the Moemons. Do like a small draw lock series of Moemon. Interesting. Now that's another one that probably can't be randomized per se, but at the very least they'd be cute, you know. Ah yes. Wiping all out. the battle theme we never get to hear because it's the femme protag's battle theme. The song is so good. I'm so sad they didn't make it so that you could hear it on the male side. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Like, this is the battle theme if you picked, like, female protagonist at the beginning of the game. Compared to the baby, 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 baby. And this is the song that plays instead. It's like, damn, bro, this is so much better. I'm sorry, Baby Baby is good, but this actually is like a jammer. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, it also gives me an excuse to use my my Pokemon PNG again before we inevitably get my fully live 2D model in. Because I don't know how often we'll be able to use the PNGs after I get my live 2D back from the rigger. It'll probably be very infrequently. So I do need to figure out something Pokemon-wise before then, hopefully. If I can. Maybe. Shrug. And that, like, bwomp sound effect, I don't know what made them think, yeah, put that bwomp sound effect in there. Like, just sample the bwomp and put that in the song, but it's so good. It's good shit. Not gonna lie, kind of tempted to get that Plat and B2 downloaded. Honestly, though, like, I'm glad they went with the updated versions of those games rather than the originals. My biggest gripe with the Gen 4 remake, even though it is exactly what I asked for, it's not exactly what I asked for. Like, I was literally, like, sitting here on a hope and a prayer for so long. Like, when are they gonna release the Gen 4 remake? I know it's coming. I know it's gonna come out soon, but when? And then when they finally announced it, I was like, yes! Yes, it's here! My Gen 4 game! Yes! And then it actually released, and I was like, wait, you guys took an authentic remake of Diamond and Pearl literally. I didn't want Diamond and Pearl literally. I wanted, like, Platinum more specifically, right? Like, the idea was that you guys took Platinum and split it up into 2 games and made it so that, you know, the differences are there from Platinum, like the updated puzzles and the story beats and the pacing, but it was just the same story as Diamond and Pearl. Like, why did you go, yeah, fuck Platinum, you know, the game that had literally everything better about it, and just make it the authentic Diamond and Pearl experience, issues and all. Like, oh no, please. Which is the exact same thing that Atlas is about to make the same mistake doing with Persona 3, where it's like, yeah, we want to make an authentic Persona 3 experience by not giving you any of the extra story or content from Portable or fucking, like, FES The Answer. And it's like, bestie, why are you making this mistake? People are asking for remakes, but they're not asking for fucking, like, authentic remakes of the bad version of this game. They're asking for authentic remakes in terms of keeping the story beats the same and, like, you know, making sure characters are, like, accurately portrayed or updated depending on how you want to go about this situation without, like, without the issues of the original game. Like, you fixed them in in later revisions for a reason. Don't go back. Don't revert those fixes. The fixes are there because they need to be. I cannot tell you how disappointed I was. Dude, I was so fucking hyped. I didn't even care about the whole, like, oh my god, it's this disgusting chibi art style because it needs to look like the original game, and I wanted it to look like not Sun and Moon, what was the game? Sword and Shield. I wanted it to look like Sword and Shield, and I'm like, did you really though? Because everybody hated the way Sword and Shield looked. Aside from the fact that the main characters are like properly proportioned, the game looks and runs like ass. I would much rather it look chibi and like the original game in that aspect and run a lot fucking better than have it look like Sword and Shield and run at like 2 fucking frames a second when you're walking through bigger areas. Okay, thank you very much. And then the game released and I was like, listen, I was behind you guys the whole time until now. I was defending you guys until now. I'm so sorry that this game is not passable anymore. But there's nothing I can do. Creatures Inc. is sitting on treasure trove of money if they could just leave the Switch and actually take the time to make a game. It's not even the issue of the Switch, right? Because if you've seen Xenoblade Chronicles, like anything Monolith Soft fucking makes looks goddamn gorgeous on the Switch. The Switch is capable of so much if you know how to, like, do it, if that makes any sense. And Monolith Soft specifically knows how to do that. In fact, they've basically been hired to, like, fix and make so much shit for other, like, first-party fucking Nintendo companies so that, like, the game fucking runs. It's ridiculous. Like, did you know that they helped with fucking Animal Crossing? Did you know that they helped with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Did you know that they helped with, I'm pretty sure, Splatoon? Like, they hired these fucking motherfuckers to fix, like, all of these huge first-party fucking Nintendo Switch titles to make them run correctly. And even then, they still kind of run janky because it wasn't a game made by them specifically. Xenoblade Chronicles looks so fucking good and runs really fucking well, even though the quality of, like, the textures and models are really fucking good. I don't know how the fuck they work their magic, but they do. And, like, Nintendo has basically just been like, hey, sweetie, we fucky-wuckied again. Can you fix our game? And they're like, we'll make it passable. And they're like, okay. Like, Monolith Soft is just like, the, like, hey, big bro, can you beat this level for me? For Nintendo's doesn't know how to make a fucking video game anymore on their own fucking console situation. I know, I just don't want to buy a Switch. Honestly though, I feel that. That's valid. I'll allow it. I'm gonna see if coloring maybe like the inside of these lines just a little teensy bit helps, because these look a little too dark to me, and I don't want to add any like serious coloring to it, because I still want it to have the black edges, but I need to like fix it just a teensy bit. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is Monolith Soft are like the only people who can actually fucking develop a game for the Switch. And Nintendo just keeps running back to Papa Monolith like, hey, can you fix our games? And with a company like fucking, like, Game Freak and Creatures or whatever you want to call them, like, with how much fucking money they rack in from the, like, Pokemon as a fucking franchise, you'd think they would be smart enough to not just shit stuff out even though they know it isn't good enough to shit out. Also, thank you for the fart reverb. You'd think they'd be smart enough and know well enough to like not throw their own series under the bus like that. But because investors demand more money even though they literally make all the money, and because people are going to continue to buy the games anyway, I'm also a contributor to that, unfortunately, but it's only because, like, you know, with the streaming thing, it makes sense. But like otherwise I would have tried to have either waited or like got the game like secondhand or something. Nah, I like it that color, it's fine. They're just gonna keep doing it because it makes them money still. So as long as it continues to make them money, they're just gonna keep doing it. And it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. I already got an expensive PC and a Series S. I don't need another console to add on to that list. I feel that. I feel that. As somebody who does not have a lot of like spare cash basically ever for other things that isn't like necessity stuff, needing to buy consoles for things just because like it's only on that console or what have you is no buenas. It is no buenas. Especially when these things cost upwards of like hundreds of dollars. I don't understand how they can't make a good game. Goddamn people, don't boycott like they used to. You'd probably get a hella good game if you made the complaints, the company sweat a little bit. I know, right? Like, things that I have the ability to properly boycott, I absolutely do. I didn't buy Sword and Shield until like way later, and it was like on a secondhand market because I was like, I fucking refuse to buy this game. I'm sorry. This was before I streamed like regularly or had a capture card for that matter. So I had like the ability to go out of my way to avoid it, knowing that it was gonna be hot dookie dog ass. And even when I did get around to actually playing it, I was like, wow, I didn't even really enjoy my time with this game either. It was so bad that like I didn't even enjoy my time with the game. I dropped Sword and Shield so quick. I ended up finishing it, but like, it took me a while. It took me a while. The only thing I actually liked about Sword and Shield was like a couple of the Pokemon designs, and by a couple I mean like literally only a couple. And like, what's his name? Kabu? The like old man soccer gym leader dude? That's it. That's it. I didn't like the post-game story with the Sword and Shield like haired dudes about the dogs or whatever. I didn't like the legendary. I didn't like the main villain. I liked the concept of the main villain. Didn't like him as a character whatsoever. Like, I don't think he was written very well. If anything, his receptionist lady would have made a better fucking real villain. Like, she should have been the one that was secretly manipulating whatever his name was, to be doing bad stuff, instead of her just being so devout to him that she goes like psycho. That would have been a way better character arc for all of these characters if they had her just like manipulating the plot behind the scenes. Hello, hello out there. How are you? I liked the Nightbird and the hot ladies. You could get me to play that game, or you couldn't get me to play that game. Yeah, literally, other than like a couple of Pokemon and like one dude's design, there's no reason for me to pick up Sword and Shield ever again for any reason. It is just not worth my time. It runs like dookie. The raid system is like garbo. I never bothered buying the DLC because I didn't think it was worth giving them more money for this fucking game that I already barely did to begin with. Like, awful. Garbo. The like updated Galar legendaries were like meh. I didn't really care for them. I liked how they finally made one of the legendary birds like a chocobo or whatever, because it's been about time they updated one of them to be like a Roadrunner styled bird instead of, or like an ostrich styled bird rather than what's it called? Just like a regular ass bird. But like, other than like minor things like that, there's literally no fucking reason to play that game. Very unfortunate. Story bad. You know, general region fine. Ran like shit though, which makes it lose some points. Like, if you can't even make the region run well on the system it's for, come on now, like, maybe tone it down a little bit if you can't get it to work the way you wanted. Give it loading zones or something, at the very least. Nobody's gonna complain if it's got loading zones if the game runs fine, okay? I am barely awake. I'm sorry to hear that. If you need sleep, please get some sleep. It's a-okay if you need sleep. For real, Secretary Lady was hot in the dam. I shouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, however. Listen, okay, a lot of people think Psycho is hot, and that's fine. I can't necessarily disagree. There's characters that I like that are very clearly not okay in the head, and that's part of the reason why I like them. It's understandable. Completely understandable. Pokemon Sword was my first game, finished it, and it has a special place in my heart. That's totally fine. That is totally fine. I'm sorry if I'm shitting on your first game. I get it. I do. I have a lot of games that are like that too. Believe me. Like, one of my first Final Fantasy games I ever played was actually 10-2, which is considered like the worst game in the series by most people for a majority of like really silly reasons in my opinion, but like understandable enough where I'm like, you know what, whatever, like fine. You're entitled to your opinion even if I think it's a little silly and wrong, but okay. But at the same time, as somebody who's been in like the community, I guess, not really as like a figurehead or anything. I don't have any like clout in the community, but like as somebody who's been playing the series since Generation 1, you can tell when things are starting to go to shit. You can tell when things are no longer holding up in like the same sort of standard anymore. You can tell when things are no longer actually improving for the better and are just existing. Don't get me wrong, Gen 1 definitely has its problems. It's not even my favorite generation. But, since then, they've done nothing but improve until about, I would say, probably around Sun and Moonish, I noticed, like, a decline in generalized quality. They did some things in Sun and Moon that were interesting. Like, they put an effort to change up the formula a bit and try to add, like, new and interesting aspects. And a lot of people didn't like them, which is fine. They did change up, like, the main core concept a little too much to make it, like, no longer about gyms, per se, or about, like, the Elite Four and becoming the very best, per se. They made it a little more, like, about just having a good adventure, which isn't necessarily a problem, but a lot of people had big boy problems with that. Totally fine. And then with Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, they tried to add back more of the, like, main core elements as well as a post-game story, which was also fine. A lot of people really didn't like the base Sun and Moon because it was lacking a lot of stuff. And a lot of people did like the Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon because they added some of it back. But then there's also people who hate Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon because they think it destroyed what Sun and Moon was trying to do in the first place. So it's like, you can't please everyone, right? And then since then, they've just continuously tried to add or change things to a point where it no longer really fits or works. And the quality of the games overall have just been declining. The stories have been less and less, like, interesting or relevant, really. They keep trying to add, like, these big grandiose moments that don't really fit. And I think they took a really good step in the right direction with Scarlet and Violet's big, like, overarching story, as well as their big dramatic moments. I thought the whole ending portion of that game was so fucking good. It made me, like, emotional in a way that I didn't expect. It made me actually care about the side characters. It made me actually, like, invested in the game's overall plot. It had a really good, like, you know, feel for most of the game. I do think them making it so that you can complete the game in whatever which, like, way you want was a little bit strange. I understand the idea is so that everyone has like a unique experience with the story and they get to pick and choose like where they go and what they do, etc. But at the same time, I feel like if they had just unified the story in a way, made it a little bit more streamlined and like, I don't know, focused more on the actual story part instead of the exploration part, made it run a little better by not having the areas be so big and open and full of nothing, it would have been like the perfect fucking Pokemon game in years. It would have been so good. Near perfection. It wouldn't have looked like Minecraft graphics. You know? I respect your opinion. Got Rivals of Aether on PC and it's amazing. Okay, nice. I need them to stop adding in gimmicks only to take them away in the next game. That too. Like, I understand why they started adding certain gimmicks in, because like they were running out of newer things that they could add in terms of just Pokemon themselves, right? They need to like splice in other things so that they don't have to like constantly come up with 100% new ideas for Pokemon every single time. And that's totally valid and fine. We're getting to a point where we have so many goddamn Pokemon that it's like ridiculous. But why take out that gimmick in the next game? Why only have it be like that one area that you can do this thing in? Unless it's like lore relevant, like for Scarlet Violet, they made it lore relevant that like specific crystals that grow in Paldea are the reason why terastallization is possible, and they have to be by the crystals or like enhanced by the crystals to then do the thing. But things like Megastones, right? Like Megastones can probably be manufactured just about anywhere. They're partially a natural like element in the ground, but they're not specific to that region. And I'm certain like science could then like manufacture fake ones that do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like they could make lore that makes it make sense. But they refuse to because they don't want to make more mega designs and have to balance the megas and have them work. And so instead they kind of tried to evolve on that idea where instead of megas they now like Gigantamax, and then Gigantamax was thrown out the window because they didn't want to make more original designs for that too. And they were like, fuck it, well instead of them getting bigger with bigger stats for a few turns, have it so that they can change their element and it can change their stab moves or give them like, you know, special elemental moves, etc. if you have the Terra Blast. And like, that gives you an upper hand based on element instead of based on stats directly. And it's like, okay, but then the next generation's not gonna have that, so it's like, what, why? You keep trying to throw spins and twists into the gameplay that just amount to nothing in the end. Make it make sense, please. Remember when the game didn't need all these special gimmicks and you just had mons? And they either had new evolutions or they didn't. That's about it, really. Items already add like an element of change to the, what's it called, the general gameplay. Like if you need healing but don't have a mon that has healing, you can equip things like leftovers, or like, you know, like if you need speed boost, there's items that'll do that shit for you. You don't necessarily need like a special evolve like for 4 turns and 32 seconds fucking ability that then changes your Pokemon's type and its size and its stats just to get a speed boost for fucking like a turn and a half. Like, okay guys, chill a little bit. You're trying a little too hard to make things way too complicated. I'm breaking Monday! Listen, okay? As somebody who really cares about the series and wants it to continue to thrive and not kill itself in a weird burning dumpster fire because they've tried too many new things and changed too many of the core elements. I'm just being honest here, like they need to understand that what people really want is just more of the same with alterations to like things like evolutions. We don't need brand new like lore relevant fucking like Pokemon that shapeshift into other things or like can temporarily change their entire existence. Like we don't need that. We don't need all that. Just give the Pokemon a brand new evolution and call it a day. Pokemon who can sort of change mid-battle, things like Aegislash, good idea. Because then that takes a turn to switch, and you can kind of use that to your advantage, and it's only for like specific mons or whatever, and you don't even really have to like overly design a bunch of Pokemon to do this or anything. But like, even then, they don't have to do that either. Just give the thing an evolution, call it a day. Cosplay Pikachu, interesting idea, but unnecessary. Just make it so that there's a couple different types of Pikachus that you can fucking get instead or something, instead of having to get a Pikachu, switch its costume, to have it change its stats, and etc, etc. Same thing with Rotom. I like the idea that Rotom can change between, like, freezer, washing machine, lawnmower, etc, etc. But, like, you don't need to make, like, transformation scenes mid-battle to do this shit. Just have it so that you can pick one and be done with it. I mean, I get you. They've had years to change things up and they've dropped the ball. Well, that's the other thing, right? It's fine to change things up. Like I said, I think they had like a good idea when they tried to change up things for Sun and Moon. But the problem with how they did it was they changed up too much of the core elements of the gameplay. So what they could have done, instead of completely remove gyms, was have it so that the, like, I don't know, what were they even called? They, like Kahuna challenges or whatever, have that be like a separate thing from the Pokemon League, instead of trying to incorporate it into the same thing later on. You know, like, they could have had it be just like a post-game challenge or something. They could have had it be like, what the fuck is it called? Like the Battle Tower. You know, they could have had just like throughout the main story you have to do the Kahuna challenges and gym challenges, you know? They didn't have to like completely switch off the core concept. Even though, generally speaking, the like Kahuna challenges were just gym challenges before you fought a gym leader. Having it be named something different and having it like play out slightly differently where you have to go to like a specific area first, then come back to where the Kahuna is to challenge them, like threw people off, and it made them not feel the same, which obviously the feel of a game is very important. So I feel like if they had done it slightly different, where instead of it being like you go to a place where a Kahuna is, they tell you, hey, go to this random location and do this fucking puzzle for me, and then you come back, you could just go to the Kahuna's like quote-unquote gym, and then the quote-unquote gym would have the Kahuna challenge, and then when you get through that puzzle or finish whatever challenge, you go back and talk to the Kahuna and then you fight them. It would have been so fucking close to the same thing, just called something different, and their excuse could just be, yeah, because we're a different culture, we don't follow the same naming scheme, but it's essentially the same thing, just different name. People would not have gave a shit, you know? It would have been like passable to most people. This is the Pokemon complaint stream now? You're right, my bad. I did not mean to sit here and rant about Pokemon for like upwards of an hour. Also, thank you for reminding me to save. It's been a minute. I need to make sure that I'm not losing any of this progress. If possible, of course. Thank you for the hydrate. I just took a hydrate a second ago, but I think I'll probably take another one anyway. Also, I believe I'm now done this one as well. This one took me a hot minute to get through because I was complaining the whole time. Let me resave this real quick. Okay, there we go. But yeah, basically just to like round off my general thoughts. There's nothing wrong with them trying new things. I want them to continue to try new ideas, but they really need to just like sit and think about how these ideas and elements will affect either the gameplay or the performance of the damn game, because they keep sitting there and going, yeah, but the performance doesn't matter, it's a kid's game. But if that was the case, Game Freak, then like, why are you bothering to add elements that really only affect things like competitive play, where most kids aren't really going, you know what I mean? If performance wasn't an issue because it's a kid's game, why are you bothering to add plot lines that are a lot more, like, generally speaking, adult? You know, like, you're clearly trying to pander to the older fan base with a lot of these decisions, but then making excuses like, oh, but performance doesn't matter because it's a kid's game, who cares? You can't have it both ways. Legitimately sit and think about decisions you're making with the game, please. Maybe do, like, a control group. Like, get a bunch of people to come into your offices and be like, yeah, what do you think about this idea? Here's generally how it would affect the game, or like how the idea works in concept. And what do you think? And then have some like genuine fans, kids, adults, any age really, have them come in and sit with like Game Freak employees, Creatures Inc. employees, and go, yes, I like this, or no, I don't like this, or here's what I would like suggest to help like make this feel more Pokemon or something, you know? And then they do their best to try and interpret from there. Other game companies do that type of shit. Other like franchised companies try to do that shit. Don't just make up excuses because you don't feel like putting in the time and effort to actually fix things, guys, please. Sorry, I forgot how energetic Kiwi can get about things she cares about. Yeah, I'm sorry. When I have something to say about stuff, especially when it's something that like has been a part of my life for a long time, I do tend to ramble a little bit, my bad. That is 100% on me, not realizing that I was like ranting for upwards of an hour over a silly children's game about monsters. And it all started because I talked about wanting to play the series again instead of neglecting it. It started off as a passionate talk about wanting to get back into it on stream, and then it turned into me just like dunking on all of Game Freak's mistakes and issues. Why did it take 6 gens to take out the HM gimmick? That too, right? Like, I get why it exists, right? Like, the initial concept is so that you had to make choices, right? You had to choose to keep certain stuff in your party that had moves that would allow you to do certain stuff to then progress on the map or in the story. But then they introduced a mechanic where you can just like swap your party in and out at random. Like, you could just access like the Pokemon boxes or whatever, like from a menu instead of having to go to any place that had a PC, so more specifically a Poke Center. And then after even that type of quality of life change, they were like, why don't we just get rid of HMs altogether? Like, okay, you can. That definitely makes things easier in terms of like traversing the land, I guess. You don't have to go through menus to get across water or to break rocks or to whatever. But at the same time, you already made it so that that feature was no longer as annoying as it was. You no longer had to make the conscious decision to keep like an HM slave in your party to get from point A to point B and then swap them out later, you could then just grab them when you needed them and then put them back in the box when you didn't. Why remove it now? I don't get it. I don't get it. There's lots of things. Little nitpicks and gripes and weird decisions that they've made over the years. But enough complaining about Pokemon. I do not wish for this whole stream to just be me bitching and moaning about how Pokemon could be so good, but they just keep deciding not to be. In their multitude of, like, bad decisions. I feel like a lot of this playlist has been specifically 3 music and 5 music. There hasn't been a whole lot of 4 music. Like in the beginning there was a decent chunk, which included like Ultimax music, but then it's just been like Persona 3 and 5 since then. So about that Mimic discussion, right? Final Fantasy VI has a lot of like interesting playable side characters that I still have yet to bother even attempting to unlock in any playthrough, which is another reason why I've been thinking whenever I have some more free time in terms of like not many story-based long-form games to play on stream, I might pick up like the 6-pixel remaster or something, because then I could go through the game again after a long time of not playing it, as well as trying to aim for like optional characters I've never picked up before, or like story elements that I never seen before, because there's a lot of optional like cutscenes and dialogue between characters I've never seen as well that I learned about like way later via like YouTube videos and like such. So it'd be cool to go through the game again after such a long time in a new updated format that I've not yet seen, because like I said, I don't own the Pixel remaster. I haven't seen it yet per se, like in person. And then as well as, I just said that not a lot of P4 music has played in this playlist, and then immediately they put a P4 song next. What are the odds? This playlist is listening to me. And to like sort of experience the game anew, just with me remembering a lot of the main plot points. That's it. Oh, this is so cute. Thank you! This is an emote commission for Yin, I think it's Hydreus, I think is how it's pronounced. Their character is very cute, and they asked for a big emote order, and I'm now trying to make sure they get done today, because I did not have any time on Sunday to try and get these done. I know this song is gonna sound exactly like the other song, but I promise you it is slightly different. This song has a Persona 3 and a Persona 4 version of it. The tone is just like slightly different. I love Mog. He has, he's the dancer. Yeah. I think I spoke about this earlier. Somebody asked who my favorite side character was in 6. I think it was UI Souls. I'm not sure, but and I think one of my answers was Mog. Mog is a good side character that's playable. They are fun. They're interesting. Their gameplay mechanics are good. The other thing I have to say real quick about like long form games I may or may not play is that I also might do the DS version of Final Fantasy IV-ish because I've never played the After Years and I bought them both together at, like in an effort to actually play the After Years and then never did. I told myself when I rebeat 4 I'll play the After Years just to make sure I have like an updated like knowledge of 4. Not that I'm like overly rusty on 4 lore, but at the time I was like, just to make sure I have everything correct about 4, I'll play 4 again first and then, you know, play the After Years, and then I never did. I played like the beginning of 4 and then I dropped it for a bit and never finished it, and so then I never got around to playing the After Years. So maybe, depending on how things go, if I can't get my hands on like the 6-pixel remaster, we'll start with 4 or something. Perhaps, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Because 4 After Years, I've never seen it all, so it'd be a completely new experience for me. But then with the 6-pixel remaster, it'd be like a semi-new experience, because there's lots of characters and story-related stuff that's optional I haven't done, and I haven't seen it in its updated form yet, so it's all up to whatever I'm able to get my hands on at the time. And this isn't supposed to be like anytime super soon, since I do have other shit I have to get through first. Just a thought, just an idea. It was me, okay. I missed the FF stuff, sad. No, it's okay. We only talked about it briefly before I went on like an hour-plus rant about Pokemon and how Game Freak has been progressively ruining their games over the years, but that's fine. Probably for the better that you missed that combo. It was basically literally just me nitpicking every poor decision Game Freak has made over the past like 26, 27 years. I didn't know 4 had a conclusion. Yeah, it has like an epilogue game called The After Years, and I've never played it. And when I heard that the DS version of 4 and The After Years were available on Steam, I picked them up, and then I never got around to actually playing it like a dingus. Told myself I would, and then I didn't. Real bright of me. I'm pretty sure it follows like a new protagonist and everything. I'm pretty sure Edge is considered the protagonist of the After Years. He's like a ninja dude, and I don't really know much about him other than that he exists. Minio of his that you can recruit is cool too. Kiwi was explaining how Garchomp could have been so much better and how Game Freak made a mockery of her husband. I could say things about the After Years, but I also don't want to spoil. Appreciate that, because yeah, like I said, my intention was to play it after I like replayed 4, and then I just didn't. I just never got around to finishing the DS like remake of 4. So unfortunately I never got around to the After Years, but I've heard that like it's fine. It's not like anything spectacular, but that it's like good to know about at least. And I was like, okay, then I'll play that, and then never did. So maybe when I got free time, we'll pick up the After Years after another replay of 4, or I'll pick up the Pixel remaster of 6 and we'll play 6. And then I'll play all the side stuff I never got to actually experience. Wait, that's the wrong color. Where's the... there it is. Like the side characters I never bothered to unlock, or like cutscenes I never bothered to see in my first few plays of the game. Mayhaps. Again, this is all just like general ideas, no guaranteed plans yet. Because I still have a lot of other stuff to get through. And there's probably going to be more that comes out that I'll want to play as well, which really doesn't help. Stop releasing games I want to play so I can have nostalgia for a minute, please. Thank you! Allow me to sit and play old games for a bit. Minion. Oh, my bad. I misread. I remember 6 when I was 3. Jeez! I was definitely, like, too young to know much about, like, 6's original release as Final Fantasy III. Like, I barely knew anything at all at that time about anything, let alone, like, specifically Final Fantasy knowledge, but I remember when I learned about that, I was like, what the hell? Why would they do that? And then it's because the way the order of which the games came out over here was wonky, and so in an attempt to not confuse people, they made it even more confusing, and I was like, ah, lovely. Love that. Good job. I also just realized that this emote also does not have the lip color or the, like, eyelid color in it. What the heck? How did I miss some of these for that? That's so strange. I am blind, silly and sillier. It was the Wild West back then, so a lot of the things in the industry, things the industry still had to learn, yeah. Honestly though, a lot of very strange decisions made by companies and localizers, a lot of like weird issues with like not bringing things over in the right order, or like just like completely botching the translation for God knows why. Trying to localize things too much to where the original meaning of a thing is completely different based on the version you're playing. Oh boy. Oh boy. And the censorship. Don't even get me started on the censorship. Characters just like completely redesigned because their design is too sexy, or like, you know, shows just a little bit too much skin here or there, or other such weird issues like that. But it's not the color I'm looking for. There we go. A lot of old pixel games had their boss sprites altered because the women had their booba-loobas just out. There was no nippity-nops, but there was just like booba shape, and they were like, that's not okay! Get rid of them! Cover them up! Just drape clothing over them or something, I don't know! Just grab the closest fucking, like, curtain. Throw that over them! I think I remember specifically Sophia, I should say. Her design was like hella altered. Same with Barbaricia. Her original design, I think, was altered initially. There's a whole bunch of these that just like, it's just a lady, but because she's almost kind of naked and you don't see anything, but it's enough for the devs to be like, nope, get rid of it. That's too lewd. It's too lewd. Thankfully, most of the Final Fantasies do not lead into others or affect one another. See, but then they kind of do. Like, there's a lot of them that just kind of slip in, like, Hey, by the way, this thing from this game, you remember this, right? Well, this thing now affects this game, even though nothing else about that game, like, matters. It's just this, like, one element, but that means their lores are connected, and you know what that means? That means it's like, oh god, please. Oh, my life! It's falling apart! Need a new checklist, lips and eyes. She's showing her ankles. I know, right? Like, it was... The guys could wear whatever the hell they wanted, but women... Listen, if that lady got too much leg showing, cover it up. Ladies can't have legs? Are you kidding me? Who gave her the right to have legs? Not me, Mr. American fucking game localizer. These Japanese devs and their ladies with legs. God damn. What the hell? Not in my Christian America. Some hints, sure, but a lot blame the crystals of it. It's not like 11 to 14. I mean, I guess. But then you also gotta take into account that, like, 12 is relevant in 14, right? And, like, thanks to the Sigmascape raids, 6 and, like, 4 was relevant with, the dungeon, the burn, right? And then a lot of 4 was also now referenced within Endwalker. And, like, they just keep, like, sucking all of the lore from other games in and making them all connected, even though they tried to not do that to begin with. And it's like, okay, so which is it? Is this lore relevant or is it not relevant? And then they tried to say that, no, guys, 12 is not relevant to 14, even though, like, Evilise and, like, the areas from Tactics in 12 are definitely involved. It's not relevant, don't worry, they're not connected. But, like, okay, so then why does this whole region that is relevant in these other games in existence then? They're not different. Fran is literally in 14, and it's canon that Evilise is, like, just basically like a sailboat away from, like, the main area of Eorzea. So how do you explain that one? And they're like, well, you see, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't pretend like they're connected and then say, no, they're not. That's not how this works. They aren't connected, but they are 100% just copy and pasting what they want from other games. Because, like, if you take into account, like, the lore from 12, things like, you know, what's it called? Actually, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't talk about that. It's kind of spoilery for 12 specifically, if anyone's going to go play 12. But, like, there are characters and boss fights that are very relevant to plot points they ended up using in 14 in general. And, like, it just doesn't make sense not to have them connected with how many things about the series is directly connected. But then they keep using the excuse of, but they're not connected, don't worry, to, like, make more bullshit up. Yeah, people, bosses, and key items. Exactly. That's my point, right? Like, I really want to talk about it, but I don't want to spoil 12. How about I say this? Actually, wait, let me Google to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Because I don't want to say something specific that spoils, but, like, something else I can call it by that would make it make sense to people who know. Is this the right thing? Yeah, specifically the boss Zalera, which they named one of the servers after. That that boss in particular is like literally the original concept to another character that they then changed into a very particular character that's relevant in 14. Like very, very, very important. And like, they're just pretending like that's not a thing so that they can use their plotline with that character instead. And I'm like, don't get me wrong, the plotline you came up with for that character is very good, very, very well written, very near and dear to my heart. But like, this character already exists within the canon that you're pulling from, but isn't connected, but is connected because it exists, but it doesn't exist. Like, oh, guys, please. Please. And then they tried to pull the whole like, oh yeah, but guess what? They're all a part of the same mother crystal, so parts of them can exist in other crystals, but they don't technically exist in full within that crystal, only partially, which, again, is just another excuse to use plot points without making it make sense for both games. Like, come on now. The glowing stones thing, exactly. Sort of like how FF Tactics Advanced is also an Evilise, but not in the same one as 12. Yep. They just keep pulling the like, yes, things are connected but they're not, but also everything is connected to the mother crystal, so they're all technically within the same universe, but they're not in the same universe because the mother crystal is a universe with multi-universes inside it, and those universes are different, but they can pull from the other universes within the mother crystal to have references or things similar from, you know, the place you're thinking of, but it's not. And it's like, oh my god, my brain is going to fucking melt, please. Please. How did you get this deep? How did you write yourself into such a deep chasm? They trying to be the MCU. The fans of the series, it's canon connected to writers not. Yeah. Like, it doesn't make sense that they literally pulled characters like Fran over, because if they wanted to say, like, the universe exists in, like, relation, but not in its entirety, you shouldn't be pulling reference characters in like that unless the lore is specifically that they've come here from another mother crystal, like with Alpha. Like, the Sigmascape raids, I can excuse because, like, it's literally an issue of, like, Alpha being pulled from, like, another universe into this one, essentially, with the raids being a part of that, and the storyline connecting to that is only really relevant because it's from a separate universe. It's not fully canon to the main story, nor is it something that would naturally exist within the canon of 14, but it happens to now only because of, like, the universe-altering event that happened in that raid set. So that I can excuse, right? That I'm like, okay, you've made it kind of make sense. You've made it so that it technically exists, but it doesn't really. It's not connected. It was pulled in from somewhere else, that's fine. But you can't keep using that excuse when you keep pulling in characters that naturally exist here when they shouldn't. Actually, this emo is good for this conversation because it's literally just the writers going, actually, we've made it so that these characters can exist in multiple universes too, despite their literal existence being based solely on the plot of that game. But that plot does not influence or affect the new plot, but it also does because certain elements of it exist, even though they shouldn't based on the context. But they do because I said so. Like, guys, please. Please. I can only handle so much back and forth. Or the 11 crossover with the Shen Toto. Right, exactly. Like, you can't keep saying they're not connected. Oh, and the 15 crossover. The 15 crossover specifically, I'm fine with, right? Because their excuse is that it took place within, like, the time gap in 15. I'm trying not to spoil. And he gets like transported to like Eorzea via that BS, right? Via the hee hee funny crystal magic. So that one I can kind of excuse. He also leaves after. He literally hops in his whip and like teleports back. So he's not connected whatsoever, but he is like in spirit per se because he came over via like weird otherworldly means and then went back. That's totally fine. I can excuse that. I'm not even a big fan of 15, but at least I can say that they wrote that half of that crossover correctly. I know the 15 version of it is weird as fuck, where like a Mikote girl just shows up in their universe, question mark, and like, same with the Assassin's Creed crossover, they just like show up and know of the game series for some reason, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? But the 14 version of that crossover, written well enough for me to be like, you know what? That's excusable. I'll take that. That's fine. That excuse is viable in my opinion. To quote TFS, don't take the source material more serious than the writers did. They had the event on both. The 15 crossover is non-canon story in both 15 and 14 to my understanding. I mean, probably, but they still tried to like write it so it made sense at least. That way, if for whatever reason, like, people were to take it seriously or out of context or something, or if they wanted to randomly canonize it for whatever reason, it had, like, relevance, at least in 14. I know in 15 it probably didn't make any sense at all. I never played the 15 version of the event. I probably should have, because it would have been really funny to see, like, Gladiolus with Mikote years, but I didn't. I was so done with 15 at that point that I literally did not pick it up until they started adding the DLC stuff, and then I put it back down after the DLC stuff. There was even a point where I picked 15 back up because they had, I think they were giving away the Royal Edition with like the extra story bits at the end for free with like PlayStation Plus or something, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give this game one last shot to like change my opinion of it, right? Like, I'm gonna give this game one more opportunity to look me in the face and say, this isn't the worst Final Fantasy game. And even with the post-game bullshit that like they changed and like added the extra boss fights and such, I still can't with that game. It's just, it's tiring, essentially. There's so many things that they could have done right and they did wrong with, as well as issues with the novelization being like the real canon in quotes or some shit, but at the same time it doesn't line up with like anything else, and like, I hate that 90% of the lore was in random books that you could find around and you had to just read books. Which game are we talking about now? I've lost track. Sorry, yeah, 15. It was 15. I have issues with like how little like overall plot there is in the base game, and they tried to fix it by adding like more plot elements with the Royal Edition, and then the stuff they added wasn't really anything that was like necessary, and then same with the individual story. What's it called? Wah! Thank you for the raid! One moment, please! Uno momentus! Welcome in, Kiwi Oops, and hello, Raiders! Wow! How are you today? What were you guys doing? Were you drawing too? Were you doing some good old art as well? 2 drawings, thank you! This is an emote commission. I am trying to finish off the last of these. Final Fantasy? Yeah, we're having a bit of a like back and forth about Final Fantasy right now. We were drawing, yeah, hell yeah! For anyone who does not know me, my name is Kiwi. I am a artist, and I am also a smooth-brained gamer. I, I'm not good with introductions, clearly. I'm a Canadian dairy cow, and I ramble a lot, and I'm very passionate about things like Final Fantasy and Pokemon, and that's basically all we've been talking about for the past, like, 3 hours. The MMO one, a little bit about 14, the MMO one, yeah. Right now I'm currently ranting about why I don't like 15. Raiders, don't let her fool you. She loves, no. It's his elbow, remember? The new thing is that I love Dante's elbow. Actually, speaking of which, I forgot that Capcom showcase is supposed to go on today. Shit. I wonder if they announced anything. I didn't even stop to think. Also, this one also doesn't have the, like, eyelid color and lip color. What the? Did I just, like, lose all brain cells halfway through the flat colors of these? I'm so confused. How did this happen again? Is it done already? I'm not sure. I don't know how long it was supposed to go for, but I know it was supposed to start at about 6 p.m. EST, and it's currently 7:59, so it's been about 2 hours. That's probably been long enough for them to announce whatever they're going to announce. I'm curious. Thank you so much, Kimmy Oops, for the follow. Welcome to the Kiwi crew, and thank you, Kaede, for the big stretch and the moo. One moment. Oh, I'm stretching. Yeah. Oi, oi, oi. And thank you for the hydrate. Please don't use Roman numerals. Kiwi gets confused. 100%, please, if you could, don't write out numbers either. She'll read it wrong. Listen, okay, I can't read. I can't speak. I can't nothing. Also, thank you for the himbo mode. Wham. Okay, big sippy. Also, good music to have himbo mode be activated, just like the aggressive Persona 4 battle music. Good shit. Aggressively assault your eyes with my himbo mode. The fucking violin or fiddle or whatever you want to call this instrument goes hard in this song. It's nuts. But yeah, specifically, like, for 15, I hate how, like, the DLC stories even had, like, reasons as to why the game could have been better plot-wise, but because they didn't really think about it till later, it's not really canon. It's like alternate universe horse shit. Come on, guys. Like, you could just say it's canon now. You can rewrite the story. And then they released the novels, which also have a different, like, ending in canon. And, like, oh... They had opportunities for years to fix Luna Freya's character, and they just didn't. She had so much potential, and then they just chalked it up to, like, nothing, essentially. Like, yeah, she's meant to be an oracle. She has so many reasons to relate to the main villain in terms of their general storyline. They have so many things they could have spoke about, or, like, could have, like, you know, had reason to understand each other, and yet, nope, they do none of that. Like, I don't want to go too ham into details, just because I don't want to, like, spoil something for anybody who may not have played 15 yet, but, like, lordy. Let me just say, the main villain was my biggest disappointment, because he had so much potential. And with things like the novel and the little animated, like, short that they made, and, like, other lore that they just completely neglected from the actual game itself, makes me so mad. And his story DLC is just so dumb. It makes me so upset that he had so much potential, and then they just threw it out the window. I scrolled down and back up. Himbo indeed. We're still on the failures of 15 then. Yes, I was just finishing off my my little rant specifically about 15's issues and why it specifically bothers me a lot and why I refuse to play it again for any which reason. I already gave it like more than enough chances to impress me and it continued to not do so. I played it the first time on release. I played it a second time not too long after release just to see if maybe like there was other things I could do. Not really. I played it again when the DLCs came out for the individual characters, and then I played it again when I was like given the free copy of like the Royal Edition, and literally none of the differences that they made via any of those post-release versions did anything of like worthwhile to the point where I'd consider it a good game, really. Gameplay, it's fine, nothing to like write home about. Story, continuously just like shits the bed. Main characters, they're fine, but I feel like literally all three of the side main characters had way more interesting and compelling stories than the actual main character. The main character's main story arc felt really stupidly rushed right at the end. Like, ugh. There's so many things that they just hard dropped the ball on, and I refuse to forgive the game for its failures to do anything worthwhile. And then all the side content tries to fix it, and they just like continuously fuck up. It also doesn't help that the original trailer for 15, when it was 13 Versus, came out 10 years before 15, and it shows the plot changed multiple times throughout. That too, like, that was my other complaint, right? Is that like they had so much time to sit and really figure out what the fuck they were gonna do with this game, and they still somehow like fumbled and dropped the ball that hard. Like, they had upwards of 10 years. Because they were probably working on the game for at least a couple of years before that trailer came out even, right? Like, they had to come up with, like, writing and designing the characters, getting the 3D models done, getting some of the base plot going so that they could make a trailer that kind of represents that plot. And then, like, after all that, they kind of just scrapped it and went in a whole other fucking different direction. And, like, oh my lord. What's worse is, honestly, the trailer for 13 Versus looks like it had a better plot than what ended up actually happening with 15. It's very, very sad. I wish there was a way we could somehow experience whatever 13 Versus was meant to be over what we ended up getting with 15 as like a separate experience. But that'll never happen. And 15 is a 13 game, as is Type 0. All the 13 games have the taint of being way too ambitious. Yeah, that's the other thing. I feel like a lot of people shit on 13 for a multitude of reasons, when, like, it does have its problems, don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere near as, like, problematic in terms of, like, the issues they bring up than people like to say it is. They always do the, oh, it's a fucking hallway simulator. That's like the first, like, what? Maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then, like, the rest of the game is very open. Like, yes, there's still some areas that have very, like, narrow and straightaway fucking pathways towards the next objective, but there's still huge open fucking areas that you get to travel across, and things to do in those areas. Like, you clearly didn't play very long if you think that this game is a hallway simulator. And then, like, people had issues with characters where, like, that's literally a part of, like, the writing. Those issues get fixed. Like, they're not supposed to be likable at first. You're not supposed to think this character is justified in their feelings. They learn and grow as people. That is the story. Like, the amount of times I've seen people shit on 13 because they're like, well, Hope is annoying. Like, he's just a whiny baby. Like, yeah, he was scared shitless that his family was being forcefully transferred to, like, a war camp essentially because government or whatever, and then he literally watches his mom die by the hands of another character, and obviously has like a weird biased grudge against this character, not knowing the context of what just happened, just knowing that his mom died and it's thanks to this character. Like, obviously he's gonna be a whiny brat for a while. He's also only supposed to be like 15 or something. Like, he is a brat, but he grows. He fucking learns throughout the game that, like, you know, revenge is not the answer in this situation because it was not this character's fault that happened. Like, and then in like 10-2, he literally becomes like a resistance leader. He literally like grows the fuck up and starts leading people towards a better future. Like, how could you possibly say you don't like Hope? His character is fantastic. You didn't play the game. It makes me so mad. People hate Vanille because she's so like overly girly pop. But like, yeah, that's who she is. And like, you learn later that she does have like, you know, feelings other than like happiness, and that like her and Fang's general storylines are actually really sad. Like, please play the game, I'm begging you. Actually finish the game before you complain about any of the characters or the plot lines you don't like, because they do cover a lot of them. They actually do resolve a lot of the main issues you might have if you actually played the game. And then of course, it's a lot to ask to get people to also play 13.2 and 13.3, but guess what? A lot of those other issues you might have had that weren't talked about in 13.1 are talked about in 13.2 and 3. They also have their own issues, of course, but again, like, so many issues that I've heard people complain about are not really issues because it's literally a part of the game to have that problem and then solve it. Like, oh. Imagine RPing in an RPG, the travesty. That was my main issue with 13. It just kept jumping to whose perspective I was at seemingly at random and lost track of what the hell was going on. See, that's a little bit more of a valid response to the, like, it being, like, confusing or unlikable. If it's an issue of you not being in a state where you think, like, the game is understandable on a base level due to how fast it jumps between character perspectives, that's fine. That is really an issue the game does have and doesn't really resolve until, like, the ending of the game when most of the characters kind of group back up together. Because a lot of the game is the characters being separated for a long time and then slowly reuniting with each other throughout the course of the game. But, like, it takes a long time before you can get to that point. So if you're having issues keeping up with the overall story, I could totally see you not wanting to play or finish it. That's valid. But then there were people who were just like, I didn't like this one character, so the whole game is ruined for me. And I'm like, but you didn't even really understand the character, first off. And then second off, like, you didn't finish the game to understand that the character is not like that the whole time. He's like that now, or she's like that now, but then thanks to story and character progression, they change. Like, I think Saz is a fucking fantastic character. His whole storyline involving his son and all that is really good, but a lot of people don't like him because he's considered, like, annoying and kind of tropey. And I was like, but he like, his progression of character is so good, and his storyline with his son is so good. What do you, like, huh? I'm sorry that you did not see the game through to the end to understand the actual quality that is in the game. Even if there are issues still present, there's enough quality to be like, you know what, it was worth my time. It was worth a playthrough, at least. You can still say you don't like the plot or the overall story, but at least play through it before you make that kind of decision. Too many people drop these games going, this game, it's pissing me off too much. I don't like this character, or I don't like this one part. You gotta stick it through to the end, at least for the first game. Hold up, this art looks really familiar. Oh yeah? You think so, Ian? I'm finishing up your emote com. I hope they're looking up to your standards. We're on the final couple, actually. Thank you so much for the follow, Yin. Welcome to the Kiwi crew. I hope you're having a good day. We're currently ranting about Final Fantasy while I work. 10 and 13, I think, had the same main director. 10 and 13, the devs specified it's supposed to be female Cloud, apathetic, angry, lightning, is pretty different from Hype and Chipper, Happy, Tidus, IMO. Director, I can't read. Oh, shut up, Kiwi. What? I was just reading what was said in chat. Chill. Chill, chill, chill. I wasn't gonna jump on you for anything. I was literally just reading chat. Chill. How's my favorite Kiwi doing? It's been a while. It has been a little bit, Roxas. I'm doing good. We've been ranting about Final Fantasy while I work on this commission. I apologize, I misread. I liked FF5 though. Having a good day. The art looks amazing still. I'm not an FF person, but I liked FF5. Gotcha, gotcha. Totally valid.
Huh? Huh?
The rage of Cup Cup. FF5 is still my favorite. 5 was... Let me double check what 5 is real quick. I feel like I know which one 5 is off the top of my head, but at the same time, I feel like I want to make sure just in case. Yes, okay, this is the one I was thinking of, right. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't think I ever played Final Fantasy V. I know, like, a little bit about it, but I never specifically played 5 myself. Didn't it have, interesting gameplay mechanics? Like, something that was different from the normal game? Something similar to 2, where, like, the grinding is weird because of the way you have to, like, pick up skills or something. I could be misremembering. Thank you for the cowbell. One moment. Once again, I fucking forgot to put that on. I'm a dingus. I'm all over the place. My lord. I really like 8, but it confuses people. Honestly, I feel like 8 is fine, but I'm not a big fan of it. Jingle, jingle. Jingle. I feel like there's a lot of elements to 8 that were good, but then a lot of elements to 8 that, like, just didn't work for me. 5 is the one that is the most fun and the most breakable with the implementation of the job system. It has a job system similar to 3, but it's a mix and match parts of jobs. All right, so you can be a white mage that also uses ninja swords. What the hell? I might have to give 5 a shot then. Because I remember hearing things about it, but nothing like specifically like so good or so bad that I should or shouldn't play it. So it's always just been on like the back burner of it exists to me, but not to a point where I'm like dying to play it or die hard avoiding it. I find it funny that Fortuna adopted its card game. Yeah, the triple triad thing. I thought that was interesting. I was like, of all things to take from 8, you take triple triad. I mean, it is one of the only things you could really implement that isn't like an entire like gameplay system or something, so I guess that makes sense, but still. 5 is the best numbered title for jobs for real tactics. 5, 10, 2. See, that's another thing. A lot of people complain about 10 too, because like 10 had problems that they didn't like, and then they just like equated that to 10 too, as well as complaining about things like the job system just being like Barbie dress up. But like, I think it's cool that you can switch jobs mid-battle, and they have like a cool animation for it, and all the characters have like unique costumes based on those jobs. And like, they have some pretty interesting and dynamic jobs. They aren't just like, you go from ninja to sword fighter, and then from sword fighter to sword fighter with a shield, and then from sword fighter with a shield to somebody who can cast magic. Like, you have beast tamer, you have like time mage, I think was one of them. You have dancer, but it's more like, I think they call it songstress, but it's just dancer but with music. And like, you have black and white mage, you have ninja, you have what else was there? Like, they had some like good difference in like job range. It wasn't just like BS. Most don't like GF and the junction system. Yeah, honestly though, I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the things that like kind of bothers me about the game. And the fact that that game is very like scalable per se. Like, if you refuse to grind, the game just like scales bosses for you. Like, the easiest way to beat the game is to fight as little as possible, essentially. Because as long as you have like end game abilities, but you're still like level like 10 or some shit, the final boss will have like, I don't know, like substantially less HP. So like, the tactic to speedrunning the game is to not grind whatsoever, and it's just to like avoid as many encounters as you possibly can, which with the like PC re-release, they made it so that you could physically just turn off random encounters and stuff. And I was like, so you, okay. All right, I guess, if that's how you want to go about this. What I did hate about 11 was player base making summon a freaking healer. Consider 11 came on the heels of 10 and 9, where you summon. In 10 was also your white mage, and in 9, where one of your 2 summoners was also a white mage. That makes sense, actually, yeah. They were probably just trying to continue that general formula they were already in at the time. It sucks that, like, that means that summoners were forced to be medics, because if you wanted to just play summoner and summon big monsters and attack, then you didn't really get to do that. But at the same time, if it was already considered a general standard for that, like, last few games, it would make sense that they would continue with that to try and not confuse people. Or, you know, to keep up with what is considered current canon, per se. Pro tip, Barbie dress-up is a meme complaint because every job system is Barbie dress-up, every class has unique armor. Well, I mean, I get that, but I meant, like, the mid-battle changing, as well as, like, the fancy, silly transformation scenes where they, like, magical girl, like, jump into the air with glitter and sparkles and fucking change mid-battle like that. That's where most people's, I think, main complaint comes from. Sorry, your fragile masculinity makes it so that you're too scared to watch a girl, like, change her outfit mid-battle. Sorry that you feel like that's too much for you. For me, though, as a young, spry calf that I was, that was the best shit ever. I was like, oh my god, they're so fucking cool. It's just like that anime I watch. Oh my god. And they kick ass. Spry. Honestly, true though. I don't think I've ever been spry in my whole damn life. That was just a common phrase, but I don't think I've ever been in a state where I was like spry per se. I've always been essentially a grandmother. Old and dying and stiff and sore and wrinkled and aged. Only cause Summoner had high MP and the game The chat went up and I lost track of it completely. High MP in the game and could regen MP. Was Summoner one of the only ones who could regen MP in that game? I didn't play 11 like at all. I know of its like many issues and differences, but I've never like personally played it. Also, I was a huge Sailor Moon fan as a kid, so I also liked the mid-battle transformation. See? One of the other things a lot of people had issues with, though, was the, like, active time battles as opposed to the, like, true turn-based style. There were turns, per se, with, like, the charging, like, turn meter that you had, but overall you had to, like, pick your attacks quickly because enemies also had that constantly charging attack meter, and if they hit it before you did, you could miss out on your opportunity to get like a crucial heal in or a crucial damage spell in or something. And people didn't like that about the game either, which I did also have a lot of difficulty accepting when I was younger because my smooth brain likes to sit and make decisions. And when they don't let you sit and make decisions, I'm like, oh god, what do? I have to flip through menus while I'm waiting for my turn to charge, and then as my turn is charging, the enemy's turn is charging, and if I don't attack soon, they're gonna hit me, and oh. So you have to like pre-plan attacks like a couple of turns ahead to try and prevent from losing yourself in the menus while your turns are charging. You have to like actually physically plan your battles. It's okay, Kiwi, we'll get you there yet. You've been using your Wii Fit? I had a Wii Fit when I was younger. That bastard said I was obese. And I was like, excuse me? Excuse me? I wasn't even that big as a kid. I'm not even that big now, like I'm overweight, but like, it's not to a point where I would consider it obese. I was like, holy fuck, bro, chill. You need to slow your roll, mister.
My heart is a furnace, had a sailing, my word of conflict.
Bum pa pa dum bum bum bow.
Take back what I lost to the bosses of greed.
It was rough to be a summoner in 11. Summoners ate the crap out of mana and it went away quickly unless you had carbuncle gloves, then it could stay out. Damn. So I'm assuming having your summon out as a summoner in 11 would constantly eat your MP then, as well as doing like spells and such. Like you couldn't just have it out like you do in 14. Yeah, damn, okay, I could see where that would be a problem then. I could see where that would be a huge issue. Because, like, I'm certain you can't do jack shit without your summon out, because that's, like, the point of the class. It's the only one that did need a skill to get MP back. Okay, so you could get MP back as other classes, but Summoner was the only one to have, like, an MP recovery spell that would then, like, either, I'm assuming, make that go faster, like Lucid Dreaming in 14, or anything of that sort. Gotcha. It was the same ever since FF5 onwards. I think maybe 4, I can't recall, it's been a long time. 11 gave you the way to mix jobs, so you could be black mage, white mage. I mean, 14 initially had something like that. They had a cross-class, like, job abilities that could be passed between, like, specific job classes or whatever. Like, to get... what was it? To get Dragoon, you needed, like, specific skills from another job class. I forget what it was off the top of my head, but like I remember I needed to get monk to get like warrior or something. Like I had to do monk skills to get warrior or something like that. It was weird. I was like, what the fuck? And then they just completely removed that system and I was like, I mean, okay. I was willing to do it, guys. You didn't have to remove it. It was a little strange that you were making me do it so that I could unlock certain classes, but I could do it. It wasn't like that confusing. And then they completely removed the ability to spec into classes in general. Like, before you used to have to put, like, level up, like, job points into your specific stats and whatever you wanted. So to endgame raid, if you were, like, say, a Dragoon as another, like, just idea, you had to, like, spec into, like, things that would buff your ability to do damage and, like, not die, essentially. Like, tanks would have to spec into their HP and their defense. Most DPSs had a lot of, like, I think it was, like, I forget what the stats called off the top of my head now, I can't remember. But they had a system where you had to do that, and I remember being really smooth brain and having to Google every single time I got a goddamn level what I was supposed to spec into for my class at the time, and I was like, oh, yeah. And then they just removed that because they were like, fuck it. Now every class just like levels up equally, you get skills as you go, everything is super streamlined and easy. And I was like, I mean, again, it was a little bit annoying to have to figure out what I needed for my class, but once I figured that out, it wasn't that big a deal. I'm certain anybody could pick it up and learn it easily. I don't think you really had to remove the system entirely. But okay. Warrior and Pugilist, I think. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, you needed monk skills, essentially, because Pugilist is just, like, the baby monk before it upgrades. To unlock the other, like, job class, and I was like, what is this? Hello? I know that, like, I think it was White Mage required, I think it was, like, a tank skill for something. Didn't White Mage need a tank skill to switch between their DPS mode and their healing mode, just like how tanks had a move that let them switch between their, like, shield mode and damage mode, essentially, like, no take damage mode and do damage mode. And Black Mages needed some weird-ass other shit to function. Are you talking 1.0 or ARR onwards? I believe it was past ARR because I never played 1.0, but I did play ARR before they started removing a lot of these features. And then I took a long break from the game for a while until, like, Heaven's Ward dropped. And then when Heaven's Ward dropped, I came back for a bit, and then I took another long break until Stormblood came out. And then since around Stormblood-ish, I've been pretty active. I would say I'm currently on another semi-short break. I've been jumping in and out of the game recently for, like, weekly raid shit, which I need to do starting tomorrow again, but for a long time throughout, like, the end of Stormblood to the end of Endwalker, I was, like, hella invested playing upwards of, like, hours a day whenever I had free time. Let us all recall TP. Oh my god, dude. Being a fucking DPS when TP was a thing, literally the worst experience. Having to hit sprint and having that drain all of your fucking TP. Oh, literally the worst. If you were in a losing battle and you tried to run away, you literally couldn't hit another skill for, like, the next few fucking minutes. If you couldn't outrun the thing that was chasing you, you were dead. Unless you had, like, somebody to come pick you up or, like, heal you or something. Your TP was gone. And then remember when they switched mana from scaling to just auto cap at 10k? Everyone starts and only gets, like, 10k mana total. Or is it 100k? Whatever the number is. I remember when, to do, like, literally anything, even, like, main story, you would have to start, like, speccing your gear up with, like, what's it called, piety materia to help boost the amount of mana you had and how fast you could regen it, because it was like, well, you better be healing and you better be, like, casting spells as much and as fast as you can, motherfucker. You need that spell speed, you need that piety materia, you need all of it, baby. And now it's just like, well, I mean, you can spec into piety if you really need to. Like if you're a really dedicated like medic for your group, yeah, piety is really, really good for that regen rate, but it's not necessary per se. You can spec into other stuff now and have that be like viable in a lot of cases. For White Mage, you didn't need tank, I think, but you needed Thermato. That's it. You needed Thermatoge, or however you say that fucking word. The beginnings of Black Mage to get White Mage, right? Like I said, it's been a while. I don't remember the exact specifics, but I do know that they had a system where you required other job, like, either abilities or like at least a certain quest level to be done for it to be considered available to you as a class. It kind of forced you to diversify your abilities and such between your classes and how many classes you had, which to the game's benefit was one of the only games at the time, MMO style wise anyway, where you didn't have to make a whole new character to have other classes. You could have as many classes as you quote unquote like could physically attain in the game all on one character. A lot of MMOs at the time did not have that ability. Things like WoW, if you wanted to be like, I don't know, just as an example, a fucking warrior, which is probably different from Final Fantasy Warrior. I think it's just a literal like sword fighter or some shit, but whatever the class is called, you had to make a character for that. And if you wanted to play something else, you had to make a whole other character. You couldn't like just pick up another class on that character. You were hard stuck. I think there was ways to like pay to change your character's like base class or whatever, but you would still have to like pay money for that and then like respec the whole character or whatever, if that's even an option. That might have been a different game and not WoW specifically, but you know what I mean. I remember this, Falk. Also, TP is what made it where dungeons weren't just wall-to-wall pulls all the time. That's also true. You could not AoE enough as melee with TP. Absolutely not, I agree. It was basically just like, it was a way to limit you, whoopsie, in a way to like make sure you kept your skills on specific like rotation type of thing. But at the same time, it got to a point where it was just too limiting. People who weren't very good with their like TP management would just like ruin fights for people or dungeons for people because they wouldn't be able to do anything for like minutes at a time while their shit regen. I still remember how until Shadowbringer's Paladin didn't have damage, spammable AoE skill. To get what you need, summon first thing. Also had to have level 24 Gladiator across all tanks to be able to get Provoke. What the fuck? You couldn't have Provoke unless you had level 24 fucking like base of any tank class. Or sorry, for Gladiator for any tank class. That's nuts. Yikes, Reno. See, I didn't play tank until like fairly recently, so I don't know a whole lot about how tanks were affected over the time in that case. I know a little bit like how they had their tank stance, and I forget what it was, the other half of it was called, but the move was just called tank stance, where you'd switch between your like DPS mode and your no take damage mode. But other than that, I have like very limited knowledge of old tank related stuff. Yikes, I did not know this, but again, I'm only now touching tanks. Yeah, same, right? I did not always pay super attention to how other classes do much. FF11 and FF14 trying to change the meta. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? If it changes the way people understand certain job classes for the better, it can improve later games and such. They instead had Flash. Right, I remember Flash. I also remember Protect and Stone Skin. Oh man, every time I go into like a duty and a fucking character uses Stone Skin, I'm like, oh, an illegal move! It doesn't exist anymore, and here it is. You're doing an illegal move. It doesn't exist anymore. But they just didn't change the duty. They just kept it. Like, they didn't bother to update it at all. One thing I will say, though, is that I am happy that Protect is gone, because having people, like, run away from you while you're casting it at the beginning of a dungeon was so annoying. Or, like, if you were in the dungeon for long enough because somebody wasn't doing their job correctly, and you had to cast it a second time, people would not, like, wait. And then they'd miss out on the Protect, and it's like, oh, my guy, please, get your ass back here right fucking now. I swear to God. I'm fine with Protect being gone. It just means that I don't have to cast it for it to generally exist. You won't die if you try to run away from me first thing in the dungeon. I can catch up with you before you do something actually stupid. It was a way to make melees. Oops, chat just scrolled past where I could read. Fuck. Have a resource like casters. Yeah, I remember, but then that's the other thing though, is that like casters still also made use of the TP, because like Brink gets rid of all of it, and like I think it was also required for like 1 or 2 random stuff that casters had that weren't specifically like a casted move, and it's like, oh my lord, please. And plus it's bad enough that like, what's it called, melees had stuff like, is this not, oh I'm silly, that's the wrong layer, this is the one. Melees already had stuff like positionals they had to worry about, and then they were like, how about we also make it so that you can't just hit moves on a rotation that you want, we're gonna force you to also try and do a specific style of rotation that is like what we consider optimal and correct. Like, okay guys, thanks. It already took me long enough to figure out what the fuck my rotation was as a Dragoon in the early days, let alone properly playing the class with the TP system as well. Hello Kiwi, how are you doing? I'm doing good, Tig, how are you? Also, heads up, the meta thing was all class 1 person or NPC dungeons using Ring of Thorns. Oh god, I remember needing to spend 30 seconds every pull during pre-pull to cast Stone Skin. And if that shit ran out, you had to cast that shit again and hope that people were close enough for it. My god. And then remember when Astro came out and you had to sit in extreme lobbies for like 10 minutes plus before the pull so that your Astro could get the AoE fucking the balance or whatever. Haha. Boy, I sure do love card RNG in my video game. That shit literally had me like fuming as somebody who played Astro for quite a bit before they made a lot of these card changes. It was so bad. People would like literally boot you from parties if you gave them like crappy cards, and it's like, well, what do you want me to do? Sit here and not give you any buffs until I get the better buffs? No, I'm gonna give you this basic bitch buff until I get my better one, asshole. It's not my fault the game is not giving me the fucking card I need. You're getting the Spire. I don't care. And like, you were basically exclusively only meant to give certain cards to certain classes at the time. Like, the bowl was basically exclusively for medics. The arrow was like exclusively for range DPS. And then they made it so that like, now there's like a few cards that just attach to like specific class roles. So like, there were melee DPS cards, range DPS cards, and then like caster cards essentially, and tank cards ish. And so it was like, okay, so you could kind of just go through these few cards and give them to whoever. It'll do its job, everybody will be happy, and nobody will yell at you and boot you from a party for bad RNG. And then they changed it again, and I don't even remember how the system works now. Now you need to, like, rack up fucking, like, certain abilities to get your benediction to be correct, but that's now different technically, and there's ways to do the, like, you can change cards into DPS or healing AoE cards now too. It's like, oh my lord. It's been a while since I've played Astro now, so I don't remember exactly how it works currently, but I remember when they changed it again, I was like, oh god. I'm probably gonna have to sit and, like, physically learn this again for a while. I'm not gonna remember what the fuck I'm doing. Protect was also an extra penalty for dying, really, in the end. That too, right, because if you died, you lost Protect, so you would have to stand there and fucking res the person, and then cast Protect again, otherwise they'd just die again. Jeez. Super far behind. I need to slow down. Look, 14 is my main game right now. I have things to say and neurons that Kiwi is triggering. It's a-okay. Go ahead and correct me or say whatever you need to say. I'm certain there's things that I've said that are either slightly wrong or outdated by now. Because I don't play a lot of these classes anymore. Old cards, the problem is, like, only one card was really useful to give people. Yeah, because it was the balance, right? The balance was just, like, a straight up, like, DPS buff or whatever, but you had to get a card that changed into the AoE spell first, put that on the side, and then you had to sit there and, like, roll your cards until you got the good card, and then AoE spelled with your other card with the new card to give everybody the buff. Whereas almost all the other cards did, like, very minor and not very good related things, even with the AoE, like, specific fucking cast or whatever. You basically tossed everything that wasn't the balance, or you aspire getting the royal royal roaded to the AoE, exactly. Asta's getting apparently a summon level, wait, what? A summon level rework next expansion. Also, Asta's gotten a rework every expansion. I know, right? They can't just let Astros exist. There's always something they, like, screw up to the point where they have to, like, go back and readjust something. Astros used to be, like, half decent at DPS, and then they were like, okay, now they're basically dog-ass at DPS, and it's like, oh, great. And then Astros used to be half decent at healing, and then they were like, okay, now they're dog-ass at healing, too, and I'm like, oh, so now we're just shitty Scholar, got it. And then they buffed it again, and I was like, okay, cool, I can play my class again. And then they were like, okay, but we're also gonna change, like, everything else about this really quick, and I was like, oh. So now not only do I have to, you know, pick up a class that you destroyed and then fixed, but now I have to, like, relearn it because it's completely different? Cool. And this kept happening, like, over and over, and I was like, no! Just leave it alone! Just fix the main problem and call it a day. You don't gotta keep tweaking shit. They put gambling in my MMORPG? Oh boy, have they ever. Oh boy, did they ever. Fucking, and Lord have mercy, was it a pain in the ass? Right. I knew there was one that I needed to fix, and it was this one, because I forgot to put the shading on the glasses, and specifically the hair clip. The hair clips needed that shading that I forgot to throw in there. Whoopsie.
A
But yeah,
few
and
moments later.
the class was like, it was viable unless, and that big unless was RNG, and RNG is not anybody's friend. There were so many instances of, like, people being stuck in like prog groups or, like, extreme raids for things like fucking mounts or whatever, where they were just stuck on a pole for, like, 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus fucking minutes because this person could not pull the card they needed thanks to RNG. By summon level rework, I mean how in Endwalker they deleted the original summoner and replaced it with a completely different class. But isn't that basically what they did with, like, what's it called? Ast in, like, the last major update they had? Like, they completely reworked the class to be, like, separate. Like, they made it so that the balance no longer, like, requires 3 stacked, like, symbols or whatever to properly function or something, and you have to, like, build up to it a different way now, and it doesn't do the same thing exactly. Like, nobody is relying on the Ast to, like, specifically pop Benediction at a specific time for, like, optimal DPS or something like that. Again, it's been a while since I've played the class. I don't specifically remember how it works. I just remember going, what is this change? What's happening? What did they do? While reading patch notes when the update came out, because by then I was already like a hard stuck white mage main because I was so sick of them destroying Astro that I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna just be a fucking white mage then. Screw it. Find it funny that no one talks about Blue Mage in 14 because Blue Mage, until recently, couldn't do like jack shit, and their main like level cap was so low that they like really struggled to do much outside of content that was specifically made for them. There's like challenge content to get special mounts for doing like, you know, unsynced extremes or savages or whatever with Blue Mage groups, but like you have to find people who are dedicated to Blue Mage to do that type of content, and there aren't that many people that are that dedicated and don't already have a group. So a lot of people just brush it off as like a class that doesn't really exist and doesn't really matter, because in hindsight it kind of doesn't. They've made it so that it's unplayable in regular content. You have to go in like unsynced for most things if you're gonna play with regular people or whatever, and like it can't do anything really aside from content made specifically for it. So what's the point? Aside from just having fun with silly spells, that's about it. It's a good pastime if you need something to work towards in the game, I guess, but like otherwise there isn't really a reason to have it or work on it. If you have other things to focus on, you'd probably be better off focusing on those. They removed the neutral sect, sorry, nocturnal sect, right? But the way the class played as well. Right, because before, Astro was between a shielder and a regen healer. Right. I remember that. I remember being very mad when they basically turned me into an exclusive regen healer, because I was like, well, if that's the case, I might as well just play fucking white mage. Like, what? The point was that I was supposed to be the in-between. I was Scholar without the overly abundance of damage and no heals, but I was White Mage without the regen. Give it back! They also removed Astro's stun. They had like an AoE stun that was essentially the same as Assai's, but instead of like just AoE healing, it also stunned, and then they took away the stun part, and I was like, but that was basically just like Assai's and Holy in one. And it had like a very long fucking cooldown. Just give it back. And they were like, no, now it's just an AoE heal. And I was like, oh, okay. Fine. Since the change to divination, the cards were done in Shadowbringers. Oh no, I know the main card changes were done in Shadowbringers. I remember having to like write down a cheat sheet for which cards go to who, because I was like, I'm not gonna fucking remember which cards are specific to range DPS or casters, and which ones are specific for tanks or like melee DPS, depending on your team setup. I am not gonna remember that off the top of my head, so I had to write down like a cheat sheet for a while. I eventually ended up remembering what it was, like off the top of my head without it, but I literally had a sticky note on my monitor for a while so that when I pulled a card, I could literally just look up a little bit and be like, well, who's this for? Who is this for again? It was a pain in the ass. So in Endwalker, they made it where divination didn't require your seals to give the party the damage buff. The seals now are just for your personal buff. Right, that's the difference. Blue and 14, I feel like was a mistake. Have this solo play job. By the way, you must play with groups and get 2/3 of the skills, but you aren't allowed to join normal parties. I mean, you are, but only in unsynced duties, which then nerfs your drop rate of certain skills, which was like, lovely. So not only can you barely play with people like friends and such, but if you try to, you're not gonna have a good time getting your skills. It's gonna be a lot harder to actually attain the skill that you're looking for. Thanks, guys. That's so awesome. Acai is a damage spell. It isn't a heal spell. I mean, it does heal, but it's meant to be damage. But I'm saying the equivalent for Astra was that instead of damage, it AoE healed and then stunned, which I liked, because if I like ended up in a situation where aggro was getting stuck to me, I could I forget what it was called, the move itself, but it was like shit. Anyway, whatever the equivalent was, I can't remember the name off the top of my head. If I was getting aggro for some reason, I could hit that move, heal myself and the party if they needed it, and it gave the tank a moment to start fucking smacking things again to get the aggro back, but now it don't do that. Now it don't do that. And I know that isn't necessarily as necessary as it was before, with like them fixing the like regen healing moves no longer really pull aggro post-pull or anything, or pre-pull, sorry, not post-pull. But like, I don't know, there's a lot of reasons why that class still needed a stun of some kind, and it sucks they just yoinked it from them because, I don't know, balance reasons, I guess. For the card thing of who gets what, the easy way to do it, if you knew the old cards, was, is it a damage card? Balance arrow, spear goes to melee. Is it a support card? You Aspire Bowl goes to range. No, I get that. It's just my brain would see the card and immediately my brain would start to be like, fuck, 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 fuck. Who does this go to instead of, oh yeah, this is this card? Okay, this card had this ability before, it goes to this person. So I just had the cheat sheet that said like, this card, this card, this card, these people, this card, this card, this card, these people. And I was like, okay. It made it a lot easier to not just like panic and go, shit, what was this card for again? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh no. And so by normal parties, I mean using Duty Finder for blue. Yeah, they can't use Duty Finder. They can only fucking queue with like pre-made parties for unsynced content. Big sad. The AoE stun used to be on the Ast skill that extended their buff duration. Then they removed the buff duration effect and made it a heal instead. Did they? I don't remember that. It must have been either like just before I started playing Ast, or it happened like right after I picked it up and didn't even notice the difference because I was still learning the class at the time. Also, to be fair, what you're saying of the cards also is in I messed up, is why I went from an Ast main in Stormblood to not playing Ast basically at all in Shadowbringers, as I couldn't process all the cards fast enough for the new opener to also be able to get divination correct. The fix for the divination and Endwalker made me go back to Ast though. Oh really? See, after figuring out the card stuff, like after sitting and like relearning the class a little bit, I felt like really confident in Ast for a long time. And then, like I said, throughout the few patches, like post Shadowbringers, they started fucking with Ast again to where Ast was like going in and out of viability, like even in just dungeons, and I was like, if you're just gonna keep making it so that I'm either a shitty white mage or a shitty scholar, I'm just gonna play a white mage. I'm just gonna play white mage then. And so I picked up white mage and started leveling it, and then right around the time they announced, like, yeah, we're removing your shielding ability too, so now you're just a regen healer so that we can add sage. I was like, that's it. I am now a white mage main. I don't care. If Ast is just going to be the shitty fucking white mage, I'll just play white mage. I don't care. Fuck you and your buffs. I don't need them. I did like the idea of Ast being able to extend their buffs, make cards every 2 minutes last an extra 10 seconds, and make your own lucid dreaming last an extra 10 seconds, which was your main source of mana regen in Stormblood. Yeah. I could see that being very, very useful and being a pain in the ass to not have anymore if they removed. Absolutely. I think I picked up Ast like right around the very, very tail end of Stormblood. So like I said, if that was a thing while I was learning the class, I probably didn't even notice that they changed it because like I was still learning the class. It probably didn't even really click in my head that that was different in some way. Blue is better in 11 than in 14. I mean, I'm pretty certain blue in any other game is better than in 14. Like, literally any other game blue has existed in, it was a better class in that than in 14. Guaranteed. I did like the idea of Ast being— oh, I read that already, my bad. On mana, them making drawing cards give you 5% fixed mana, for their mana issues. I do remember them doing that, and I was like, oh, so they're basically gonna make it so the Ast basically never runs out of mana at that point? Cool. Interesting. As long as you're properly rotating your cards, like, you'll never run out. Because if you're constantly pulling them or whatever, you get your mana back. Like, even if you have to scrap some cards because you can't use them at the time, you should still just use it when you get the opportunity to. Blue is broken as hell in the main offline FF game, or sorry, mainline FF games, if you know the game. Honestly though, I feel like that's why they've made it a limited class in 14, because they couldn't figure out how to properly balance it, right? They were like, well, if you could just gain skills like this from enemies, how the fuck are we gonna make it so that people don't fuck up entire, like, content in seconds? Just make it so it can't do that content. Oh, big-brained. Genius! Like, or you could just make it so that in certain content, certain skills work differently or something, like, come on now. Like, you literally made challenge-based achievements where you make blue mages clear hard endgame content with only blue mages to begin with. Why do that when you could just make it so that the skills do something slightly differently, or like affect things slightly differently, so that they don't nuke like content and then have them be able to queue with regular people? Why? What I think they should have done with Blue Mage, give them a normal content skill set and also give them still the Blue Carnival, like things for Blue Mage special skills. So an expanded job instead of a limited job. You'd see, that would be a good idea, because the way they currently have PvP set up, where like you have what is essentially the base skills for a class kind of condensed down into a different like hotbar when you queue into PvP. They should do something like that, but for Blue Mage, where they just take viable skills that aren't too broken but aren't too like weak, have them use that skill set when they're queuing for regular content, and then give them their full uninhibited like skills when they're doing stuff that's for them specifically, you know? Just like how in regular content you get all of your skills, but in PvP you only get the skills that are like relevant to the PvP. That would probably fix every issue that Blue Mage has ever had. For the most part. That's such a wild way to do it. Why not just make skills not able to be stolen, LMAO? Well, because that's the whole point of Blue Mage, right? Not every single beast skill or boss skill is stealable, but the ones that are stealable are usually pretty good or pretty useful in a lot of cases. And so instead of just like nuking skills to make them viable in regular content. They just said no, they can't do regular content unless they're only doing it with blue mages, or if they do it unsynced in a regular party. But they can't queue for content with regular players and get like randomized regular players like everybody else. They're forced to do it with their own group or with, like, you know, a pre-made party. They can't do the content with normal people normally. I mean, yeah, but you can't just not let some other skills be stolen if they're too powerful, or just let the skills be weaker. But that's what I was saying. They should either, like, alter skills so that they're not one for one the skill being stolen, they're like an altered version or something. Or, like Carb said, make it so that, like, they only have a certain amount of skills during regular content or in PvP, and then have the other ones be only for their specific special stuff. That makes a lot more sense to me. Because that way they don't have to try and balance skills. They could just not let you use ones they know will fuck up regular content for normal players, and only allow you to use your silly, funny, busted skills in the content it's made for. They could do synced content with other players, but you have to queue up manually for it, I think. Well, that's what I meant. Like, you can go in with pre-made parties and do it unsynced or whatever, but, like, if you're trying to do it, like, with randos or something like that, like, who aren't in a party or whatever, you have to do it unsynced, like, with less than a full party type of thing. Because you can't go into a dungeon queue with a blue mage, even if they're already in a party of other random regular players, in quotes. It won't let you queue. So you have to have a full party of, like, regular people in one blue mage to queue for that content on, like, regularly synced, or you could unsync it and do it with less than that, or other blue mages or whatever. Although I think you might be able to queue for stuff synced with a full party of blue mages, but that's, like, not exactly viable for most people. Like, you would need either 3 other people or, like, what is it, 7 other people for the 8-man content. Like, you're not gonna be able to find 7 other blue mages who have free time on their hands to do content most days, especially if you're not part of, like, pre-made groups, like on Discord or on Twitter or whatever fucking service these people gather on. Forums of some kind, I'm not sure. I know there is, like, a blue mage Discord you can join, but, like, a lot of those people already have, like, groups that are pretty dedicated already, so it's a pain. There are blue doing stuff in PF from time to time, more often in Aether than Crystal, though, I think. I mean, I've seen that too, but, like, that's the other thing, because if people aren't looking in PF to do stuff with blue mages or to do stuff for blue mage, you're not gonna get a lot of people who are joining too, right? It's sad. You could also level blue from 1 to max. The thing is that blue mage is still limited to be, I think they can't go up to 90 just yet. I think they're still stuck at 80 in less than an hour. Yeah, I've heard about that. You can just, like, power grind blue mage because of certain spells. You can basically just grind through the content, like, so quick. They're stuck at 70. They're still stuck at 70? I thought they were able to get to 80. Didn't they get boosted to 80? I thought the most recent update let them get to 80. Hold on. Let me double check the patch notes. I thought they were able to get to 80. No, yeah. 70. Well, shit. I thought it was 80, damn. Unless this is old, hold on. Nah, this was from, like, May 2023. Damn. I thought they were able to do 80 stuff now. I guess not. Sheesh. I've done it for so many of my FC, and sadly no. Oof. Later on in this patch cycle, they're going to be 80. Oh, okay. So it was in the patch notes, but not till later in this, like, patch. Got it. Okie doke. It is this patch, part of the 6.45, I think. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, I could have swore when I last updated myself on the patch notes, it said they were going up to 80. But I don't play Blue Mage, so that info went like in my head and then right back out. Wow. Okay, I gotta go through these and make sure they're all saved correctly as PNGs. So that I can then send these over to Yin in a little bit. Let them know that their commission is now done. Wow, that's a lot of redeems. Hold on. I was naming files. Oh. I should check, ring the bell. Jingle jingle. Jingle. What? And then there's a hydrate. I'm gonna need some more water soon. Damn. My water bottle was full and now it's practically empty. Then there was a red pat and a moo. Wata. Wata. You gotta get that wo-o-bo-o. Wota. This is the glow sticks one. We got panic. And then we got load it up. Thank you. We got heart. We got actually. I'm just gonna call it nerd though because I'm not typing out all of actually as the emote name. Schmug. And I don't really know what to call this emotion. Like what do you call like soulless on the ground? What is this called even? I don't know. But why? Dead inside? That's okay. Dead inside. Probably the best way to describe that. Slick. Yeah, those should all be properly saved. Let me double check the file. Get rid of that. Okay, they all appear to be good. None of them have a background or anything. They should all be good to send. Perfect. Let me close all of these now. Meow. It isn't quite a flat look PNG. Why did you linkify that? Because you put a dot in there. For some reason, if you put like a dot in between two letters, it's like, oh, that's a link. And I'm like, no, it ain't. That was not meant to be a link, damn it. But, Twitch says otherwise, so... Rippeth. Twitch, you're linkifying rejects, regex? I'm not sure how you say that word, needs work. A lot of Twitch in general needs work, if you ask me, but that's just my smelly opinion. Regex? Is that how you say it? Short for regular expression. Ah, okay, yes, so regex. Got it. Let's see, do I have anything else I could work on? I don't want to call stream just yet. I knew working on these emotes would take a little bit, but we did finish before like the 5-hour mark, so I'll probably go for like another hour or so, depending on how smooth and time blind my brain can be for the next little bit. Guile has stolen my arm, so I can't use my mouse anymore, and I can't continue doing the video editing I was doing. Oh no! I know that feeling though. Literally like just last night, I was in a match of Overwatch before like I was getting ready for bed, and my cat decided it would be the perfect opportunity to jump up in my lap. So he like screwed up like both of my arms' ability to perform basic Overwatch tasks, and it was like, lovely. I can't aim, I can't move, I can't like spam for help. My cat is just here now. Fantastic. Love that. Are you caught up with 14? I did the patch story on stream. I think I left one of the final like ending of the what's it called? The quest things undone because it was getting like really late and I had to go to Schlip, and I still had to like eat dinner and everything. And so I ended up leaving that undone, and I meant to do it on stream even though it was like literally like one quest and probably like a cutscene, but then I never ended up doing it either on or off stream. I caught up kind of with the relic weapon, so I'm partially caught up with that. I don't think I'm at the newest step because I think I have to complete the final bit of the main story that I have been putting off to actually get the next step, but I've got the glowy version of like, I think it's step 1 or 2, I don't remember, but whatever the like last glowy version was, I've got that now. And then yeah, so like relatively speaking, I'm caught up. I just need to finish off whatever that last quest slash cutscene was. And then I'm like fully, according to the game, caught up. I have this Doodle I could kind of work on maybe, but I don't know. I don't really have much that isn't like work that I can't really show on stream because it's Patreon stuff to work on, because I haven't had time to work on anything like personal. Everything's either been commission work or fucking Patreon work recently. I have no like real unfinished personal doodles or anything to work on. Man. Got called away. Did you do the new 4 raids? I did. I did those on stream. Also, our playlist just ended. Damn. Let me find some new music. Atelier Rorona OST. I'm not sure if that would get claimed. Fuck it. Oh, that's loud. Also, it's like halfway through the thing. There we go. Turn that down just a little bit. Wow. I actually just did my my weekly raids like yesterday. I was like, shit, did I do them this week? And I signed in and I was like, nope, I haven't, thank God, because I only really have tonight and tomorrow, which is now today, to get those done before they reset. Yeah, fuck it. We'll work on this fucking summer chibi. I had this sitting in wait for a while, and I haven't had time to work on it, so might as well work on it now. Ah, whoopsie. There we go. Is there anything else I needed to edit from this? I kind of doodled this in like a hurry a while back. I never had the chance to finish it. Looks like everything is, relatively speaking, good to like move on to lines. The sketch is like hella loose, but that's fine. Oh wait, when I flipped it, it looked hella wonky. Wait, I gotta fix that ear. This ear needs to be like that kind of, a little more outward there, and this whole like section of the head needs to be like brought up a little bit, I think. like that, kind of. How's that? That's a little better, I think. Yeah, that looks a little more even. Me too, lol. One of my FC mates took me through 3 till he was taken away. Swimsuit Kiwi being cute with her big ol' forehead. Listen, okay, Chibi's got fat heads. That includes the forehead. To be fair, I do think I made the forehead a little bit big on this. I can kind of fudge it to not be as big. There we go. Not quite as big. Man, the Atelier series is like hella underrated. Hella underrated. I still have to go back and finish Liddy and Sewell. I started like playing Liddy and Sewell during that mold situation I had where I was forced to not be in my office. And then I ended up solving the issue before beating the game. So it's just been like back on the back burner of things I should probably finish and play for like months now. And I have yet to go back and actually go and complete it. I'm near the end. I only have like a little bit left of the main story to complete, but I just haven't gave myself the time to actually go and beat it. Sorry, my typing is rough today. No, it's okay. Don't worry. Listen, my typing and speaking and comprehension of my native language is rough every day. I am not one to judge somebody on stuff like that. I might make a joke here or there if it's someone I know who won't, like, be upset about said joke, but I wouldn't, like, specifically put someone down like that over something like that. I literally have no room to talk. I can't talk shit about someone when my own standard of that specific thing is also pretty poor in most cases. Hello, line art? Can I line art today? Apparently not. It's a good thing my job was not line art today. And that this is just like a for fun doodle and not a commission job, because holy shit. I cannot draw a line that is nice and smooth to save my life right now. They do though. Big ol' bean she's got on her— wait, what? Oh, you're talking about chibis, right? Okay, I was like, wait, what's that in context to? I missed that completely. I was semi one-hand typing, which made it 10 times worse. Oh my god, I'm so bad for that. You have no idea. I'll be sitting and like doing something with one hand, and instead of just like putting that thing down, I'm like, no, I can type with just one hand. And it takes like 20 minutes to get like, yeah, I'm fine out, because I'm trying too hard to multitask when I just should have prioritized one thing over another. And then I had to re-type it out a couple of times too, because I didn't spell something right or accidentally mistyped like a letter, fat thumbing a button on my phone or something. Love that. The pains of ADHD. The pains of brain telling you you need to be doing 40 billion tasks at once and just physically not being capable of doing such, like, thing, I guess. Not really being able to multitask, like, that many things at once. And then brain going, but how about you do it anyway? And you're like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But brain, I can't do that. Like, I physically do not have enough, like, fingers or hands or mobility to do something like that. Brain, but how about you do it anyway?
Huh?
Aw. We just need to evolve more hands and a second brain. True facts. Nature just needs to go, hey, it's time for a little bit of evolution on your part. Here, take these extra hands and take these like 4 extra brain cells because clearly you need them. Those brain cells will help your brain regulate a little better, as well as, you know, maybe not make the worst decisions in really inopportune times, you know? Beautiful, perfect. Thanks. Bow, 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 bow. The only downside to Atelier music is that it's really short. Like, most of these tunes are meant to be very, very loopable, and you're not supposed to be hearing them for long periods of time, so a lot of the songs are like barely a minute long. Even though they're very nice.
A few moments later.
A few moments later. Man, if only I could actually do accents. And it wasn't just me making up shit on the spot. Or trying to emulate sounds that I've just heard. Speaking of Atelier games though, really quick, I've been wanting to make more Atelier fan art for like a long fucking time, and just have not had the time to do so. Like, oh my lord, that is loud in my eardrums. Loud fard. The game's characters are so fucking goddamn cute, but like the designs are like so overly detailed that it would take a while to actually like draw fan art. So I just have not had the time to even like do like a fun doodle like this, because their costumes have so many elements. Like here, just as an example, the music from the game we're currently listening to is from Atelier Rorona. And she looks like this. Hold on. Yeah, this is the one from her game. Let me zoom out real quick. And then do from clipboard. So this is what she looks like, right? Look at all these, like, minor details in her hat. She's got, like, swirly metal bits and, like, different colored stripes. She's got feathers in it. She's got fucking, like, intricate lace on her top. She's got these, like, weird, bulbous, gourd-shaped, like, I don't know, like, potion bottles on her hip. She got a cool staff. I'm no good at drawing staves or staves or weapons or of any kind. She's got like kind of leathery armor boots. She's got these dangly bits. Like, so much detail in her costume that it would take so long to sit here and analyze the design enough to get a good drawing in that's like accurate. And then my very biased but like still favorite, because she's very cute, is Meruru. Meruru was the first game of the series that I had played, so she's one of those. It was my first, so it's my favorite. But she's also just very cute. Look at her. Look at my sweet daughter Meruru. She's got like these braid bits back here, this cute little crown. She's a princess. She's got like this flowery pattern on her dress. She wears like, I don't even know what you would call this. It's got like an underwire like bra thing in it, but it's a dress, but it's also like partially a corset. And it's got long like jacket-like sleeves and like not really a top piece, but has like a shawl bit here and then a cape. She has bloomers on. Yeah, she's got bloomers, and she's got these cute little booties and like a star-shaped staff and a cute little star charm in her hair and some big flowery bits. Her design is super cutie. Also, the artist who does this art or whatever I follow on Twitter, they do good stuff. I think they currently work on the Blue Reflection series. But yeah, so she is super duper cute, but again, like, intricate lace, like a whole ass, what do you even call that? It's not like a bustier, is it? What's a bustier? Bustier is like a corset with a bra in it, right? Bustier. Yeah, it's kind of like a corset, but it has like the bra portion like tucked into it. So she's got like a dress that's partially a bustier, like, and this part, this metal piece here, isn't supposed to be like a separator. Like, this isn't a corset with a skirt that matches in color. It's a full dress, but it's got like this metal hip piece, and like, oh boy. But yeah, like, so many minor details, like this stupid flower pattern. It's got like yellow sunflower looking bits and then like red flowers that I don't know what they might be, but with like a blue polka dot and like, oh my lord. And she's got so much hair that goes in all such directions. A push-up corset dress. Nah, if anything, the closest thing would be like a bustier dress with, for some reason, like jacket sleeves and only a half cape. Because that cape is not a full cape. It only goes over her one shoulder and like halfway across her back. One sec, can I find a different piece of art that helps portray this better? A lot of the official art shows her in very similar poses where it doesn't really show her back very easily. Or the extent of her cape dress thing. No. Even the 3D model isn't exactly a good example. Also, this game, 1 is old, and 2 was that, whoops. I meant to make that a new fucking layer, but it's fine. We can just do this. This should work. There we go. And was a PS3 game, so it looks a little bit janky, but that's okay. Ignore the poor quality models. She's got like a, I don't know what the fuck you want to call that, like a pouch? It's not exactly like a backpack, it's like on the back of her, like, lower back. But it's attached to what I assume is this metal piece, but it's attached at the bottom and not the top, and there's no upper support, so it would flap over, like, anime designs, am I right? Fam pack? Kind of, it's almost like a fanny pack, but like, on your backside. But yeah, as you can kind of see, like, the cape part only goes over the one shoulder and like halfway across the back. It doesn't come back over to this side at all. It's really hard to get a good picture of this because all of her like artwork only shows her standing from like the one angle. Come on, game. There's gotta be a better angle of this. I mean, there's like a figure, but the figure doesn't really help. Because the cape is like flowing to the side, so it looks like it's supposed to be a full back cape, but it's just flowing weird, like here. Here's the figure. So like, you can see how it's not a full cape, but it looks like it's just flowing to the side and not meant to be a half cape, but it's meant to be like a half cape thing. She's very cutie. She's my favorite one. Wah. Anyway, that aside, because that was a tangent that I didn't mean to fully go down rabbit hole style, but I've been meaning to make fan art again for the series and just have not had the time because these characters are so like overly anime designed that it would take me way too long to sit and analyze the design to get the details right. Like, if I was gonna sit and bother making fan art, I'd want it to be accurate, you know? Like, I'd want to sit there and make sure I got all the correct details in. But there's so many details to all these characters that, like, it would take so long. I just do not have that kind of time right now. Not with the amount of work I've currently got on my plate. And by currently, I mean constantly. go. These lines don't have to be perfect since this is just like a chibi doodle, but I don't want the lines to be like janky, like really bad in some spots. So I am gonna be like a little bit of a perfectionist in some instances, but for the most part, I'm gonna try and speed through the lines for this, because today is clearly not a line art day for me. Hands are a little, like, not shaky, but like inaccurate, unsmooth. If that makes any sense. Today is not a smooth hand day, it's more like smooth brain day. But Kiwi, isn't every day a smooth brain day? I was waiting for someone to bring that up. Yes, that is correct. But at least some days when brain is smooth, hand motions can also be kind of smooth. So instead of doing the same fucking line like 40 times, I might actually be able to get the line in like one go. Maybe two if I'm unlucky. Thank God for vector layers, because otherwise most of my line art would be literally like the most jank stuff ever and would take way too long. The way I used to do line art with Paint Tool Sai, Lord have mercy on my poor younger soul. The amount of time and effort I put into line art, way too much. Especially without like fancy brushes that help with like making textures or you know, certain shapes and such. Having Clip Studio Paint with like their fancy asset store has been like a complete life changer. I've been able to speed up my workflow and process by like 4 trillion%. Things that used to take me upwards of weeks to like get halfway through done can be done within that time frame. And that's counting like me being fussy with things and like going in to add extra details and like really taking my time with it. I still don't understand vector layers. Honestly, the way vector layers work is that like they have particular rules because it makes sure to like turn every line you make into well, essentially a vector, right? And what a vector is like a very precise like categorized, how do you even explain it correctly? Like you can scale it up and down without it losing quality. It's like always being rendered as like vector points. Like here, see these dots? Those are the dots in the line, and I could move this wherever I wanted and it doesn't change the line quality, it just changes the shape, right? And so with using vector lines for your line art, you can then make sure the quality of your lines are always on point, even if you have to change things like the line width or density, or even if you wanted to change the like brush you used. Like if I suddenly decided that I didn't want this line art to be just like a thin, plain circle brush, I could then go up here to whatever this is called up here. It's the operation tool or whatever. You can then switch the main color of this line art to whatever you want. Right? You can change it to whatever you want all in one go. You can change the brush shape and size. Like if I wanted to make the lines hella thick or like hella thin, I can make them hella thin, right? So you can really mess around with certain stuff. For some reason, it's not letting me change brush shape right now. There we go, it worked. It just needed a minute to load. So I could change all the brush like strokes I did into like the pencil brush all in one go without having to redo the line art. Or, you know, fucking whatever you want, as long as you have it as like a registered style of brush. And then as on top of that, there's an eraser style called the vector eraser. I currently have one that's like edit it a bit, but what it does is if lines are converging on certain points, so like right here, right here, right here, 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 and here, right? All those converging points, you can have it so that you can erase lines between those points and it'll stop erasing when it hits another convergent point. So I can go like this and have these lines stay and these lines stay, but not the part that was in between these parts. Right? So doing stuff like hairline art where artists are going like this constantly and like there's gonna be like converging points when you do something like this, an opposite hair, you can then erase through that section and it just doop does it for you. It just gets rid of all these little pieces in between that hair piece. You don't have to go in with like a regular eraser and go like this and like hope to God you don't fuck up the other lines or do it on another layer so that you're not messing up more lines or anything like that. The only downside to vector layers is that you can't use the bucket tool. It just physically won't let you because it's not meant for things like color per se. Like you're not meant to fill in flat colors or anything with the vector tool. Most companies and like professionals per se use vectored layers and tools for things like logos and like branding art, things that need to be like scaled up and down very, very heavily for the sake of like, you know, web use and like printing use and stuff like that. So things like logos where you need to use like a typeface with like extra stuff on top of it, vector layers are very good for that because typeface will obviously scale without problem, and so does the vector layer. So if you had like, say, I don't know, let's use an example of like, and, right? Like say your show is called and, but you wanted like swirlies on the text and such, and like you needed whatever, and this was like the logo. You could then take this and just put this on another layer so I don't screw up my line art. You could then scale this up as big as you wanted. Doesn't matter. The lines are always going to be like that very crisp and perfect edge. And then say you wanted that and to now also be a thinner brush stroke. You could then do that too, and it still doesn't ruin the quality of the brush stroke. Like it's still exactly as it was drawn. And even if I was to scale this back down, right, the and is still exactly as I drew it, just in a smaller, you know, brush width, which is obviously going to have issues here and stuff from where the lines didn't match up in the bigger brush stroke, but you know what I mean. And you could just fuck around with it as much as you want, and it's good for things like logo design and like business design in general. So I use it for line art just because it keeps my lines very smooth. I don't have to worry about like minor editing via like eraser or anything. If I do minor mistakes, I can use the vector eraser to fix those minor mistakes. If I have to go on with a regular eraser, it's usually like very, very uncommon, but if I do, it's not a big problem. The only thing I will say though is that eraser marks as well as like transparent brushstrokes count as their own brushstrokes, right? So if I was to say, go like this real quick, and then use a transparent stroke to go like this, right? This transparent stroke does affect the way like changing the size of a brushstroke works because it's its own brushstroke. It counts as its own brushstroke. So as you can see with the bigger size, where I had it before, like here, this was done with a specific sized brush, and so is this. But when you shrink it down, the eraser part, because I used a transparent brush color, also changes in width instead of just the colored part. So you have to be careful when you're using, like, what's the word? Transparent, like, color as an eraser when using vector lines, because I've had times where I used a transparent color as an eraser and then tried to fix the line art via, like, changing its width, and it completely messes up, like, the botched eraser job I did with the transparent color. And so then brush, hello? Get small, thank you. I had to, like, go back in and, like, retouch up the part that I tried to fix or change back then. But aside from stuff like that, which you get used to pretty quickly when you use vector layers a lot, it's definitely been like a huge change in process for speed in my line art. I don't even use half the features you can really get into with vector layers for the most part. I just use the ones that are the most convenient for line art because it's all I really use it for. I don't use a lot of the graphic design features that vector layers are actually like meant for because I don't really do a lot of graphic design. I am not a graphic designer. Adapt Kiwi engineering, sorry, enlightening the masses. I just started art and I've been using Procreate. I pay for Clip Studio and I've been playing with it. It's a bit daunting. Honestly, I feel that is like honestly one of the reasons why I didn't immediately jump on Clip Studio Paint back in the day from Paint Tool Sci was because it was like legitimately like terrifying to open up the software and look at it. It like freaked me out because I was like, none of this looks like what I'm used to. It's gonna take me so long to get used to like how this software is laid out and like where all the options are and what I can even do. Like I was still like getting a good grasp of not Clip Studio Paint, Paint Tool Sci at the time, right? Like I was still like learning the software and things I could do and hotkeys and etc with that software, let alone getting a new one. But it got to a point where at the time I was working a lot on comic projects, and again at the time Paint Tool Sci didn't have any like text tool options. I was basically forced to look into other options to import the text into the project, right? And Photoshop was way too expensive. And I was like, well, that ain't happening. And a lot of the other like free or easy to access in a free state cough softwares weren't very like good at keeping quality or anything like that. And nor could I like import files between like certain softwares, etc. So it was kind of a pain in the ass until I discovered Clip Studio, and as scary as it was, once I got used to like actually how it functions, it became like literally life or death. It like if I had to go back to Paint Tool Sci, whether it be Paint Tool Sci 1 or 2, because now they've released a second version of it that has like text tools and better overall features, but if I ever had to go back, it would be a challenge to figure out how to like deconstruct my knowledge of how this software works back into the other way, because Paint Tool Sci is great as like a beginner software, but it's lacking so many features and things that are like, at this point for me, like necessary to function as an artist, that like if I didn't have the ability to do them, I would have to finagle my brain into unlearning all the knowledge I have now. Like the ruler tools that this software has, and the text tools this software has, and the ability to like easily and very quickly customize and make brushes, and the ability to like download other pre-made assets directly into the software, and like all the other things that this software's got that Paint just doesn't have. Or sorry, not Paint, Sci has, or whatever. It's just, it would be too much of a switchback. It was definitely worth the money I spent. I didn't even buy the full, like, super expensive version of Clip until a little afterwards. Like, I didn't have access to half the vector tools this software has to offer until, like, later on, because at first I was like, I don't even know if I'm gonna continue using it, like, past making comics at the time and all that nonsense. And then it got to a point where my totally legitimate version of Paint Tool Sci started to like not work correctly, and I couldn't get a fix for it. So I just completely ended up like 100% migrating to this software instead, and I don't regret it whatsoever. It was totally worth it. And then once I realized there's stuff that I could be doing that would also make my life easier, but I have to pay more money for it, I just saved up and paid the bill because it was worth it. 100% was worth it. Things like being able to categorize like things into like comic book view for things like emote commissions and such, really good. Being able to just do more comic related stuff in general for at the time when I was making more comic related content was just way too useful not to have. The vector tool stuff that like you don't have access to in the usual cheaper version of the paid for software, too useful to not have, like absolutely was worth every penny. Kiwi art tutorial YouTube when? Way back, like when I was still a Paint Tool Sci user, I tried to make a tutorial on how to do some like sort of like unknown things with Paint Tool Sci. Like I had only just recently learned them and I didn't know anybody who I was like friends with at the time who were artists, or like haven't seen any tutorials on how to do it aside from like text-based tutorials, like no video-based ones, just text-based ones. And I was like, well, you know what? Now that I know this trick, I might as well just like make a video on it. And then I never ended up finishing the video. It didn't look or sound very professional. It was all done on like a crappy little old laptop. And I definitely don't have the source files from it anymore, so I can't like share it anymore, but I once attempted to make like tutorials, but that backfired and did not end up getting released. I could probably get around to doing one nowadays with my way more advanced and knowledgeable big brain that I have, as well as now on my current software, because I wouldn't have tutorials for Paint Tool Sci anymore. I have no idea how that software works anymore past like, oh my god. It was like 2013, I think, when I stopped using it fully or something. It was a while back. So it's probably been a lot different since then, both 1 and 2. But yeah, maybe. I won't lie, I'd love a good tutorial on general, here is how you use tools in addition to other art tutorials. I mean, I feel like with Clip Studio Paint, if you know like a decent handful of like tips and tricks for Photoshop, a lot of it is very transferable knowledge-wise. Like a lot of the base hotkeys for this software are like almost exactly the same as they would be for Photoshop. And I think they did that on purpose because like a lot of industry artists who use this software in Japan were previously using Photoshop. So it just made sense to like essentially give them the leeway of using their old knowledge of their previous software to then use the new one. It made it easier for them to transfer. But since I was not a Photoshop enthusiast at the time, nor am I now, but I had like very limited Photoshop knowledge, it didn't really help me specifically. But if you already have Photoshop knowledge, this software is like hella similar in terms of a lot of its base, unedited default settings and such. What are your thoughts on Krita? I haven't used Krita, like, functionally speaking. I've booted it up. I've like made a doodle or two in it. I haven't like fully sat and tried to work with it though. Because messing around with the software for like funsies just to see what it's like and like actually trying to functionally use it for something are two different things, right? Like you can mess around with the software you know and still make something completely different from how you would normally do in your regular workflow or how you would usually do stuff. So generally speaking, I've used it, but I haven't sat and like used it. I wouldn't be able to give like a proper review as to whether or not I think it would be worth your time or anything. From what I have messed around with, the features seem fine, like they're usable. They're not like unintuitive. The layout seemed pretty simple from what I remember, like there wasn't any like confusing elements to it, or at least not to me as somebody who's used a few drawing software now to this like time frame. Things like that, but like I couldn't give you like a definitive like, yeah, it's worth your time and effort to learn how to use this specific software and its layout over anything else, because I never really sat and fully used it. I can, however, say that despite Clip Studio Paint taking a very shitty turn towards subscription fees over their flat rate, which was like the one thing they had over Photoshop at this point, the software is still very much usable and still very much good. You just now have to be wary that with upcoming changes to their like policies and such, it's going to be subscription based to actually get any of the like real updates and features past a certain point. At this point, I've just been using dolls to make references and then import them into Procreate. Yeah, that's totally valid. Like, as somebody who very frequently also uses like downloaded assets and like things that aren't native to like the software itself, I also very frequently use things like the 3D models and such, like the what's it called? Clip Studio Paint like 2 update that they released recently, like the 2.0 official version or whatever, gave us these customizable like 3D heads, right? Where if you go into their settings real quick, I know you can't see it, but you'll see things change in a second. You can like edit the model's like different features as you please, right? So you can make like head shapes that like fit your art style and all that as much as you'd like, or just use their presets, because they have like pretty generic like men and women. You got masculine and more feminine. You got like slightly more stylized. Like a lot of the presets are still really good. And then they've got like, you know, like more anime chibi style, etc. So having access to stuff like that, whether in software or outside of software to use as reference, is totally like a legitimate way to do stuff. Same thing with like Clip Studio Paint has full body models that you can then equip poses to and like alter and change, etc. You can be like, yes, hello, my name, why is that not rotating the way I want it? I don't fuck around with the models too much, but I do sometimes, so my knowledge of how they bend a lot is lacking right now, but you can be like, hello, and make a pose, and then use that as reference, etc, etc. Good shit. Good evening to you, Nova, how are you? Photoshop is the industry standard, so if you want to break into that market, you want to make the transition easy. Exactly. Like I said, since this software was initially created for like Japanese comic artists and like animators and such, they wanted to make sure that, you know, the general standard software before that, which was probably Photoshop for most of them, it was easy to switch from Photoshop to this software, and then this became, generally speaking, the standard, at least in like the Japanese comic market. Like if anything's done digitally, it's gonna be this software essentially, right? Like very few of them still cling to things like Photoshop. A lot of them use Clip Studio Paint, or what it was used to be called, fucking like Manga Studio or whatever, because it's just specifically catered to that type of content. Photoshop isn't necessarily meant to be used for like artwork and drawing. They just know that like a lot of people do in fact use it for that, so they add features here and there that can help those people, etc, etc. But the software is not meant for that. It's meant for photo editing. Like that's its intended purpose. So a lot of its features are meant specifically for that. But like Clip Studio Paint, or like I said, as it was called before, Manga Studio, was meant for comic artists. It was meant for like artists in general. It was meant for animators. So a lot of their features and like usability were meant for the ease of the artist and the ease of like porting your stuff for ebook or porting your stuff for like, you know, viewing a 3D version of the comic so you can get an idea of like how you've set up the binding or etc, right? Photoshop, you can't really do that per se. Like there might be an option now to port your stuff for like ebook or like e-reader like available files, but that would have been a thing that came out like recently, not something that came like prepackaged. What program is this? This is Clip Studio Paint. Specifically, I use EX, which is the most expensive version of the software, but a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, generally speaking, can apply to the regular Pro version as well. If everyone treats strangers the way me and Mdoth treat each other, the world would be a better place. I missed that. What's up, bitch? Also, hello, welcome in. I'm sorry I missed your comment. I've been on like a ranty mood today, I guess. Art brings that out of me. I get into like a real hockey and like zoned out mood. Which is ironic because when I usually work like on stuff that I can't stream, I'm usually like dead silent. At the most, I might like sing to myself, but I usually don't talk like at all. But when I stream art, I get into like a real just like overly chatty and ranty mood. College work and personal game project. I am tired. Damn, I'm sorry. Calculus hurts, but I love it. Oh no, you're one of those people, huh? Your passion causes you pain, but you continue anyway. I feel that. That's big mood. Easy to match the energy when you're naturally like that. I haven't used this program in a while. They've updated it a lot since the 1.0 version, so that's where my posing experience is from. Because offline you don't have an audience. I mean, I guess so. The other thing is that usually when I'm like working on art-related stuff, it's after I've spent like a full straight day of streaming and chatting for upwards of like 6+ hours. So my throat's usually like sore and dry, and I just spend that day like recovering. So that the day after when I go to stream again, I'm not like, you know, sounding like a skeleton, you know? I'm not sounding like a bunch of bones rattling around with like dry heaving dust. So it's also partially an issue of like, one, not needing to talk, and two, preferring not to save like voice, essentially. Whereas if you stream art, you have people watching, you have people like asking questions or talking and chatting with you, and then you also have, you know, at least for me specifically, the time off from the day before to not be talking, so you're way more capable of speech and conversation. Thank you for the hydrate. I will have to take a quick BRB in a moment to grab more water. I am out of water. My bottle has officially emptied. So once I get these minor lines in, I will quickly take that BRB and grab some Wawa. Some fresh, cold Wawa. Whoopsie. Wait a god, what happened here? How far back did that happen? Shit. Fuck. I can try and fix it with a stroke instead of having to redraw the circle itself. Shit. Come on. Ugh. Hands, draw the curve. Oh my lord. Let me... This one's not too bad. I just gotta like stretch it out a little teensy bit. There we go. Ah yes, the Atelier games being known for really goofy, like bumbling idiot music, and I love that. That's another thing that's good about this series, is that a lot of the music is like, hey, did you want to hear somebody play a recorder like they're 6? That's background music. Congrats, you get 6-year-old recorder playing. Like, thanks. Oh, you want to hear somebody play really funny, dumb toot notes on a fucking trombone? Perfect. Background music. Like, that note was incorrect. They didn't even play the note correctly. They're purposely playing off-key notes. It's part of the music. It's off-key and bad, but it's on purpose, so it's good. Because it's meant to show bumbling dum-dum moments. Oh my lord. Here's that recorder music I was talking about. It's a part of the same song. I didn't even realize it was the same song. Dumb, silly recorder music. I've been through Maya 3D for a class and loved it. Working with assets in Unreal Engine is so much fun. Ooh, I'm certain that's really good. At one point, I tried to tell myself, hey, I should learn Blender and make my own 3D assets, and then that did not go very well. I did not have the patience or like mental capacity to sit there and properly learn how to 3D model, so I said, fuck it. I'll just take whatever's on the asset store. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, we get you, to empty a bottle. Sadly, I have to go. I has training for to teach for venue. Okay, got it, no problem. Later, a cow. I do have to BRB to refill my water. My throat is getting dry now, and I want that hydrate redeem. So I will be right back. Back. Someone take her cappuccino. Don't take my cappuccino. That's mine. That's mine. This music is making me want to play Secret of Mana games. Just play the Atelier games. They might be a little dated. Some of the ones that like I consider good, but they're still good.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I'm sorry, what did I do? Why the depression sound effects? You don't need the caffeine, Missy. You know what? True facts. My medication does that enough as is. You say those are dated, but remember Secret of Mana was— You know what? You're right. You're right. I should not be preaching to the it's dated choir at this point. Y'all already know how dated is one, how it feels, and two, like that it's fine for the most part. I just meant like if somebody else was thinking about like possibly playing something that they remember because of this music, that if they were to just go play this game instead, it might not be the bestest experience, generally speaking, due to the, like, age. These are all, the ones that I specifically have a lot of experience with are, like, PS3 game. So they're like, both old and probably not very easily available. As is Trials of Mana technically, like, Super Mario Sunshine is a retro. Oh my god, don't bring that up. Don't bring up how old Sunshine is, okay? Don't make me feel like I'm fading away into obscurity of old, alright? I already feel old all the time. I don't need somebody reminding me that Mario Sunshine is just about as old as I am at this point. Oh my lord. Have mercy upon my soul. I feel like this looks weird. Hold on. I have to make this fit so that one more petal completes the circle. How did I fuck this up so bad? I tried to take a shortcut, and all I did was make it harder to, like, comprehend what the fuck I'm looking at. Like, these petals are getting out of hand. There we go, that's good enough, I guess. I'm gonna go like this and fix this line a little bit too, actually. Wah! I'm playing FF6 almost to the halfway point. Nice! The halfway point is when the statues come into play, right? I just want to make sure I have a good understanding of where you are. I'm pretty sure that's correct though. Keep accidentally switching the damn brush when I mean to switch off of transparent color instead, like a dingus. Mario Galaxy is 16 years old. Oh no! Oh. And Platinum is 15. Yeah, I remember being a wee bab and going to the local Walmart to buy Platinum. Oh man. Oh man. Oh boy. At the local Walmart day one. Got that bad boy on lock. And now my copy of Platinum is so, like, old and well used that it straight up just, like, crashes at random and ceases to function correctly. I had, like, over 600 hours in one save file that I had gotten rid of at one point. I played Platinum literally to the death of that cartridge. Bow, bow, bow. Jesus, yeah, I went, oh, right, hold on. I gotta be careful with how I deal with the lines for this, because I did a bit of a hee hee hoo hoo fucky wucky. Actually, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. First off, these aren't in the center. Let me turn this down so I can see better. Second of all, because I used transparent fucking brush strokes to get rid of some of the extra lines. It fucks up. This. Yep, I thought that might happen too. Son of a bitch. Okay. I can make it work. Don't worry. Oh, it's like my original Friends of Mineral Town GBA cart. Yeah. If you're not playing a game to the point where it literally just ceases to function, then it's probably not one of your favorites. As you can very clearly tell by the statement I'm trying to make, Gen 4 and Platinum specifically were like my ride or die. That was like my very, very favoritist ever. And now we go like this. And just merge these two. It shouldn't be a problem now. Yep. Only a little bit of finagling needed now. I say a little bit, but then I go ahead and fuck around with it a lot more than I intended, but it's fine. There we go. That should be fine. So apparently the first Pokemon Snap was released in 1999. Yep. Listen, games are getting older, and so are we. And so are we. I don't like to think about it too much. I don't like to think about it too much. I have a friend who's like a bit younger than I am, and they one time they were like, yeah, so this game came out and I was like so young, and I was like, sorry, did you just say that this particular game was like a childhood favorite of yours? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I was in high school. I was in high school when that came out. What are you, huh? And they were like, yeah, like, I was in like, you know, like grade school, middle school-ish age. And I was like, oh my lord. Oh my lord. Don't remind me how old I am, thank you. It hurts. What you're saying right now is me and Platinum. I feel that though. It happens, right? Some games or some people just remind you that, you know, you're getting older, and so are games, and you're like, oh god, oh Jesus, oh, that's right. I am old. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. Just I was the one in high school. Got it. I remember going to Blockbuster to print out stickers from the original Snap. Yeah, that was not exactly a thing when I was younger, but I remember a lot of people telling me about that. They were like, yeah, you used to be able to like go out and print out your Snap like screenshots from your 64 save file or whatever. It was awesome, and I was like, that sounds so great. I never owned a 64, not because I was too young per se, but like, I just never did. I grew up in a pretty poor family, so a lot of my like games and or game consoles were like big ticket like birthday or celebration gifts. And so like when the 64 was around and like still popular, it was just not something my family could afford nor like wanted to get for me basically. And so I never got to experience that like specific feeling of, hey, let's go print out your Snap stickers. But like, I've heard of it. And I'm certain it was fantastic, because I probably would have eaten that concept up like fucking like crazy. If I had the ability to go and like print off stickers from a game just based on like the save file, I definitely would have. Ah. Remember when I said I wasn't gonna fuck with this flower too much and then I continued to do so? Haha. Wait a second, how did I miss that line? There we go. Who remembers the printer accessory that you could get for the original Game Boy? Me. I didn't have one, but I knew of it. Ah, son of a bitch. But I knew of it. And I wanted it really bad. Never got one, but I knew somebody who had one, and I was like, that's so fucking cool. Goddamn. Goddamn. It's okay, Kiwi. Even when you can't walk as well as you used to, your tail can't wag as hard as it wants to. Your muzzle grows white. We'll be there for you. Aww. Ow, 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 ow. I'll do my best to always be there for you guys too. I will do my best. I promise. I promise on the rhombus. Yeah, now it's basically just... Well, for one, I think I fucked up this ear because it's too skinny. I drew the line, like, way too far back for this to match the shape correctly that I was going for. And then for two, I think I just have to do the lines for the glasses. And then we can move on to some coloring, finally. I should also probably fix this part so it looks more like the sketch too. Go. I had that stuff sketched that way for a reason, but then I went off model for I don't know why. What was your fated rated M game? That's a good question. Honestly, I'm not sure. Was Devil May Cry rated M? Hold on. Devil May Cry 1. Was this a rated M game? Sure was. MA 15. Devil May Cry, baby. That's my favorite rated M game. Kiwi, please. You can't curse so fucking much, damn it. Wait, what? There are kids here? There shouldn't be kids here. The stream is set to be like adults only, I'm pretty sure. They get that warning. They're not supposed to click they're above 18. You're not supposed to lie to Twitch. You're not supposed to lie to Mr. Twitch. I asked first, not favorite. Oh, my bad. I lied. First rated M game, huh? I'm not sure what my first would have been. Shit. I'd have to really, like, dig deep into the brain juice for that one. Getting the Blue Mage in FF6 Strago? Nice! But you know full well no one adheres to those warnings. I mean... I know, but you're supposed to, You're supposed to. The stream is not meant for children. It is not intended for younger audiences. There is language and, like, jokes of content that is not meant for younger audiences here, which is why the warning is there. Gotta make sure we protect those who oftentimes don't attempt to protect themselves. But that's what the warning is for. I can't stop them from lying to Mr. Twitch, but it's there so that I am no longer liable. It's not my problem if they decided to lie to Mr. Twitch, okay? That's on them if they get to hear a swear because they lied. First rated M game was Diablo 2. Ooh, that's a good one. I've never personally played a Diablo game, but I've heard they're good. Get rid of those lines, and the back end of this eyelash. It looks a little funky, but it's fine, don't worry about it. If you worry about it too much, I'll fuck around with it too much. It's fine. There we go. Lines are done. We can move on to some flat colors. And since this is a image that is almost exclusively not touching the edges of the canvas, I can use this tool. Make quick work of the flat fill. Whoopsie. Mine was Unreal Tournament in '99. Damn. Like I said, I would really have to go back into the brain gunk to figure out what game was my first rated M. There's a lot of games that like I had randomly picked up or played or rented at some point when I was younger and like just completely forgot even existed. So I probably played like one random game at some point that was a rated M before I was supposed to, technically speaking, but like I don't know if I'd be able to remember off the top of my head what that is. Do I still have my... Okay, yeah, I still have a flat color reference in here. Slick. Choop. Pop, pop, ba-da, 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 ba-ba. Bop, ba-da, bop, bop, ba-da, bop, bop, ba-da, ba-ba. Colors, there we go. Painter G-Girl Realm. They are okay. I don't know how well they've aged though. I mean, I've heard there's still good games to play. I don't know so much about story-wise per se. I've heard a lot of people say like nobody really plays Diablo games for their story. They play them for the gameplay, which is valid, I guess, depending on who you ask. But specifically in terms of gameplay, I've heard they're still like very good, so worst case scenario, you could have a good time gameplay wise. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check and all that other good stuff. Give me a second, let me just make sure these flats are correct really quickly before I get lost in the sauce. And I gotta this real quick. Get the color streak in. The absolutely natural color streak, thank you. It's not dyed. It's natural. You cannot believe me all you want. This. And then same with the other side. Yo. Okay. Now I can take that hydrate and posture check and big stage. Honestly, I don't know what mine was. Maybe Battlefield 4. Didn't that come out relatively recently though? I feel like that was a relatively recent title. Not that there's anything wrong with that per se, like if your interest lied in games that weren't necessarily mature, that's totally valid. But like, usually people have their very first one be a game like was when they were younger type of thing, and somebody either gave them unrestricted access to whatever it was by accident, or like just, you know, just weren't watching you when you picked up whatever rated R game it was. Like I know a lot of young kiddos from like, generally speaking, my generation. Their first was probably something like Grand Theft Auto because parents were silly and dumb and didn't pay attention to their kids. when they were picking up games or playing games they should not have been. It depends on which Diablo clone you play for the gameplay. Like, it's very hit or miss, or at least for me. with enough misses that I gave up on the genre for the most part. Now that I think about it, damn. You're gonna have to wash off that milk chocolate out of your hair at some point. It's not, what the fuck are you talking about, huh? Excuse me? It ain't chocolate milk. It ain't chocolate milk. The point of the streak, if I'm being completely honest, was meant to represent like a physical like cow spot on a part that was no longer really cow related, if that makes sense. So like to get the idea that like the cow was still in there without the knowledge of the ears or the tail, I needed something that represented like a cow spot. And so I decided, fuck it, I'll throw in a streak, because the streak is the same color as like the plain fur color, and the rest of the hair is the same color as the spots, if that makes sense. So it was supposed to be like a physical, like human trait that represented the cow trait, without literally just having the ears and the tail being like the only part that made sense. I was not much of a gamer growing up, simply put. Man, I know some people whose first M or higher rated game was Leisure Suit Larry. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh lordy lordy. Now that's a hell of a trip for your first rated M game. Holy smokes. Alright, GTA, probably that. Not gonna lie, I completely forgot about it. Oh wait, my first rated M game wasn't Diablo 2. My first rated M game was the game that caused the ESRB to come into existence. The original Mortal Kombat. There you go, see? Sometimes you really gotta think about it for a second. Really dig into the old brain juices. Give it a moment, because sometimes you completely overlook things that you didn't even realize were rated M to begin with. Because you, like, one, didn't give it much thought, or two, like, it just wasn't something that was on your mind a lot, so it just, like, left the impression, but not, like, fully, you know? Missy, your cheeks still smudged even though you're in a bikini at the beach. You're reapplying that, huh? I mean, that was another, like, physical representation of spots that I put in, but also it was supposed to also represent the idea of the, like, art that I do, essentially. Like, the idea behind it was that paint got on my face, but it's such a, like, specifically, I guess, iconic element to the design that if I didn't have it, it'd be, like, missing something, you know what I mean? Just permanently painted, exactly. Exactly. It got to a point where I was like, the paint is like almost an important aspect of the design that I can't leave out. I feel like you would notice if it wasn't there type of thing. Like, it's one of those things where you're like, wait a goddamn second, did you change something? Like, it would be instantly noticeable. Just makes Kiwi very adorable. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. I'm glad you think so. I worked hard on this design. It went through many a iteration before it landed where it is. So I'm glad y'all, at the very least, have a an interest in it, generally speaking, and think it's, I wouldn't say, like, good or great, but, like, passable. It's a design that is functionally, whoopsie, functionally, like, good, I guess. Permanently painted, and one cheek constant. Okay, so you know how, like, you can get paint to dry in a way where it, what's it called? Like, it stays with its 3D shape, per se. If that makes any sense at all. It's like that, where the acrylic is just, like, so stiff and sturdy that the that the, what's it called? The paint ended up, like, just drying in the drip fashion. It's permanently stuck like that. Kiwi is so one with her art. She's grown paint spots. Take the ow 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 and put it over some. Wait, what? Put it over someone shooting an MG, huh? Like, are you saying that I sound like a gun? Is that what you're saying? Fuck. I had the wrong, selection type of tool selected. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. I was trying not to use the word selected like 3 times in a row. Almost fucked it up, but I got it. You sound like a gun. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a good thing per se, but I'll take it, I guess. It's not necessarily inherently a bad thing either, so wait, what color did I... One second, I'm gonna have to open up the absolutely very tasteful and definitely won't get me flagged on Twitch image. If I can be quick about it, I might be able to, you know, not have it. Zoom in, and then zoom in more. There we go. Take that away. Scroll up. Okay, I did make it pink. Also, it didn't have the, like, the hibiscus, what's it called? What do you call those? The little, like, stem bits in the middle in the original, damn it. I thought it did. Oh well. But you saw nothing, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Ah! What the? I did not hit that hotkey. Why did it fucking crap the whole thing? You did it in bursts, so it brought me back. Cake, no, a whole bakery. Shh, you don't see anything. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, okay? I mean, to be fair, the image is probably okay, I think. But just to be safe, I tried to be quick about it. I didn't want the big head honchos and their big chairs up at Twitch to be like, hey, how dare you show a drawing on stream? Twitch, it's a bathing suit, it's fine. I promise, everything's okay. Don't worry about it. It doesn't exist. You don't see anything. I just needed a color reference, okay? All I needed. We're all good now. Can't have the po-po coming down exactly, right? That's what I'm talking about. We gotta make sure the big head honchos up at Twitch don't misrepresent what happened. Nothing happened. It's all good. You saw nothing. Okay, I need to grab... Actually, I can probably get rid of this reference now. Because... unless Yin specifically requests any other changes to like colors, I don't really need their reference up anymore. And it'll make scrolling between my own references a little quicker. I gotta fill in the ear color now. And then the spots. I don't really draw the spots overly consistently. I should probably get a more consistent, like, spot like, range or something, like, make them the same every time, and oh, what happened there? Make them consistent every time instead of kind of just making it up as I go, but, you know, that's no fun. Magically changing spots is better. And takes less effort. I can make it up as I go, it's fine. My existence is funny anime bullshit, who cares? Aw. 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 I also just realized my mask isn't perfect, that there's some spots in there. We got it, we fixed it, it's fine. You gonna share some of that ice pop? I might have a spare one somewhere. I don't know what the flavor was though. I just picked blue because it was a nice color to contrast with the blue background and the very much like brown and green that was already going on in the picture, so I was like, fuck it. Let's make it blue. It's the Kingdom Hearts not branded sea salt ice cream or something. Do I have another reference back here? I do. Perfect. I need these two colors. Oh, that's a locked layer. Whoopsie. I've never had sea salt ice cream. I know that, like, you can physically eat it. Like, people have made a recipe that, like, functions as a real ice cream recipe, but I've never actually tried that. I've heard it's good, though. Should we make this one of those, like, rainbow beach balls? Where it's, like, the red, orange, yellow, red, bleu. Should we make it, like, theme colored? Not sure. First off, I forgot to add color to that. There we go. Oomst. Sea salt ice cream I think existed before Kingdom Hearts. I know, but they popularized it. Like, it was a recipe that exists, you can eat it. But they made it look more like the one from Kingdom Hearts. Because I don't think it was naturally blue to begin with. I think it was naturally, like, probably like an off-white color or something, more specifically. And then, because Kingdom Hearts made it blue, everybody was like, we want to try that one! So they basically just made it blue. By adding, like, food dye or something to it. Everybody attributes it to that game. Just because it popularized the idea. Why don't we make the ball the equivalent of the ice pop with, like, some blue tones? We don't have anything blue in this image, at least not yet. You can, like, flip-flop between the blues. Like that. I don't know about that one, actually. Damn. Let me look up beach balls. The different kinds. Does Kiwi ever share with us? Excuse me. I try. There's only so much I can do being a silly little critter on the internet, okay? Oh, right. Beach balls are also supposed to have the white panels. I forgot about that. Generally speaking, they're yellow, blue, and red with white panels in between. But they come in other styles as well. Let me try with the generic colorway that they have there once. Like white, white. Ah, not like that. White, white, white. And then one of these would be like a blue. And one would be like a yellow. That's actually a bit bright, Jesus Christ. Tone that down a little bit. And then the one that's back there would have been the red, but because I didn't make enough stripes to show all three. It's just gonna end up being the blue and the yellow. What if I just made it like blue and white instead? Also gonna make that a little less gray and a little more white. Yo. That's not half bad, I guess. Could be better, I think. Also, I missed the spot. Whoopsie. Like, maybe make the white panels like very pale blue. A little more pale blue. Actually, that's a little better. I don't hate that. We can keep that. That works. That is acceptable. And now a very often small detail that a lot of people probably don't really pay attention to, but I do in fact have freckles. And they happen to be in a lot of places. They are just very small. Make sure they're not overlapping anything important color-wise real quick. There's a line! Ah, I don't like that! There we go. Beautiful. Kiwi, what? Wha? What is it? That's a little too thick, actually. I'm gonna just double up on it there. That's a little better. Wah. What I do? Oh wait, I forgot the nail polish. I didn't actually physically draw in nails, but that doesn't mean the nail polish needs to be lacking. The nail lacquer cannot be lacking. Actually, that's looking a little funky. Hold up. Perspective on this is weird. Good enough. If you were ever to get a chibi model, would you mind putting your forehead in the middle of the screen so we can play tic-tac-toe? Okay, wait, hold on. I don't know if I have... One sec. I might be able to pull up my fucking model art and remove my hair real quick, go bald. Do I still have the proper file for it, though? Please, I'm on my knees. I'm trying, one sec. This file is huge, it might take a moment to load. Okay. It didn't take that long. Hold up. It's gonna look a little funky for a moment because I have, what's it called? Some, like, clipping masks going. Where the hell is the hair? There's the bangs. Where's the back hair? There's that. There we go. Where's the hat? Get rid of the hat. Guess what? The ears aren't attached because, you know, they have to be higher up. Okay, and then there was a separate line art made for this, so that when you take away this clipping mask, hold on. There we go. There we go. Now they're kind of attached. So there, that's the shading and like weirdness of the model without the hair. Let me scroll down and remove the sketch real quick. There we go. Fucking bald! 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 Wah. Sorry, I'm using a mouse to control this right now because I put my pen down, so it's a little jank. She has no— I told you I have no human ears! I said this multiple times! I only have the cow ears. Y'all didn't believe me. My eyes! Here, wait, I'll make it even better, hold on. Where's the head at? Where's my fat head ass? There we go, we got the shiny like egg shading for the cranium. Also, there's not a lot of forehead room with the hair on, so the shading looks a little funky on the head where it looks like it's like all like tannish up here, and it's only because with the way the bangs sit, it like has to be that way, otherwise like the forehead looks very unshaded, so we're stuck with very overly shaded forehead. I can literally remove the shading and it looks just as weird as with. Bald! Collar Bowie? Collar Bowie. Huh? Like bald Kiwi, is that what we're trying to get at here? Do not save. There we go. What in the fresh hell? Okay, hold up. Let me color the line art real quick. With my fantabulous hotkey. There we go. Then I can add extra details in. Oh, I put that underneath. Whoopsie, that's gotta go on top. There we go. But yeah, if you wanna, you know, use that screenshot for tic-tac-toe purposes, go right ahead. Feel free. If you need to go back into the VOD later to re-grab it because you didn't grab a screenshot at the time, go ahead. I don't mind. Some people get uppity about the fat forehead meme. I don't really have much of a fat forehead. Only chibi mode really gets fat forehead, but that's just because the head proportions are like overly exaggerated. My model has like basically no forehead in the like final model art. It's all eyebrows and bangs. Bald Kiwi Bowie, or better yet, Bowie. Only her head tanned. That's the thing. I'm very pale, like very, very like allergic to the sun looking pale, and I don't really tan easily. Like the last time I went out when it was sunny, I literally got a sunburn on my scalp because like I didn't have any sort of like hat or head protection on, and the sun just like burned everything it could. It was not very fun. Thank you for the head paps. Does Kiwi have a thin head of hair? I mean, my hair, generally speaking, is thin, but it's not like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I have a lot of hair, it's just the strands are very thin, so light easily passes through to the scalp. And then, like I said, because I'm very pale, that scalp then burned, like, real easily. So... it was not very fun. I had itchy scalp and, like, dandruff issues for a while because of it. It sucked. It sucked the big suck. Jesus, Kiwi. Listen, okay? It's not my fault. I mean, it is my fault for basically never existing outside of my house, but it's not my fault. I think Kiwi's accepted the fact that she's adorable at this point. I'm just not allowed to disagree is the problem. I fight the urge every time. I fight the urge every time. I mean, comparing me to the rest of my family, I'm very pale and I don't tan, very dark, but I never really get burned. Yeah, no, I had like a 2nd degree burn once when I was younger because I was at a pool party of like a friend, and they didn't have any like extra sunscreen at their house, and there was not enough for my very pale self, so I used whatever I could and whatever I had like from my house, and still burned very, very, very badly. It was like really bad. My like, I literally shed like a snake skin off of myself after that party. It was awful. Never again. What positive descriptors do you like being called if you don't like being called cute? That's the thing, it's not just the cute aspect. I'm just not good at taking compliments. I'm a very traumatized individual, and I'm bad at taking compliments. Son of a bitch, stop that. There we go. And I've been trying my best to not be so overly negative or like combative when people try to be nice to me, but it's hard. It's hard. The urge is real big every time. The beach kiwi pondering an orb. Yeah, man. You gotta ponder the beach ball orb. Kiwi was threatened with getting name called if she didn't at least try to accept the compliments. Might as well call Kiwi Snow White, huh? Listen, I've had... Ooh! Hello, I hope PNG! One moment, please. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We're talking about how I am a very pale individual who burns very easily right now while drawing a very summery beach chibi. I hope your stream went well. What were you doing? I hope everybody is having a good day today. I heard something about shedding like a snake, and I was like, ayo, this is the one.
They ask you
True
how you are, you
facts.
say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
I
because they would
appreciate
never understand.
that. You caught the tail end of me talking about how being very pale, I burned myself one time really bad in the sun, and like my entire body just like shed itself because of the dead skin. It was not very fun. I hope you encounter the fear of blank as instructed by my streamer. Oh shit. Is it the fear of getting another like 2nd degree burn? Because that's no fun. Anyways, welcome in everybody. My name is Kiwi. I'm a very smooth-brained individual who does their best to keep up with chat and all. I draw, as you can clearly see right now. I also play video games sometime, and by sometime I mean most of the time, because I haven't had time for an art stream in a very long time. This is the first time in like literally months I've done an art stream. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Kiwi was reading chat. No way I was gonna be faster than her with that shout out. That's okay. Usually I end up needing a minute before I can even do one, but because A, I was reading chat, and B, because I'm not like panicking in like Elden Ring or something, I was able to get that in quickly. I appreciate the attempted hustle with the mods though. Y'all did your best. I just happened to be prepared this time, relatively speaking. Now, what was I saying a second ago? Right, I've been told that I am so pale that when I swim, if there's light hitting the water, you can like literally see me glow under the water. I reflect light. I've had people tell me that like I wouldn't be able to hide underwater for the life of me because I would just straight up reflect light. I would be caught. And I was like, well, fuck. Shit. Damn it. Fear of getting called a cool person that's looked up to, and the speaker actually 100% means it. Oh no, my worst fear! Genuine compliments! Oh, stop. I'm bad at accepting compliments, okay? Especially when they're genuine. Especially when they're genuine. Like, it's one thing to just be nice, because being nice is easy, like, and free. You should always be nice to people, but it's another when they genuinely mean the nice thing they're saying. Oi, oi, oi. We can, you use the light to light up a room if we shine a flashlight. Honestly, I think I've literally, like, you know those, like, glow-in-the-dark, like, putt-putt places where, like, you can mini-putt with, like, the black lights? I'm pretty sure I basically light up under black light because I am so pale. Like, you know how, like, usually all you can see is people's, like, teeth kind of light up when you're there because of, like, how white they are? My skin literally, like, starts to glow purple a bit because of the paleness. The light literally, like, reflects off me. I wish I was joking. I wish such silly, embarrassing, dumb-ass shit is not true, but it is. Laser tag as well. You know, I've only played laser tag once, and I wasn't super great at it, and that might legitimately be the answer as to why. I never really gave it much thought. I just thought that I was bad at laser tag, but it might legitimately be an issue of me being so fucking visible under the dark light. The, like, black light that people just, you know, I couldn't hide, essentially. It was impossible. I lit up. Unless I was, like, literally in a place where the black light wasn't reaching. Which is practically nowhere, because you need to be able to see where you're fucking going, right? Like, generally speaking. There needs to be enough light in there at all times so you don't smash into, like, the geometry they've set up for you to run around and hide in. I can't believe I never thought about that. That might legitimately be the reason why I didn't get, like, anybody. And I was always getting tags from, like, very far away, too. I was like, where the fuck? Who shot me? It's all Kiwi. A lot of people, like the pale beauty look. I mean, maybe, but it doesn't help when you're trying to, like, A, not sunburn really badly, or B, like, specifically hide in things like water or in laser tag or in mini putt for some reason. I'm not sure why you'd want to hide in mini putt, but if you were to, I couldn't. It'd be near impossible. Ever since Ghostbuster, I've had a fetish for translucent skin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we talking about the funny ghost blowjob scene? Is that what did it for you? I would bet all the money on that right there. Absolutely. Kiwi can literally flashbang someone by standing in the sun. Honestly, would not be surprised. Excuse me, wait, have you not seen Ghostbusters? Do you not know what I'm talking about? Do I need to pull up a clip? Will that get me, like, tagged for showing copyrighted material? I can post it in the Discord, actually, hold up. Ghost Boosters Ghost Blue Jube scene. Yeah, here it is. Hold on, can I do this quickly enough to where it doesn't play the audio right off the bat? Pause. 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 Okay, thank you. Good. Because I'm pretty sure you can hear the Ghostbusters theme in the background of this as well, and I don't want it to get claimed. There, that should be the correct link. It is now posted in the Discord, in the NSFW chat. Not that there's anything specifically NSFW about it, aside from, you know, like the mention / implication, but yeah. BRB. The funniest part about that scene is that, like, I don't think there's a single other thing you could try to say that's what's happening. Like, it's very clearly what it is. There's no hiding what they tried to like, imply there. It's very goofy. Mr. Dan Aykroyd got himself the ghost schloppy. What the fuck, right? Listen, the Ghostbusters movie is good, okay? It's very silly, but it's good. Wasn't that movie rated PG too? Like, based? They did their damnedest to get away with whatever they could in that one. They were really pushing the boundaries. The Gawk Gawk was so good, it was to die for. Why did I have to read that? Why did you put that in my chat for me to read with my own 2 eyeballs? Why? My lord. But yeah, in conclusion, Ghostbusters good movie. And I know a lot of people don't have the same opinion, but I also like the second movie. It's a little bit, like, less of a good movie, but it's still, like, good enough. It's schlocky enough to sit through. And it isn't, like, awful. It's just not great. Second movie is still fun, just don't take it seriously. Exactly, that's exactly my point. Like, it's a good watch, but like, it's not as good as the first one, and nor is it meant to be taken seriously, like, in the slightest. It is very much just like, they tried their best to come up with something, like, fun and interesting for a second movie plot, and what they came up with was totally valid and fine. It was not the best movie ever, not the worst movie ever. Could have been a lot worse. So, definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen. Let me just unclip this real quick and, like, remove this and this so I can copy this color as best as I can, uninhibited, and fix the edges of the line art a little bit where they're not as light as they're supposed to be. Nah, Dan is still alive. You're thinking of Poindexter Harold Ramis. Wait, what? Are we talking about the actors who are no longer alive? Because there are some who did unfortunately pass away. This is adorable. Thank you! Since I didn't want to end stream when I initially finished the commission I was working on, I figured, fuck it, we'll pull up something that has been sitting on the back burner for a little bit and try to finish up something else in the meantime while I have time to continue streaming. So I chose this because it was the first thing I found that was, one, safe to work on Twitch, and two, not something that would take too much time or effort to just kind of plow through while I chat. So, there you have it. What do you mean kidnapping children to resurrect ghosts isn't fun and quirky? Like I said, the movie's plot is, like, interesting. It's not, like, fantastic. It's not the best movie sequel ever. It's probably not even really all that great of a general sequel, all things considered, but it's a fine movie. Like, if you just turn your brain off, munch on some popcorn, and watch Ghostbusters, it's totally fine of an experience. A lot of people hate it because it's, like, basically nothing like the first one, and I'm like, I mean, I get that, I feel ya on that, but it's still a fine movie to watch. Don't hate on it too hard just because it's not exactly what you wanted. Could it have been a better movie overall? Sure. But, like, it ain't. Doesn't mean it's the worst movie ever. There's a Ghostbusters 2? Sure is. The second one's got the funny ooze in it. But also, as a kid, I liked TMNT 2 more than 1. As I grew up, I realized the oddities of TMNT 2. This made me scream. You need a different site for the other art, LMAO. By the way, if you haven't, support Kiwi on Patreon. Please, if you have the moment, at least look at it. You don't have to necessarily, like, drop all of your cash, but if you just give it a quick look and maybe suggest it to people who may have spare funds, that would be nice. Thank you. I do have ads that pop up every once in a while that say exactly that, but I know it was probably up a little while ago and might take a little longer to come back up. Whoa. White carb! Thank you for the gift sub! I appreciate it. Narrator, and here we see the Kiwi in her natural habitat, being a heckin' cutie and drawing art while ranting with her chat. See, that's the thing, like I said, I don't know what specifically about art streams gets me in like a ranty mood, but it do. I guess my brain just goes to something that I can easily just keep talking about that isn't just me describing what I'm doing specifically art-wise, because nobody wants to hear me go, okay, and then I do this real quick, and then let me just come over here or do this, and I'ma just, dark! Sir! Thank you! You guys really don't have to. And if anything, y'all should be saving because I'm doing a charity stream next week. Well, like, again, thank you. I appreciate it lots and lots. Thank y'all. What was I even saying? I lost track. That completely, like, wiped my brain. Milky, not you too! Stop it! I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. Shit. Fuck. You guys are like melting my brain. I've completely lost it in the sauce. Oi. Oi oi oi. Oi oi oi. You guys started a hype train and everything, oh my lord. Thank you so much. I'm death, everybody, please! You guys are way too nice to me, what the fuck? What the fuck? You don't gotta do all of this for me. I appreciate it. Y'all are the bestest. Y'all are the bestest. We are one short. One short? Or we're one short. Oh, you mean for the sub goal? Did we just hit that sub goal? God damn. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, I can't stay. I have to go to bed. But before that, we love you. Thank you, Dark. Have a good rest. Please dream well. Rest up. Have a good schleppes. Wow. Dark! Mister! Don't make me climb through this monitor. Okay, don't make me do it. Thank you. You don't have to do all that. I appreciate it though, thank you. Ow, 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 ow. Ah. Thank you, thank you. A 4 hype train. Are we at level 4? For me, it just says you're about to beat the record. It doesn't say a number. I have no idea what we're currently at. It does not say a number for me. I don't even know what our previous record was. Literally have zero clue. Dark ran into the light. She can't follow you there. No! I'm too pale. I'll just burn. That's not fair. That's cheating. You can't give away my weakness like that. 43%. Yeah, the percentage says for me, but it doesn't say what, like, level we're at in terms of hype trade. Because usually it says, like, level 1, level 2, level whatever, 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 but right now it just says we're almost at the next best goal. Like, we're about to beat my previous record, whatever that was. I have no idea what that is, though. Level 4? Okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, I think we're at either level 4 or 3, because I don't think I've gotten much higher than that, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I could be wrong. You guys are nutty. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. I've completely lost track of what I was talking about, and I don't know what to say anymore. Ugh. My brain got completely derailed. Ironically, the hype train derailed my brain train. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Do we have a link for the Patreon? Yeah, one sec. Hold on a moment. That should work, right? Yeah. There it is. There, wait, whoa, what happened to the eyes? Whoa, what? No, stop. The eyes. And then go like this, and what the fuck happened to them? They got like shifted over. fixes it. I don't know what the fuck it happened to the eye color, but at some point they shifted, and I completely missed that happening. Jesus. Again, I appreciate it a lot, guys. Thank you. Like I said, even if you can't, like, for any reason specifically give money, it's okay. You don't have to. I appreciate the thought. The thought is what counts. If you wish to share this info with other people who may have, like, spare funds, that's also a very nice gesture, and I appreciate that a lot too. But just know that you don't have to spend any money to be here, or for me to appreciate you. Just being here is enough. You all do enough just being here. And now they're playing a sappy version of this song, and I'm gonna get emotional. Fuck. Why did this version of this song have to show up now? What the fuck? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Ugh. Stickers. Yeah, man. Oh, there's the ad. The ad finally popped back up. The ad's back. I do a sticker poll that people vote on the Patreon, and you get physical stickers in the mail. After that month's period is up, I send them out. Depending on the tier, you may also get a print. There are small prints available, and there are stickers available for 2 of the tiers. The good stuff and the Patreon exclusive tiers get the physical goods. So the $1 tier does not get you the physical goods, unfortunately, but you still get to vote on the monthly fan art. You get early access to, like, the sketches and such. They all stay on Patreon for at least a week or more, because I forget to post stuff quite frequently. There, so you get to see stuff, like, super hella early, usually. You get to vote on stuff, like I said, and then the good stuff in Patreon exclusive tiers get stuff that are physical, as well as Patreon exclusive implies. There's artwork that only that tier gets to see ever. It doesn't get posted anywhere else. It doesn't get, like, later on uploaded to, like, my website. It is a version of that artwork that is only available on Patreon forever and always. Unless somebody tries to leak it, but don't be that person, please. It's there like that for a reason. People who like stuff like that, please don't. Oh hey, I got Ted. Hey, you ended up getting the turtle emo. I think Ted said they specifically wanted that one too, because they don't have it yet. I think you just stole that out from under him. Ripeth. Also, Kiwi is doing stickers now, I think. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So you get prints and you get stickers depending on the tier that you can sub to. It all has the info on the page when you go to look at the available tiers. The stickers from last month came out pretty good. I was pretty happy with them. They should be getting to the people who have given me their address at some point, hopefully soonish. I'm hoping. Because they're coming via, like, letter mail, there's no, like, tracking, and it, like, what's it called? Shows up whenever the local postal service decides to deliver the paper mail. So, it might take a little bit of time to get to you, but when it does, it should be good. You heard all that, all those exclusives. Make sure to check it out. Thank you. Ted is gonna have to fight me for it. Thank you for the hydrate. Wow. Should probably drink water again anyway. I've been talking a lot again without any water. Oi. That is cold water on my dry esophagus. Pretty sure that's the correct word. Also, I forgot to add color to the hair tie, whatever you want to call it. Kind of make it a green. Keep things consistent. My pen is doing that stupid shit again where my stupid pen nib has been acting up and it's pissing me off. I have a backup pen in case this one finally kicks the bucket, but I don't want to have to open that new pen like on stream because it kicked the bucket live. That would suck. Drink water. You've been getting your words in today. Like I said, for some reason, drawing puts me in a ranty mood, or just like an overly chatterboxy mood, I guess. Probably because it's easier to rant about things than to constantly try to describe what I'm doing instead. And since the content at hand doesn't pose many questions, like I don't have to go, hey chat, what the fuck am I doing again? Because this isn't like a video game. I'm working on artwork, something that I do very frequently and often for my job, so there's not really much to talk about in terms of like miscellaneous stuff, so it's easier to just find a topic and rant about it for a while, I guess. Fog. There we go. Okay, turn that down a little bit. I don't want to go like too ham with any shading. I just want to get like some simple cell shaded into this. Preferably. I don't want to take 12 trillion years on something that was just supposed to be a like intermediate doodle between like the work I was supposed to do today, which I finished, and then the end of stream like delaying. This is nice though, even if people don't want to see the art, they listen to Kiwi's voice and then they work or play. Honestly, I feel like a lot of artists lurk in other artists' art streams and like just kind of sit there and work while they talk about something a lot, because I know I do, and a few of the art friends I have like here on Twitch say they do the same thing, where they'll pop into a Mutuals or like Art Senpai's stream and just like lurk and like work on their own stuff while they're vibing, just so that they have something to listen to while they work and they don't have to put on something overly distracting, just a chill art stream. Although I wouldn't necessarily say today's stream was relatively chill per se, since it's been me bitching and complaining about miscellaneous shit, but chill enough to where you're not like overly distracted with the content. You can just sit and work while it's happening in the background. If that makes any sense. I think we're coming up on the end of the Rorona OST. This sounds like credit music to me, and so did the other tune, so I gotta wrap this up probably soonish. I don't have any other real music to play, and I don't want to replay that Persona playlist if I can avoid it. Kiwi's voice heart, and then Kiwi's voice pray. Excuse me. What's so special about my voice, aside from the fact that I can do this? Aside from making goblin sounds and like high-pitched squeals that my mic doesn't like to pick up, what's so special, huh? Don't answer that question. Because if you answer it, then I have to accept whatever it is you said. Just don't. It was a rhetorical question. Please. See ya! The Atelier music is way too good. Grumpy that, like, basically nobody knows of or plays the series. Sag. They're good games. Like, if you like cute anime girls and miscellaneous silly magic bullshit, it's perfect. It is the game for you, I promise. They're generally speaking pretty wholesome games, so if you need just like a chill little wholesome experience, some cute anime girls, it's right there. It's right there, bestie. It's the game. You're the biggest cutie ever, and I'm sure you're just as precious in person, and your voice is very uplifting, and coming from such a sweet soul, that shares so much love and support. Oh, I can't refute it. Why do y'all gotta make this so hard on me, goddammit? Why do y'all have to make that so difficult? Why is that so fucking green? I put it over to the goddamn beige. I'm gonna go ballistic. This also needs to be a lot paler here now, because I've made it, like... I'm screwing this all up. Hold on. No, not like that. Like this. And then turn that down like that. There we go. Kiwi's voice is very nice on the ears. The goblin noises are like an extra side. Like the dark side of the moon. There we go. We have the chill experience right here with our anime girl. Oh. Okay, but like, as much as I can kind of agree with that, my streams don't involve a lot of like, I don't know, adventure per se, or like overcoming adversary type of stuff, I guess. A lot of the Atelier games are very like a character going on like a lifelong discovery type adventure type of thingy-mabob. How do you describe these things without sounding like a bumbling idiot? Some of them have really interesting plot lines too, like my favorite one, Meruru, is about a princess who is like about to become the queen of her kingdom. Like she's coming up on her coming of age and her father doesn't want her to get distracted or obsessed with the idea of alchemy, which is like the main core concept of the game, is that they're all alchemists. Because he doesn't see the benefits it could hold for the kingdom or the future queen. But she's like, no, Dad, I'm gonna become an alchemist and the queen. Just you watch, you asshole. And then you have to like prove to your dad that you can do both. Like you can become a good queen and become a good alchemist. And the game is like very hard stuck on a time limit where you only have like, I think it's 3 total years that go by very quick, by the way. These 3 total years are not like Harvest Moon days where like you can just kind of walk around and do your chores. Like a lot of things take up a lot of time in the game, so you're forced to like really time manage and complete quests in certain like time frames and such, to then prove to your dad like, no, I can do both. I can do both, papa. Thank you for the hydrate carb. I will take that in just a momento. Beige on or cow? Wait, what? On or our? Wait, what? What did I miss for that? for the shading color that I was picking, I was like shifting the hue over to beige, and it like for some reason went green, which is the other direction. If that's what you're talking about. I admit my only experience with the Atelier series is through Cross Edge from the PS3. One sec, I think I've heard of Cross Edge. What is that? That sounds familiar. Yeah, okay. I don't really know much about this game, but I've definitely heard of it. It looks like it's got crossover stuff from a few other series, which makes sense. It's a game by Nippon Ichi, which is just a mashup of a bunch of different RPG characters. Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like the entire point is just like mix-matching different game characters together. Understood. Got it. It looks like one of the... It was Atelier Marie that looks like she was in there. I still have yet to play Marie. I'm actually excited for the remake they're about to release. Because Marie is getting a remake in like a cute chibi art style. I've mostly played the ones from Verona forward. So from the Arlen trilogy onwards. And even then, some of the more modern ones I haven't played. Like, I never played Aisha. I played Escalagi. I can't remember some of the ones I haven't played off the top of my head. A lot of the really older ones are hard to get your hands on nowadays too, and a lot of them didn't come over officially originally in English, so if you're going to play them, you're gonna have to definitely get them legitimately with the funny English patch translation that was done, you know, by some guy somewhere at some point who definitely works at a localization company. Cough cough. Smile. Fix this. I don't know why I put a lot of these colors all on the same layer, because it just makes, you know, filling in these basic shapes a lot harder, but that was past me's problem, and now it's present me's problem, and I'm grumpy about it. And the playlist is done. Slick. Let me try and speed up this process a bit so that we're not sitting here in dead silence for super long. I might have to throw on another really quick playlist. This takes longer than I wanted, but just know that I intend to try and wrap up stream soon. I ended up going on this picture a little longer than I thought in general, but that's not a big problem. Not a big deal, actually. A little. I also almost forgot about this hand, somehow. Actually, I'm gonna have this shading. It's easier. Go. Whoops. It was fun, though getting the post-game unlocks were so unintuitive that I had to go through like 5 times to finally unlock it, and I still didn't know what to do. Damn. That's unfortunate. The big problem is when you end stream, we end up all missing you. Bruh, but that's what the Discord is for. You can sit in the Discord and wait for me to spew some random ass thought bullshit in there. Miscellaneous BS. Here, I'll put on Liddy Sewell soundtrack for the next little bit, just until I can hopefully finish up the shading on this that I said I was gonna go simple with, and then just kept adding more details too. I think Liddy and Sewell have some of the best music so far in the series. Like, as much as I like Meru and specifically the Arlen trilogy as games, I think Lydia and Sewell had the most, like, jammer tunes that I would legitimately sit and listen to for long periods of time and not just throw on as background music. To be fair, the series had had a long time to grow and expand and get better budgets by this point in its lifespan, but still. Or you can say things in the Discord on like a 12-hour desync and miss all the conversations like I do. Honestly, I kind of feel that too though, because my sleep schedule is so weird. I feel like sometimes I pop in when I wake up and there's been like conversations throughout the quote-unquote day that I completely missed out on because I just was not awake at a regular human hour. And then I'm like, well damn, I missed out on that conversation, but that's okay. It hasn't happened as much recently as it used to, but it still does every once in a while happen where I'm like, shit, I missed like a question or like a conversation that I could have chipped into, but I was asleep. Something I am a little disappointed about with the Atelier series, real quick, is that, like, they haven't dubbed the games in a while. And, like, I know a lot of people prefer, like, Japanese games to be in Japanese with, like, English subs or whatever, but I thought the voice acting in the English versions were charming. Like, I liked it. It wasn't great, but it wasn't, like, awful. Their pronunciation of Atelier is off as fuck. They always pronounce it wrong, but that's whatever, personally speaking. I liked the English dubs, and they haven't been in English for a very long time now, and it's sad. I wish that Gust would go back to trying to help, like, fund or whatever localization team it is that they, like, outsourced to for the translations, would put more effort back into the dubbing of the games. It's like that one line in SpongeBob, where, what do you do when I'm gone? Wait for you to come back. But you're busy with real life and making moolah. We can't capture you for periods of time and bully you with the compliments like here. I mean, I try my best to be in the Discord as much as I can without completely derailing any possible work schedule that I have, but it is a lot to juggle to not, like, get distracted and step into the Discord, because there's been times where I stopped in just to say something really quick and ended up staying there for like an hour plus because I went down like a rabbit hole of whoopsie, what the? There we go. Went down like a rabbit hole conversation that ended up continuing more, like, way longer than I had anticipated. And then I'm behind by like quite a good chunk of time in terms of work, and I'm like, well, shit, but oh well, I had fun, it's fine. As long as I can try to catch up later, it should be okay. It should be okay, question mark, smile. Hopefully, I can catch up. Even though I already work relatively quick, like, I've had a lot of people say, how the hell do you work so fast? I'm like, listen, with the amount of time I've spent learning how to speed up my process, it's still not enough. If I could somehow work even faster than I already do, life would be just a little bit easier. I think it's getting to a point where even if I try to take a few more shortcuts here or there to make things a little bit faster, it's still not gonna save me much time, if any. Oh, Jesus. Or without diminishing quality, which obviously you don't want to happen, right? Like, you don't want to take so many shortcuts that the work looks like it's been rushed or, like, looks like dookie dog water. You want to make sure it still looks quality without taking 12 trillion years to actually finish the work. But that's the problem, is finding that balance of what works to make things go quicker, but also doesn't take, like, all of the quality out of the image. It is a very difficult balance to maintain. All I read was STD, I'm sorry. What? Never forget. Oh, you mean like, yeah, right. Because STD is a character. I still don't know what they were thinking with her. Like, they named her SD, and then made her last name D. And so when you say that aloud and fast, you just get STD. And, like, why would you do that to her? That poor woman. That poor, poor woman. I need to figure out which dev made that fucking decision. Who did this to this poor woman? She deserved better. She deserved better. Thing is, if Kiwi could be like Flash with making art, she'd just give herself even more work to do. You know what? You're totally right. That is 100% true facts. I hate that you just spewed true facts like that in my fucking chat and called me out, but it's true. If I had the ability to give myself more work, I would. Because I'm just like that. I always have to have, like, something I'm working on, even if I'm already too busy with other stuff. And somehow do my best to make sure it all gets done correctly in a timely manner. So if I were to get, like, generally speaking, my work done sooner, that wouldn't really mean I would have less work quicker. It would just mean that I would have more time to give myself more work faster. There is zero lie in that statement, and I hate it. Whoopsie.
Huh?
Because I literally mentioned, like, what was it? Like, it wasn't even like a few weeks ago where I was like, man, I want to get back into this one project I had an idea for, but I have no time to do it. And if I had the time, or somehow had the ability to, you know, get that other work done on time, I would have started up that project again, but I couldn't. I knew that if I did, I would just, like, completely throw my schedule way too off balance. It'd be way too much, and I didn't want to burn out and destroy, like, the workflow that I've spent so long trying to build. It was bad enough I was stuck not working for like that week something when I had the mold in my office. That literally nearly killed me. Not the mold, the not being able to work. It got so bad that I was literally tempted to just go back in my office anyway. I was like, okay, like, I know it's mold, but like, what if I just got like a little bit of work done? What if I risked it all just for that? Luckily, I had enough willpower to not do something so stupid, but just know that there were a few times where I legitimately, like, considered it. I literally almost sat there and told myself that it would be fine to sit in a mold-filled office just so I could get work done. just so that I could continue to put myself through more work. If that's not proof enough that I would probably end up giving myself way too much work if I was to have faster workflow, I don't know what would convince you. It really did though. Every day was some form of I want to work, please let me work. Yeah, I felt bad because at one point I was like, I feel like I'm only coming into the Discord now to complain about not being able to work. Like, it also sucked that I couldn't stream at all, but like more specifically, like the work had deadlines, right? Like most of it was Patreon work, so it was work that had to get done between a certain period of time, and so I was just like constantly sitting like in my living room, stressed out that I couldn't get the work done. I couldn't even attempt to get the work done. It was just me being forced to not work. It was supposed to be time off, and it turned out to just be stress time instead. Needless to say, I have a, like, bad workaholics issue,
They ask
but...
you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
And you're not really fine.
You just can't get into it.
And they would
because
never understand. Nobody understands that my brain says, get to work, and when I tell it I literally cannot, it goes, but you need to work. And I'm like, yeah, but like... This is not even like a joke, it's literally a health issue, and my body's like, yeah, but like... You could be working right now. And it's like, I know I could be working right now, but I'd also be in the hospital. Probably due to some form of, you know, like airborne microorganism getting lodged in my fucking brain. I'll get infected with cordyceps or some shit. But the brain don't care. The brain just know, hey, you know what you're not doing right now? That work thing that you're supposed to be doing. And I'm like, yeah. But how about no? It's understandable. Anyone that's been here for a while knows how much of a workaholic you are. Thanks. It's good to know that my very bad workaholic relationship has bled through to the community. Where you now visually see and know specifically that I have a problem. That I refuse to fix. I mean, the other issue isn't even necessarily refusal to fix, even though it is also partially, like, a personal issue. It's also that, like, to do this kind of job, be, like, present online, you have to literally be present online. And that means every day, all day. And, I don't know if I have to tell you this, but artwork is not something you can just, like, poof out of thin air. At least not real artwork, right? Like, AI art is not proper art. It's just stolen, like, art styles and techniques from other people who've spent their lives working to achieve what they did, and then just shitting out a general idea of what they can do. But anyway, aside from the AI rant, it takes a while to get this kind of stuff, like, done, right? You can't just, like, wake up one morning and pump out, like, a whole fucking beautifully rendered pic, unless you're someone like Sakimi-chan, who literally just, I don't know how the fuck they do it. They straight up just printer print images constantly. Their workflow is literally insane. But anyway, unless you're literally a god or Sakimi-chan, you're not gonna be able to get much done in a single day. So you have to, like, chronically be online and trying to get either stuff done or posted or, like, something. So if you're not working, you're falling behind in terms of, like, possible future work or, like, things of that nature. And obviously that's not good for making a living. So you have to chronically be online and chronically be working to get any sort of future work and notoriety of any kind. So it just became like an awful habit to force myself to work constantly so that I don't end up like disappearing from the algorithms or like what's the word, just like becoming obscure again, because I'm not even really out of the obscurity yet. I'm still very much like a small time like streamer slash artist. I'm not being contacted by like game companies like, hey, yeah, we want you to help on the next like generic AAA game here. I have to like reach out to indie projects if I want like a game job or something. And like I have to work on very small projects, otherwise I'm not gonna get accepted over like industry professionals. So it's basically just me fighting against online algorithms all the time. Doing my best to stay afloat. Man, I hate needing to play to the algorithm. Yeah, it's literally so dog ass. Especially because like a lot of these algorithms are trained to like follow regular ass schedules of people and not people like me who have like awful gremlin degen sleep schedules. Like most of prime times that I could be posting content is like times where I'm still asleep for like my region per se, like North America. So it's like, lovely. Not wait, fuck. My pen is doing that shit again, stop it. Instead of like physically being able to pander, sometimes I have to like queue up posts so that they get posted at like more opportune times to make sure that like, you know, it's hitting at the very least the time frame in which is optimal for that website, etc. And I try my best to make sure that I'm getting some form of content out at the very least 3 times a week on Twitch, because that's like the bare minimum required amount of days they expect you to stream if you ever want to hit partner. For some reason, time and amount of days matters, I guess, because I didn't know this, but when like a friend was applying for partner, they were denied a bunch and they wanted to know why. And they were like, yeah, like I stream like a ton of hours per week, what's going on? And at first they wouldn't answer her, but then they eventually got back to her saying like, yeah, it's because you don't stream like 3 times a week, you only stream twice a week. And they're like, yeah, but I stream for like hours, like way more than the allotted time frame that I would normally be like necessary to hit this sort of milestone. And they're like, yeah, but because you don't stream 3 days in that week, you stream 2 days in that week, you can't hit partner. And I was like, wow, that's something I didn't even know was a requirement. So it's a good thing my schedule allots for 3 stream days for most of the time, unless something is to come up, because goddamn. Like even if you were to stream like 12 hours every day, but or not every day, but every day you stream and you only stream 2 days a week, you're probably gonna get denied partner because of it. And I was like, that is so stupid. That is so dumb. Like, I get the idea that like if you're gonna be partner with Twitch, they want you to be like dedicated to streaming as a profession. You need to be like, you know, streaming as many days as possible for as long as possible or whatever. But like if you're streaming for like upwards of like 8 to 12 hours a stream to upwards of 100 people at a time, but you only stream for 2 days in that week, why are you being denied? They already have way more than the like necessary people viewing the stream at a time. They're already streaming for way more than most people who stream every single day stream in that week. Like, what do you, huh? That's nuts. That's insane. Just because they can only stream on weekends, or because they like physically aren't capable of streaming for much more than that because they're disabled, does not mean that they're not dedicated or not worthy of partner. That's ridiculous. Eventually they ended up actually getting accepted, which is, I'm so happy for them for that, but like, still, I was like, dude, that's horseshit. I'm sorry they're putting you through this BS just because of some minor fucking gripe, like, oh yeah, you're definitely hitting every other milestone. It's just because you don't stream 3 days a week. I don't know how you do it. You just keep going online and checking my accounts daily. Gets me tired for social media. Dude, I wish I had the brain capacity to post more to Twitter. It's like the one thing I'm still bad at keeping up with. I need to be making more posts on Twitter because I know for a fact I'm probably getting buried a lot algorithm-wise on Twitter. I do my best to try and keep tags I use like modern and up-to-date to help prevent it getting completely buried, but still, like, a lot of the stuff I end up posting doesn't get a lot of traction there because I don't post enough. If you don't post a lot, like at least every other day or so, you start to like, even people who like follow you don't end up seeing your stuff sometimes. It's shit. It's dookie. But I end up working most of my day and then going by the end of the day, okay, I got some good work done. Time to like update people on Discord on whatever, and like update my Patreon or like the commissioner, and then I go, oh fuck, right, Twitter. Shit. And then I can't think of anything worthwhile to post, or I don't have any like good content to talk about, so I just end up leaving it. Oh yeah. Big shit. Really is the hardest thing for getting partners, the 75 average viewership, I think, but the before they'll even look at you. Yeah, that honestly, I get it, right? With partner, it's supposed to be like a big deal. So they want you to have a community that sees you as a big deal, right? Like they need to know you're gonna make them some sort of fucking money, essentially. So it makes sense, but like the milestone is pretty high up. Like it's pretty unachievable for most people. You have to either get really lucky or just like, I don't know, fucking be the absolute coolest motherfucker on the planet or something to actually achieve such a goal. I don't necessarily like plan to like partner push, as they call it, where like you go out of your way to like try to promote that you're applying for partners so that people will like flock to your stream as often or whatever. But like, I do eventually hope I can hit that type of milestone even without all that extra BS being like a pain in the butt, if you know what I mean. If that makes any sense. I'm saying I don't want to put extra work on my table when I already do that, essentially. Okay. Let me think. The only parts that don't really have shading on this are the horns, the ears, and the tail. But I think it's in a state where I could call this done-ish, I think. Oh, and the bikini part. But I think they're like minute enough, and they're like okay in their flat color state. They don't necessarily need any extra— whoops, I did not mean to make that layer the one that has— what's it called? Jeepers. Go like this, and then like this. There we go. I want to give this a border real quick and save it as a PNG with and without a border real quick. Fuck Twitter, exactly. Literally almost every day I'm like, shit, I should have posted like literally anything, but I forgore. Even if you are the coolest person on the planet, it is still at least 75% luck. Oh, absolutely, right? Because since Twitch has no real way to gain like traction or like any real way to like promote yourself per se, aside from like outsourcing your promotion to other websites, it's really hard to get like natural growth here. Most of it is just like people who are already big finding your channel and rating you, and those people deciding that they want to stay. That's it. It's not like YouTube where like if you search for some content or watch content of a certain type, then Twitch will just like promote your stream or videos to them. It doesn't really do that per se, and a lot of the people you do end up looking for, like if you search for a specific game or something, it like shows you stuff based on like creators' viewership. So if somebody's live playing Elden Ring, right, and they're a big streamer and they've got like 5K fucking viewers, my dinky like 15 viewer to like 9 viewer stream is gonna be like way buried under all the other people who have like hundreds of viewers. So I don't even get the opportunity to like pop up within easy viewable reach of people looking for Elden Ring content, right? They have to be looking for like VTuber as well, specifically, or like something that's specific to my channel's like title or like name or tags for me to even be an option. Getting big is really just luck, honestly. I've seen people been sub to for ages on YouTube and go years without, with a steady 1K viewers, or so only just jump up to 30K just because something blew up. Yep, that too. You could have like a post suddenly just go nuts and everybody just jumps on the follower bandwagon. To be fair, Twitch does do a little bit of the you watched X person Y is now streaming X, but it seems to primarily be partners that you don't follow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they kind of prefer showing you people with like higher viewership specifically, because like that's just gonna make them more money. They don't really care about like the individual in that instance per se, and Twitch in general has been going further and further into the like the creators don't matter, we just want your money. And like you do realize, Twitch, that without these streamers you wouldn't have any money, right? Without people making content on your website, you would then have nobody making and viewing content on your website, which means you do not get any money, right? Like, what about this transaction don't you understand? You can't keep fucking over creators and not expecting good things to happen. Like, what? I don't get it. But they sure seem to think they do. Jeepers. And the best and worst of it is that I'm not even fully affected by some of these things even yet, because some of these issues are like partner specific issues too. Like, I remember it was like a couple of days ago, they put out a new like policy update that basically said partners are allowed to decline like new update policies, but if they decline said update policy, they have to then revoke their partnership and go back to affiliate. But then, the best part about that whole ordeal is that affiliates don't get a choice in these policy updates. They automatically get to just like deal with it. So essentially what this means is that if you don't accept the terms of a policy update, you have to give away your partnership, which then puts you down to affiliate, which means by default you automatically agree to these new policy updates because you're an affiliate and you don't get a choice. It's like, wow, make it so that nobody gets a choice in anything ever, Twitch. Good job. We can't argue with you physically. You've made it impossible. I love that for you, Twitch. I'm pretty sure they reverted that, like, right after they put the release out saying, yeah, this is a new policy update. They're like, actually, a lot of people didn't like that. We're gonna be tweaking this a bit and re-updating our policy. But still, I was like, how did you possibly sit there in your business office or whatever and go, yes, this policy that literally like forces people to agree to future policies regardless of situation with the illusion of choice is definitely going to go well. We're gonna pretend like you have a choice, but only if you're a partner. And the best part is if you choose to deny us, we kick you out of partner, and then you're forced to like approve of it anyway. Like, that's a real head scratcher. Nobody's gonna notice the loophole in that one, baby. I'm surprised, honestly, Twitch hasn't tried to do what Stream Elements has been doing of, hey, here's a sponsorship deal we have that you can join in on, so we get a cut of your sponsorship. I mean, honestly though, yeah. It'd probably be better for them to just constantly harass you with sponsorship emails to try and, like, milk cash out of you than to literally make policies that destroy your ability to, like, function as a streamer and make some kind of living off of it. It's ridiculous. I saw that they backtracked so fucking fast, since that thing would be the you get money, but we get money, and advertisers get advertisement. Exactly. Hi, my name is Jeff Bezos, and I make good business decisions. Hi, my name is Random Billion Quadrillionaire, and I make the best decisions. You wanna know why? Because I have all the money in the world, and I said so. Cough, cough, like literally every possible online social space owned by a cajillionaire right now. It's not like Twitter's going through its own fucking downfall because of a cajillionaire, and Twitch is going through a downfall because of a cajillionaire, and like Google almost made a really stupid mistake in trying to say that, yeah, inactive websites or web pages and like YouTube channels are just going to disappear from the internet. We are just going to literally destroy things that have not been active for the last like few months. And everyone was like, are you fucking insane, Google? Who thought that that was a good idea? Excuse, like, what? What do you mean we're just gonna delete things that haven't been active in a few months? And they're like, well, it'd save us server space and it would cost us less to host the internet, essentially. And they're like, yeah, okay, but then what about, like, you know, websites that are crucial for like school stuff that have not been active or changed in years, but like are required for things, huh? What about that? What about like YouTube channels from like people who have passed away that might have like important, memorable videos for like family members and shit on them? What about those? What about like literally anything that just hasn't been active in a while that could be important to someone somewhere? Like, what do you mean you're just gonna delete it? And they were like, oh, never mind, shrug. And I was like, oh my god, you, like, who sat there and was like, you know what's gonna save us money? Deleting shit off the internet permanently. Goodbye. Like, I don't get it. Google really needs to go back to being a better search engine. Now you have to filter through so many ads that aren't immediately obviously ads at the time. Dude, when they made that like major change where like the first couple of things that pop up in a search are ads that are barely even relevant to your fucking search, and like they're placed at the very top and in the exact same way as regular links are, and sometimes they have very suspiciously similar fucking titles to the thing you're looking for, so that you click on it, is so fucking shitty. I hate that so fucking much. I always scroll down at least 4 or 5 links to make sure I'm not clicking on an ad at that point. It's awful. A lot of these companies have been making really suspiciously like specific like titles to their ads or campaigns or shitty ass bootleg websites so that they can show up in these Google ad fucking like placeholder spots, and I'm like, you need to stop this horseshit. I don't care. Saw this thing earlier where someone estimated the value of Smog's treasure hoard, and there are 14 Americans richer than a fictional dragon with a mountain full of treasure. Not surprised in the slightest. Not surprised in the slightest. And all of these cajillionaires almost certainly inherited 90% of that wealth, I bet you. It's not even money they really worked for. It's money that they inherited and then somehow created some sort of stupid ass business that just kind of inflated that price point. Guaranteed. And of course, like I said, with inflation as well, like over time that money is just gonna be worth even more than it was back then, so nice. Google, show me grass. Google, have a nice tent you can use on grass. Exactly though. And it'll say like the link will literally be called like grass images of blank and the rest is cut off, and when you click on it, it says like images of grass with tents on top where you can then buy the tent for your grass, and it's like, what? Excuse me? A lot of the problem with a lot of these issues as well, I think, as well stems from the fact that at least in the US, companies are publicly traded need to act towards shareholders' interests. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Most of the reason things or companies start going to shit quickly is because shareholders said so. And that's like the worst fucking part. Like a lot of games that end up going to shit really quickly is because shareholders in the company told them that they need to release it soon, or like they need to not care about quality and just shit something out because they want to make their money sooner. It's awful. Like that's exactly what happened with fucking, what was it, Cyberpunk? I think fucking CD Projekt Red put out like a statement after they released the game, and after like a few months they were like, yeah, so the only reason we ended up releasing the game in such a horrendously unfinished state was because investors were like, if you don't fucking release the game, we're going to cut all of your funding. And they were like, but then we will literally be without money. And they're like, yeah, so release the game. And then they did. And then they took all the rap and got like sued over like the quality of the game or whatever. Just because some fucking higher ups in a fucking business suit were like, release the game, I want my money now. And it's like, well, fuck. Shit. Okay. Sucks ass. Even though that can be interpreted in different ways, they take it to mean we must be more profitable constantly, which is not sustainable. Exactly. That's the last part I wanted to bring up too, is that literally every rich person's mentality is, if I'm not making all the money, then nobody's making any money. So if they're not making more than what they already had or put into a project, they literally will just pull their money back out and go, no, go fuck yourself. And ruin whatever that thing was or is just because it's such shit and I hate it. There are so many games that got like their funding cut, or the company just like canceled the project because it wasn't being made good enough, well enough for the investors or whatever. And it's like, oh my god, why do businessmen in suits who know nothing about the thing that they're trying to put their money into making decisions about things that they don't know about? Please!
You just can't get into it because they
just
would
let me
never
have my games and my products or whatever it is that's being canned because rich men in suits keep saying, do it faster or die. 3 of some of the worst things on earth: shareholders, taxes, commies. It's just like, it's ridiculous, bro. It's so ridiculous that, like, literally, like, 17 of the richest people on the earth basically run and own everything, and we have no choice but as the common folk to just deal with it. Very depressing thought. Very awful and depressing thought. Capitalism is very, very quickly getting to a state where it can't even suspend itself, like, in our society anymore. It's crumbling around us. It's falling apart. Everything is going to shit. And these capitalist, like, high-end business suit men just keep making stupid, shitty decisions in the name of making more money than they'll ever know what to do with in their lifetime, because they can, and they have the money to say so. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check. We are getting ever closer to the cyberpunk's megacorpse, but instead of the cyber psychosis, we'll be at what the creators originally wanted of, now we literally own your body because 51% of it is made of our things. Yep. Like, I think the idea of, like, getting cybernetic upgrades to your body and, like, having, like, internet access, like, on your person or whatever, like, having digital media, like, in your head is such a cool idea. But it's also, like, the most terrifying idea when you think about it in terms of how it would be used by these greedy goddamn corporate, like, mega people. They would just, like, essentially overhaul your body and play nothing but ads in your fucking head 24/7 because they can. They would pay some government the rights to just completely like destroy your individual human rights because they were the ones that owned the software that was pumped into your head, and therefore they have the right to just completely abuse your mind with advertisements 24/7. And they'd get away with it too because they have the money to tell the government, shut up, it doesn't happen. I love that. I love that so much. The world we live in, so good. You have Cyberpunk to show how the corporations would screw you over with cyberization. Ghost in the Shell shows how the government and certain individuals would screw you over. Exactly. People have for years have been like, listen, the concept is good. The idea is so like useful and like profitable to the human race as like, you know, a system that could totally benefit everyone with. But because there are people with lots of money who only want more of that money, they're going to make it so that it's the worst possible option you'll ever have in your lifetime. You will never not live to reap the consequences of that cool thing because they will make it a living hell. A capitalist living hell. Kiwi 3 hours ago. I'll get to about 5 or so hours and probably end stream now, Kiwi. Society at 7:10. Dude, for real though. I love how I went from complaining about Pokemon and Game Freak's poor decisions in a series that I'm passionate about to then miscellaneous complaints and chat about Final Fantasy and their possible issues too. Man, I sure do love the world we live in today. Let me get really political about capitalism really quick. Oh. Working in the tech industry, cyberization for like prosthetic limbs, good. Cyberbrain, no. My profession does not have enough people who could do that properly without horrible issues. Oh, obviously. I mean, like, the technology isn't there yet before, like, we could actually fully fully use the extent of what things like Cyberpunk were trying to get at, but there's definitely parts of it that are like far enough scientifically and like have been proven to work that we could like actually benefit as a human race from it. People who have been in like horrible accidents or have like birth defects, or people like just who had the unfortunate like existence of like either missing limbs or like not being able to properly use those limbs because of like mental or physical disorders, can very like highly profit off of getting a lot of these like modifications done. But the only problem is that companies make it near impossible to afford that stuff because they want to make all the money, right? Like, the medical industry is just absolutely fucking littered with trash human beings who want nothing more than to watch people suffer or pay to fucking live a normal fucking life. It's ridiculous. Like, the quote-unquote free healthcare we have here in Canada has its problems. It's definitely not a good or perfect or like, you know, system that like fully functions the way it's meant to, but I would say our system is still like at least bare minimum like usable by a majority of the people without fear of going into such crippling, awful fucking debt that you're going to literally like not be able to live anymore. People in the US pay so much money for such minor things that have to do with medical issues that aren't even really their fault, or they could do anything about unless they have a ton of fucking money, and it's so upsetting that to just watch people like fuck it over even more because they want more money. Like, there was a point where they were trying to raise like insulin prices, and basically like literally everybody were like, you fucking can't. Like, if you raise the insulin prices, people with like, you know, diabetes and other issues that could be helped with insulin are just going to fucking die. Like, you are literally denying them their life at this point. You can't do that. And so it came to a point where I think they raised it, but only by like a little bit, so that it was like passable as not, you know, removing their ability to live. It's like, oh my god, bro. Oh my god. It's been a very complainy day. Don't worry, the exhaustion will set in once you go to eat. Go eat something, you damn cute goblin. You're right. I probably should get off this, like, overly political and complainy about real life, like, issue topics, because I don't want to, you know, get to a point where, what's it called? I say something possibly controversial or upset people more than I probably already have, to be honest. I've probably made some comments about general life that is not necessarily what they want to hear right now. People come to these streams to try and, like, escape from those thoughts. I'm sorry. There's a reason I go back to my home country to get medical shit done. On that note, since we're on the stuff on medical, anything developed with / a government subsidiary grant should not be allowed to be made at excessive profit. I agree. 100%. I'm not saying they should make, like, all medical care completely fucking free, even though I do technically believe that is the case. Like, I know that that wouldn't work. Everybody needs money for something, I get it. But, like, in an ideal world, it wouldn't be done for specific exclusive profit for these big fucking, like, bigwigs in suits. It'd be done to help fund more research into helping more people. You know what I mean? I would rather money from these, like, medicines and healthcare, like, systems don't just sit in a fucking bank account of some, like, overly rich man or woman, more specifically man, who don't even fucking know they have the amount of fucking money they even have, just because. Like, I would much rather prefer a lot of those profits fund more medical, like, research or more medical, like, product production. I'm okay with at a cost, plus the 100% markup at the upper end of things that are done with a grant, because that would still have it be where things would cost like $5 a pill to make us cost 10 as opposed to 300 they charge now. Exactly. Exactly. Healthcare is a human right. Everybody should have it. I do understand that money is a necessity in our world, which absolutely sucks, but it should not be unaffordable to every single person. Like, we're already in a point where our economy is in such shambles, nobody can afford anything anyway. So please make things that are basic human rights affordable to at least somebody. I'm begging.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
It is very true. Very true. They would never understand. Anyway, now that I'm done with that final little rant bit, let me find somebody to raid before I get on another rant, because my dumbass is just gonna keep talking if I don't force myself to not keep talking. Jeepers. Oh, Ghosty just went live like 15 minutes ago. What are they doing? Art? Oh, I got an ad, shit. We'll raid Ghosty. They're probably doing some good arts. Their art is the good. Let me see if they're available for raid. I know they just started streaming, so they shouldn't have it blocked just yet, but should be fine. Yeah, we're good. Yatta! Okay. Oh! Wah, 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 wah. Thank you everybody for coming to hang out. Again, I'm sorry I went on a bit of like a downer slope with my ranting at the end there with some awful reality related BS, but I hope you enjoyed watching me finish up that commission and doodle this very not on topic and very happy picture based on the conversation we were just having. I hope you have what's it called, a good rest of your like evening, night, daytime, whatever it is for you. I will see you guys again on the Wednesday for more fun in Persona, and yeah, bye bye.